Make sure you guys hit the subscribe button if you guys are enjoying the content that we're throwing up. And make sure you guys hit the like button if you enjoy the video. And yeah, let's begin. Okay, so it all starts here, and I'm really excited to see to see what Jonathan Hickman does with this. This is X-Men Volume 5, Issue number 1, also known as Dawn of X, and I am very excited about this. For those of you guys who are a little confused about this, here's an important thing to understand. Volumes in comic books are a weird thing, right? Like technically volume denotes an entire run, but it's like volumes within a volume, right? So you have like the overarching volume, which is, this is however many iterations of this comic we've had. Technically, we've had 5 iterations or 5 relaunches of the X-Men comic. The first one was Stan Lee and Jack Kirby. That was the original X-Men run that was canceled. The second one was X-Men Volume 2, Issue number 1, which came in 1991. And then there were a whole bunch of others after that, and we're currently on 5. You had like all new, all different Marvel. You had the post Heroes Reborn. You had the post House of M, the Heroic Age. You had like all kinds of different relaunches over the years in Marvel. That's why this is Volume 5. Within Volume 5, you'll have the first however many issues make up the first story arc, which will be like Volume 1. So it'll be X-Men Volume 5, Volume 1. I know it's kind of weird. It's a little strange, but nonetheless, this picks up with an attack on Orcus. See, this is why I say you have to read Jonathan Hickman from beginning to the end, right? Because Hickman is he's not gonna do House of X and then Powers of X and then treat Dawn of X like it's a whole new relaunch. No, the relaunch came with the prelude, right? So you just kind of keep on reading as if everything's just kind of always been. But the attack on Orcus is actually kind of interesting here because it's not the X-Men launching an attack in the traditional sense, like, oh my God, there's humans here, we have to get them. It's the X-Men launching like really more of like a rescue mission than anything else. But I really like the way that Hickman is doing this, right? Because he depicts the X-Men as, we're going in there to achieve a mission. That's what the council calls for. Whatever happens, happens. I like the brazen nature of the X-Men now, right? Because up until this point, and this is one of the things that I wasn't a huge fan of, up until this point, really coming after all new, all different Marvel, the X-Men always kind of seemed like a team that was on the defensive, right? Like they're always backing off. They're always, retreating or something along those lines. They're never really like launching an attack against someone, like making the first move. And I like this. The X-Men are kind of going in and they're doing their thing. It's very much a throwback to the old school X-Men comics. I know I sound like a comic book hipster, but I do kind of like the throwback to the whole thing. Of course, now the mission is led by Storm and Cyclops, and this is no accident when it comes to this. Like when Hickman really put together the council and you have Storm and Cyclops leading field missions, Hickman chose this for a reason, right? Because there's a lot of history here. Storm and Cyclops are kind of like the 1-2 punch when it comes to leading the X-Men team, right? Cyclops was a field commander for a long, long time until after the events of the Phoenix and Dark Phoenix sagas when he left. And then Storm became the new leader of the team after she battled Cyclops for that role, and she won. And so as a result of that, Storm led the X-Men team while Cyclops led X-Factor. And then once the two teams merged back into a single unit again, you got X-Men Gold and X-Men Blue. Cyclops led one team, Storm led the other. So it makes sense that like Hickman's sort of bringing all that history in and giving us these two characters who are going out and doing their own thing. The other big thing about this is the arrival of Magneto. Now here's the thing, man. Hickman does an amazing job of writing villains. I think Hickman writes villains better than he writes heroes. Believe it or not, go back and look at his publishing history and it's like the villains are almost always written better than the heroes. And that's what I love about the way that Magneto is done here, because in the last 5 years or so, Magneto's almost kind of been like a background character. Cyclops sort of took on the role that used to belong to Magneto, right? Like it's kind of militaristic, we'll do whatever we need to do to win kind of situation. And it was cool to see the evolution of his character, to see him go from like the X-Men Boy Scout to casting Xavier out of his own team after House of M, taking the X-Men over, saying, I'm the one running the show now, falling more in line with Magneto's views. But Magneto kind of fell more to the background. And to see Magneto kind of brought to the forefront again and really kind of drawn and depicted in this way where he's like this imposing figure, like, crap, Magneto's here. Like, I like seeing that. Like, I love seeing that depiction, because it's just like, you're talking about this insanely powerful mutant, right? I think in a lot of ways, people sleep on just how powerful Magneto is. And I feel like before this all really comes to an end, before Hickman's run ends, we're gonna see Magneto shine in spectacular fashion. To say nothing of that suit. Magneto looks like a boss in that white silver suit. Dude, it looks legit. But nonetheless, it's cool to kind of see him arrive here, because Polaris is like, let's take care of these humans. And it's like, no, we're here for a mission. We're here to achieve a mission for the council. Now, this is a big deal. And this is a very important thing to take note of, because what this shows is that at the end of the day, Magneto really does fall in line with the ideology that they're ensuing, right? Because one of the things he says here is like, there was a time when I would have just taken all these humans out, right? Like I would have just eradicated them all. And it's not a matter of annihilating humanity, it's a matter of achieving that goal right there. And that's one of the big differences. Back in the day, back in like the 80s and 90s, Magneto would have just taken them out, and that would have been the end of that, right? He would have just melted these guys or just kind of destroyed them, and that would have been the end of them. time. But to see him in a position now where he's just sort of like, we're here to achieve a particular goal, it's awesome to kind of see that progression. But with them showing up here, with the X-Men arriving here, that's what we end up realizing. The reason why they're here is because what they're doing is rescuing all these various mutants. But one of these mutants stands out. And when the system more or less opens up, right, this kind of, cocoon, stasis pod, whatever it is, opens up, and this mutant pours out, then the initial analysis is, well, they're not really human, but they're not really mutant. They're kind of post-human, but something's going on here with regards to time. Now, if you're not familiar with Hickman writing, if you're not familiar with the stuff he's done in the past, you would just kind of be like, what in the world is going on here? But if you read the Ultimate Universe, if you read Ultimates by Jonathan Hickman, that's a child of the Vault. And it's just like, wow, dude, I can't believe he brought him back. Like, I can't believe he's bringing back children of the Vault. At least that's what it looks like. The only other thing I can assume here is that it's the Black Vault or something else going on there, but I don't think it's Black Vault. Like, literally they say like some kind of like temporal anomaly, like temporal energy is coming off this girl. Now, for those of you guys who don't know, Children of the Vault, dude, it was so cool. This was a concept. I've got the videos down in the description so you guys can go watch those. But the Children of the Vault was this concept created by Reed Richards in the Ultimate Universe. And what he did was create this place called City, this great big huge citadel. And what ended up happening here is that within the confines of City, time passed differently. And so what Reed could do is he could basically create life and then watch it grow over the course of however long. And it was something like 6,000 years passed within the span of like a few days or something along those lines. But basically he created like post-humans, right? People who evolve beyond normal humans. And this is awesome because what it means is the plot thickens. Because now not only do we have to deal with Omega Sentinels, we have all the stuff that we saw with regards to like the Nimrods and all those things going on in House and Powers of X. Now we've got post-humans making their return. And this is awesome because post-humans are basically superhumans. It's awesome to see Hickman bring it back. The downside of this is this child of the Vault immediately teleports out. She's just like, I gotta go. Like we got to bounce out of here. Keep that in the back of your head. Do not forget that will become important later on. I promise you, that will become insanely important later on. Do not forget that. Please, for the love of God, do not forget that. It will become important later on. But nonetheless, once they get back to Krakoa, it's kind of interesting there because Storm has more or less been running on fumes since she's been here, grabbing these mutants that were held inside the hub and bringing them back to this location. It's fine for what it is, right? Because it's kind of like, hey, they're going to get some medical treatment and they're all going to be okay. Everything's going to be fine. Remember, Krakoa is a totally self-contained ecosystem, right? So they've got telepaths to deal with like any sort of mental anguish they've been through. Krakoa itself creates various medicines and things they can use in order to heal themselves or, recover from whatever they're struggling from. But then following that, you've also got the return of Magneto. Now notice this, when Magneto arrives here, he's almost perceived as like a savior of sorts. And this is really Hickman tying into the history of Magneto, right? Like on the surface, you would look at it and say, well, Magneto, dude, this guy's a jerk, man. He's a glory hog. Like, yes, everyone, I freed you all. Me alone, by myself, I did it. And it's like, okay, Magneto, get a little carried away with yourself. But no. Magneto has always been viewed in a lot of ways by the mutant population as kind of a mutant messiah-esque character. Not insofar as they would follow him into oblivion, right? I mean, he doesn't always have everybody on his side, but the perception of Magneto and the way in which he operates is he's not really a bad guy. Magneto was a guy who was just kind of like, I'm doing what's best for mutant kind. I'll take the heavy-handed approach if I need to, right? But like first and forefront is the mutant population. He's a champion of mutants, right? And where Xavier was more of a half measure, more of like, well, let's see if we can't talk to them. Let's see if we can't reason with them. And, we can get them to listen. Like Magneto was like, no, you can't either. So like either they can listen or they can be made to listen. But ears are going to be listening to what it is we have to say. It's the nature of things, right? Like violence is not always the answer, but it is a answer, and it's a very effective answer, right? Magneto got stuff done, and it's a cool thing about his character. And so him showing up here, people are kind of like, well, what if they come back? And the response to Magneto, it's the most boss response ever. He says, let man run from me. Dude, Magneto is a boss. I love the way he's written in this. It's absolutely amazing. But it's a cool thing here because what you end up doing is you end up having Scott Summers, who basically travels out to meet up with the rest of his family. But before we do, we've got Jonathan Hickman establishing, in a lot of ways, the current status quo of things, which is to say, the new villain who's on the scene. And this is a guy named Director Davo. Now, Director Davo is the one who really sort of spearheaded this whole Orcus system, right? At least that seems to be the case. He's the one that gathered together all these various scientists from like S.H.I.E.L.D. and Armor and Hammer and Hydra and so on and so forth, all for the purpose of trying to find a way to basically contain and control the mutant threat, right? So it's almost like a reworked version of Project Wide Awake. For those of you guys who never read comics back in the 80s and 90s, which technically I wasn't really alive at that point, but I went back and read them anyway. For those of you guys who weren't really reading when the events of the original Project Wide Awake were happening, it wasn't really like a one-shot. It was just like a page here, 3 or 4 pages there. It was just kind of spread all over the place. And when you go back and you read it, you read like the entirety of Chris Claremont's run, you get this great big huge cohesive concept that we call Project Wide wide awake. This was very similar to that in terms of how this is being done and how it's being depicted. You get a couple pages here and then you move on, right? That's kind of how this whole thing sort of unfolded in the old Claremont stories. And it's cool to see that method of storytelling kind of being maintained here. But the idea is that this guy, Director Davo, is the one who's basically like, hey, look, this is the entire like creation of Mother Mold, all that kind of stuff. That's all me. And it's one of these things where he sort of ignores what it is that Karima's telling him, right? Remember, Karima is an Omega Sentinel. She's basically more machine than she is human. But the idea behind this is she's like, what you were doing was going to spark a response. You had to know that. You had to know that like creating a Sentinel that created Master Molds, which in turn would create other Sentinels, you had to know the X-Men were going to respond to that. You instigated a scenario where the X-Men were guaranteed to respond, and when they did, they ended up killing a handful of people who worked for you. And the response of Director Davo is yes, but that's the step that needs to be taken. I'm doing the right thing. I'm fighting on behalf of humanity. Notice this, it's kind of an extreme perspective, but it exists opposed to Magneto's views, right? Where Magneto is steadfast protecting mutant kind. This guy, Director Davo, like so many villains before him, is steadfast protecting humanity. And this is cool. This is an interesting idea because what he does is he basically says like the fall of like Mother Mold, that's nothing. Like we have a whole host of things that are working in the background, a whole host of things that we want to get done from here. And so it's cool because what it says is what we saw in House of Powers of X, that's not the end of it. It's nowhere near the end of it. It's a very small thing. Now, at this point, we transition over to Scott Summers along with like pretty much his whole family. You also get Gabriel Summers here. Now, here's an important thing to understand. Gabriel Summers died during and in the aftermath of War of Kings, right? He wasn't really killed. He was kind of yanked away into like a black hole, more or less, some kind of gravity well. Black Bolt ended up coming back. We never found out what happened to Gabriel. We never found out what happened to Vulcan. He was just gone. Now, a lot of that was part of the lead up to Secret Wars. And so Marvel, I imagine, if it was just kind of a thing where it was like, well, they're more or less gone, don't really worry about explaining it, just kind of leave it the way it is, and then whatever happens, happens. That kind of seems to have been a lot of the response with what was going on there. And so this is really like the first real time we're seeing Vulcan after the events of Secret Wars and all new, all different Marvel. But he's a good guy here, right? There's no semblance of like, I hate my brothers and I'm a bad guy and I conquered the Shi'ar Empire and I'm going to war with the Kree. Like, we don't really see any of that going on here. And there doesn't really seem to be any reference to it. It's just kind of a thing that's there. So I think Hickman's just sort of rolling with it and just kind of saying, hey, if you never really read anything about Vulcan before, don't worry about it. Just know that he's really powerful. He can control all forms of energy and he's Omega level. And that's really it. It's cool, but like, that's pretty much it. And it's interesting to see, and it works. And not only that, you have these small things that go on. For example, like you literally got Cable hanging out with Raza. Now, of course, Raza is like the weapons guy. He's almost kind of like the gunsmith, so to speak, of the Starjammers group. And it's interesting to see because like he's got like these super advanced weapons, and Cable, like little kid Cable's like freaking out, like, I've got to see that, you know, and so on and so forth. For the guys who aren't really familiar with what's going on here, let me backpedal a little bit. Let me offer some explanation. So when it comes to the Starjammers, this was an idea introduced way back during Chris Claremont's run. And what he did is he said initially it was believed that Cyclops and his brother were thrown out of a plane, given parachutes, and they landed, you know, more or less safely after their plane crashed, after their plane went down. Claremont came back and changed some of that and said, actually, the Shi'ar abducted his mother and his father. And they were just kind of taken out into space. And eventually his mom died, and Corsair, who's a leader of the Starjammers, formed the Starjammers as was essentially a pirate group out there, right? They're space pirates, right? So think of them as like a pirate version of the Guardians of the Galaxy from what you've seen in the Marvel Cinematic Universe in a lot of ways. Because of that, they're pretty capable, but these are the members that you're basically seeing here, right? Raza and Hepzibah, you know, you're seeing like Chode, you're seeing a lot of these characters here who are just part of the Starjammers group. And the reason why they're here is there's a lot of history there, right? The Starjammers are like extended family for Scott Summers, right? Corsair is his biological dad, and then the Starjammers are part of the team. So it's like a Cyclops brought his own X-Men, you know, to this kind of family thing. There's been a lot of history. These teams have fought side by side with each other. There's a lot of closeness that goes on between these guys. With regards to Cable being a kid, this was covered in the new X-Force run that I think was written by Greg Pak, although I'm not going to swear to it. But the idea is that you had Cable, who's been around for a long, long time, right? Like the adult version of Cable. Because of the fact that he's gone back in time and messed with the time stream so much, his younger counterpart killed him. He was just like, you've been screwing up time consistently since you've been alive, right? Like you're a walking retcon machine. Like the X-Men are like, hey, we want to do something, or the Avengers want to do something, and then here comes Cable jumping out of a crack in the ground. Don't do that, guys. You're going to screw up the time stream. You're kind of a hassle. So basically, like his younger self ended up killing him off. And it was a way for Marvel anyway to kind of remove the idea that Cable's just sort of going to fix everything all the time. And so that's why his younger counterpart is currently here. Now, we also talked about that in the Return of Cyclops, right? When Cyclops was resurrected, we covered that as well. So you guys are welcome to go check that out. But there's some cool discussion that goes on. Now, one of the important things that really takes place here is Corsair starts talking to Cyclops, and he says, look, man, I can't agree with everything that you're doing here. It's cool that you guys have formed your own island nation, but you have to understand humanity is coming from the perspective of fear. And so what what you've basically done here is you've created an island, you've created a nation state unto yourself, and then you've gathered every single person that humanity is afraid of into a singular location. As far as humanity is concerned, you're making war preparations. It's, you could be doing anything. You could be gathering all these mutants together and then training them to become like, military capable, and then you're going to send them out into the world and conquer humanity. You could be training them to become humanitarians, so they're going to go out and they're going to heal the world. But because humanity is governed by fear in this regard, they're going to deviate to the worst case scenario. So yes, it's cool that you're doing that, but you might also be creating more problems than you are benefits. At the end of the day, though, Cyclops' response is, we'll deal with that threat as it comes. For right now, we're doing the right thing. We're protecting our kind as best we can. So it's one of these things where it's like what the X-Men are doing on Earth has not gone unnoticed across the entirety of the universe. And it makes sense, right? Because some of the most powerful people are on Earth. And so Earth is constantly monitored by all these various extraterrestrial races, because who in the heck knows when things are going to pop off, right? So as a result of this, what we end up doing is we end up jumping back to the Orcus base, and we end up having this conversation that takes place with Director Davo. And one of the things about this is that Killian's wife, remember, she was a scientist who was on board one of the vessels when Killian himself was destroyed. The response to Davo is, where they're talking about that, and he's like, yes, some of this is my fault, but at the end of the day, we're doing the right thing. This chick is just kind of like, hey, look, I'm not too worried about that because we can bring my husband back. Now, this is a very easy thing to overlook because it's like, okay, so like whatever, she can bring her husband back. That's not the takeaway from this. Who cares if her husband comes back? Nobody cares if Killian comes back. What matters about this is that if she can resurrect her husband, she can resurrect anybody else. And that means that we could see the return of Bolivar Trask. We could see the return of like almost any of these characters out there who have or could possibly continue to be major threats against the mutant population, right? So like William Stryker leading the Purifiers, different things like that. Like imagine if that was the case, right? You have the Purifiers of William Stryker, basically this crazy religious fundamentalist, evangelical group who thinks God wants them to kill mutants, and they're backed by like some of the best science and technology in the Marvel universe, right? Like they have all this money and all this technology backing them. Who knows what kind of strikes they could launch against all of mutant kind? And so it's cool to see. There's a lot of possibilities that can come out of this, and that's why things like this are so important. Is because it's not the immediate statement that's made by virtue of I can resurrect my husband. It's all the possibilities that can come out of it, all the things that can come later on down the line, because that's the nature of Jonathan Hickman writing. Okay, so we are finally getting around to the Marauders, and I know I promised I would, or at least I said I would do it last week. I got super tied up and super distracted. There were, a lot of you guys know there was a lot of things going on, but we're covering Marauders right now. Here's the thing. Here's what's going on with Dawn of X. Dawn of X may or may not have a singular cohesive storyline that unites everything. It may have that. They may end up kind of building up to that, or whatever the case is. The reality is that at the moment, Dawn of X is a branding initiative, right? So think of it like Dark Reign. Dark Reign was not a story arc. I guess it kind of was a loosely based story arc surround, involving Norman Osborn basically taking over S.H.I.E.L.D. and then dismantling it and replacing it with Hammer, his own company, and so on and so forth. But by and large, Dawn of X is a branding initiative, meaning that it's basically designed to signify a relaunch of the various characters, right? So it's like Heroes Reborn from back in the day. And so the idea behind this is that this is designed to basically give us like whole new titles and whole new teams. And Marvel's dumping them like gangbusters. It's insane. Within the span of like 2 to 3 weeks, we got Marauders, and then we get Excalibur, we get X-Force, we get Fallen Angels, we get all kinds of stuff coming out of this. Like it's insane, all the content that they're dropping. And it's going to be like something new is coming out every week. And so we're going to cover it every week, but it's kind of bonkers. Anyway, Marauders, this is kind of interesting because when I first saw this, my immediate thought was the exact same as pretty much everybody else who's been reading X-Men for any real measure of time. And it was like the Marauders of Mr. Sinister, right? It was like, okay, so like we're doing a book about Mr. Sinister's Marauders, but then they released the roster for it. And I was like, this is not Mr. Sinister's Marauders. This is about as far as you get from Mr. Sinister's Marauders. But I'm kind of down with that, right? Because they got 2 Omega level mutants on there, right? You got Storm and you got Iceman. And honestly, I kind of think Bishop can be Omega level if they adjust his powers, like if they tweak his powers a little bit. But then they have 3. They have Emma Frost on the team as well. So it's like, dude, this is kind of nuts. But what this does is this initially picks up with basically the mutants grabbing some mutants who basically gathered together in Central Park, New York, and then leading them into one of the gates of Krakoa. Now, remember, we covered this during House and Powers of X, so I'm not going to go super hardcore into this. But the idea here is that in order for the mutant land, right, the mutant country of Krakoa, to be able to like grab different mutants from different locations and bring them in, at any point in time, gates can be sprouted up. Now, a lot of those gates were created artificially by Krakoa in different locations just because of the fact that it was so huge, right? Like Russia's a huge place. These gates crop up, they pop up in different locations, and then basically mutants are led through those gates into the island of Krakoa. Now remember, Krakoa can decide who gets in and who doesn't get in, but at the same time, the gates also function in such a way that if you're not a mutant, you can't access it. And the problem with this is that when Kitty Pryde goes to walk through the gate, she breaks her nose when she basically hits what's essentially just solid material. And this can go a couple different ways. It can go in the form of the fact that Kitty Pryde is not a mutant and can't access it, which begs the question, how in the world should she ever manage to pass through him before? Or Krakoa's not letting her through. And if Krakoa's not letting her through, then the question becomes why? Why is Krakoa not letting her through the gates? And that's kind of the question being asked here, because what this does is it basically leads to Kitty Pryde really sometime later alongside her dragon Lockheed heading towards this island where all these mutants are basically, doing their thing. They're having like essentially like a great big huge party is really what's going to be going on, but she still can't access the gates here. And that's where the story starts to shift, right? That's where the story begins to shift here. And the reason why is because with Kitty Pryde being unable to access these gates, and with us not really being given a definitive answer as to why, then one of the things we find out, of course, is that she was basically running like errands of Wolverine. It's kind of crazy because like Wolverine comes running out of nowhere, right? And he's like, Kitty, did you get all the stuff? And she's like, yes, I got it all. And so it's like, what in the world did Wolverine want? Dude comes back with like beer and a case of whiskey, and it makes sense, right? So you end up getting this grocery list, right? Like Logan's shopping list, right? So you get ribs from Rendezvous in Memphis. I've never even heard of the restaurant. There's Canadian Club whiskey, which I've never had, beer, Cubano sandwiches, which I have had, and they're amazing. There's pomade, there's coffee. Like basically she's just running like a smuggling operation more or less for Wolverine. But the story really begins to shift, and it begins to pick up when she's telepathically contacted by Emma Frost. And the reason why is because if you guys recall during our videos on House and Powers of X, the idea behind having basically like this sort of black market trading system for the different medicines and things like that of Krakoa was to really operate in two fronts. The first was for mutants to basically wholly engineer this kind of trading system, right? So there would be the front side of the selling process, which is to say all the countries out there that basically support Krakoa and say like, we support what it is the mutants want to do, they're the ones who are going to be able to buy the medicines and the various things that Krakoa can offer in order to improve the lives of humanity. Those who don't support Krakoa don't get any of that stuff, right? Which I really agree with, right? I really agree with it. But in order to kind of keep things in somewhat of an equitable balance, the mutants are also the ones controlling the black market. So they kind of control the price of goods on the black market in order to ensure there's kind of a going back and forth. But the reality of this is that by creating a black market and basically saying those of you guys who publicly do not support Krakoa, but privately want to get your hands on their medicine, then we can do that for you. Now, they don't really know it's the mutants who are pulling the strings. They don't really know it's the mutants who are doing it. As far as they're concerned, it's some shady clandestine organization or group somewhere that's making all this happen. But because of the fact that a lot of these countries that don't support Krakoa are in turn keeping their mutant population captive by serving as kind of a black market shipping company, what it also does is it gives them access to those underground places that aren't really letting their mutant population go. And so because of that, by operating as kind of a black market organization, it gets them into places they wouldn't normally be able to get into, and then in turn, they can liberate the mutants in that particular geographical location. So it's a pretty smart move, right? It's underhanded as hell, but it's a pretty smart move. And that's really the proposition that Emma Frost had pitched to Kitty Pryde. Like, is this something that you want to be a part of? And Kitty Pryde had been thinking about it for quite some time, but ultimately Emma Frost's response is, I need a definitive answer here. I need to know, are you in or are you out? And so that's when we kind of get this revelation that there are all these different places, Russia, so on and so forth. In Brazil, they have these kind of hounds that basically track down mutants, or at least keep mutants from being able to access the gates. But these gates in different locations are all cordoned off by military officials or government officials or what have you, and they're not letting people get through. They're not letting their mutant population leave. Now, for some places, for example, Russia, when Bobby Drake goes there and Bobby Drake is immediately attacked, in some cases, it's because mutants are used, right? We talked about that in our video on Colossus Explained, that when Colossus first developed his powers started popping up at a time when Russia wasn't exterminating their mutant population. Instead, they were forcing their mutant population to work as soldiers of the Russian military, hence the Winter Guard. But where Colossus was safe from that fate, a lot of mutants weren't. And so what that basically meant is that Russia basically managed to get their hands on a lot of superpowered beings, and they forced them to work for the Russian government. That's what's going on here. That's why there's opposition here. When Bobby Drake shows up, it's like, no. All superpowered beings are basically tools of the state. They work for us. They do what we tell them to. We're not letting them go. Like, we're not letting you guys, walk away from all this. At the same time, there's some plot threads that are thrown in here, right? Like, you end up going to Taiwan, you end up going to Taipei, and you end up having this woman who basically gets out in front of the news cameras and everything and says, my husband went through one of those gates and he vanished, and what happened to him, and I don't know what's going on with him. And you have Bishop who shows up and says, look, we're investigating your husband's disappearance. We don't have any record of him entering through the gates of any of the gates in Taipei. So like, obviously the implication seems to be she's lying. These are plot threads that Jerry Dugan's going to build up over time. But it's a cool little moment here. It's a cool little scenario to see like these little things thrown out here and there in terms of people who are lying about what's going on, people who are trying to curtail public opinion to achieve a particular goal. It's a pretty smart move. But from here, what it does is it switches over to the reintroduction of Pyro. Now, when it comes to the character of Pyro in Marvel Comics, there have been a couple different versions. There's a version that anybody who ever watched X-Men the animated series or has been reading X-Men for a long time are aware of, which is St. John Allardyce. I'm pretty sure that's how you pronounce his name. Then there's Simon Lasker, who's the most recent version. This one here is St. John, right? This is the classic version of Pyro. In an effort to kind of clean up a lot of characters that were deemed as kind of unnecessary or to rework them or something like that, Marvel either got rid of them or they basically soft rebooted them. With the character of St. John, he died in 2001, right? He was removed in Cable number 87. He ended up coming back a few years later during the Necrosha storyline, but was killed off yet again. And so as a result of that, what you have now is this classic version back here again, but he's not really as brutal as his old school version. Instead, it's a lot more lighthearted. Now, that's one of the things about how Jerry Dugan's writing this story, and I hope it's one of the things you've noticed so far, is this is far more lighthearted than like a lot of the other stories that we've seen, right? It's not nearly as serious in tone as like Jonathan Hickman's storytelling. Now, that's the nature of Jerry Dugan, and it's one of the reasons why he shined so spectacularly when he wrote Deadpool. At least I loved his handling of Deadpool, but it's one of the reasons why it was kind of like, nah, when you were reading the Infinity War storyline. Jerry Dugan does better with like lighthearted and comedic stories than he does with like dark and hardcore stories, right? That's always kind of been my take on him. And so as a result of that, that's why this story seems a lot lighter than you would normally expect. And it's one of the reasons why right off the bat, Storm's like, well, one, you're drafted onto this team, and two, you can't kill people. You can't kill humans, which is kind of what he's always done, right? I mean, he has no love for humanity. Now, one of the other things that I want to kind of clear up here is the nature of Pyro's powers, because this will become important as we get further and further into what's essentially going to be the Marauders comics and Marvel. Pyro does not have the ability to create fire. He can't do that. What Pyro can do is control existing fire. Now, sometimes it's amplifying the size of that fire, right? He could take what's basically a candle and expand it out into this great big huge thing. He could do all kinds of stuff, create all kinds of different designs and all kinds. It's very, very intricate in terms of his ability to do that, but it's why you see him walk around with basically flamethrowers attached to him, because he can't actually create fire. That's not really what he does. It'd be cool if he did, because then he would be overpowered as hell, but he can't actually make it. So it's kind of something that you sort of have to go with. Now, having said that, the power of Pyro is still pretty cool, but what really comes out of this, and this is really the big thing to focus on here, is the power of Kitty Pryde. And the reason why is because Kitty Pryde is probably one of the most underrated of the X-Men in terms of what she could really do. Like if you really pull out the stops, and if you give us a story like what we're getting ready to see right here, where it's like, okay, so Kitty Pryde has always kind of been the cheerleader of the X-Men until she wasn't, until she graduated and became kind of like one of the leaders of the team and different things like that. But no one's ever really shown what she's truly capable of like this does, and it's absolutely amazing. And the reason why is because what you have there is one of these Russian guys who basically uses a solar dampening suit. So when it comes to him being able to touch anybody out there, being able to blast Storm or Iceman, like it'll dampen their powers. It'll take their powers away temporarily. But the issue is that contact has to be made. With Kitty Pryde, it doesn't work that way. So the first thing she does is, of course, she phases, then she gets up to the guy, takes him down, and that guy's immediately out of the picture. From there, she single-handedly dismantles every single soldier. Like she basically like either she like they phase through her and she knocks them out. There's one time where she basically like shoots guys with bullets, which is kind of cool. I mean, shooting them is not the biggest thing ever, but one of the coolest moments is she grabs a gun, she phases it into two guys' legs and makes it solid again. And so they basically got like a gun in their legs, which is kind of screwed up. She phases into a tank, she rips grenades out of the sky. You know, she steals a sword from another guy after incapacitating him. It seems kind of like, okay, whatever, this is like a small little thing. But here's the thing, you can't hit what you can't touch. And that's why Kitty Pryde is probably one of the most powerful of the X-Men. It's the reason why, if you read the story, Wolverine, Enemy of the State, the What If story, where he basically kills all the superheroes in the Marvel Universe, it ends up being Kitty Pryde who's the one that takes him out, because of what use is the ability to slash through anything with adamantium claws if you can't touch it. That's one of the coolest things about Kitty Pryde, is like in this moment, you kind of get her as this character where it's like she can take all comers. And it's kind of a cool thing, because I mean, the only way to really get around that is to kind of wear her down, right? To the point where she's exhausted and she can't really keep going anymore because it's just too much for her to take, mental or physical or whatever the case happens to be. But of course, Pyro ends up channeling the fire of Lockheed, and then in turn, you know, using Dragon's Breath, basically like spray down a whole bunch of guys. It's pretty cool. It's pretty awesome. And so as a result of this, like one of the people that they're liberating has like an iPhone, which kind of begs the question, like if they're stuck in a camp, why do they have an iPhone? But still, like one of the people has an iPhone basically and is recording this message of Kitty Pryde, and she's like, and it's kind of cool, right? Because it reminds me of the A-Team. Like it's like, if you're a mutant and you can't get to Krakoa, then the Marauders will bring you home, right? Like we're the A-Team. It's kind of how it feels, right? It's kind of how it comes across. And that's why I love the Marauders so much, because it's not a super like, oh man, things are popping off and everything's going crazy. It's just a good old-fashioned fun read. And that's really what it should be, right? The nature of comics, it's not the politics, right? It's the enjoyment of the comics. Like it's fun reading the story. That's the cool, that's one of the reasons why I love the Marauders. It's fun. It's just a fun story to read. And I'm really excited to see where it goes. Like I'm really excited to see what happens, especially if they start encountering like these super OP broken mutants, like these super broken mutants. And so what you end up getting is, once they leave, Kitty Kitty Pryde starts addressing Storm. And when she's talking to Storm, one of the things to understand here is she's not addressing Storm as a member of the X-Men, she's addressing Storm as a surrogate mother. And the reason why is because if you haven't been reading X-Men for a long time, it's something that's kind of easily missed, something that you're not really familiar with. But when Kitty Pryde first showed up in the X-Men, she was like 15 years old, I think. And so basically, with the character of Storm, she became a kind of mother for Kitty Pryde, right? Like helping her navigate the waters of what it meant to become a woman when she was changing and she was going through this biological process in terms of her body, growing and so on and so forth. A lot of the lessons that Kitty Pryde learned over the course of her life that led her to becoming the superhero she is today were taught basically to her by Storm. And so the relationship between the two is very much mother and daughter. And it's one of the reasons why Kitty Pryde basically tells Storm, I need you to stay here. I need you with me. Like, I need you to stay with me here while I'm going on all this. They're really probably two of the closest friends. And so of course, following that, the Marauders are completely and fully formed, right? You've got Pyro, you got Kitty Pryde, you got Iceman, and you got Storm. So right off the bat, you already got 2 Omega level mutants here, which is going to make the team an absolute powerhouse, an absolute like hoss of a team. It's kind of nuts. Okay, so continuing on with our Dawn of X series of videos, we're covering Excalibur. Now remember, for those of you guys who are joining us, we're going through each one of these individually for the first story arc. And then after that, we'll just kind of go from there, right? One of the things that I believe when it comes to new launches or new comics is you should always give it one story arc and then let that story arc determine whether or not you enjoy it, right? You can't really determine whether or not a story is going to be good based on like the first comic, right? It doesn't really work that way because things can change drastically over the course of a single line of comics, right? Like literally the story of Superior Spider-Man. Like Dr. Octopus is just like a villain who gets the body of Peter Parker, but it's like it becomes an amazing story by the time you get to the end, right? So you can't really use like a single issue to judge the whole thing. But here's the thing about Excalibur. The way this is being written, the way this is being done, it's really, really cool. But if you don't care anything about like Camelot and like Morgan Le Fay and things like that, you're not gonna like this story. Because it's literally 100% that stuff, but we need to talk about this. So the idea of Camelot is that in Marvel Comics, it largely follows the Arthurian mythos, right? Camelot was a kingdom of King Arthur. You had Guinevere, you had Lancelot, all that kind of cool stuff. Ultimately, in Marvel Superheroes number 17 in 1968, Camelot fell, and the result was that it was moved to Otherworld. Now, Otherworld is a dimension that exists in Marvel Comics that's basically outside the multiverse, right? So it kind of exists as part of it, but not necessarily at the same time. Insofar that the reason why is because what you have is the wizard Merlin. And Merlin basically created a group called the Captain Britain Corps. And the Captain Britain Corps is this organization that's like the Green Lantern Corps from DC Comics, but instead of the Green Lantern Corps protecting each sector of space, the Captain Britain Corps, each member protects its own universe. Now, for the most part, it doesn't really matter just because there are such exceedingly powerful beings in those universes that Captain Britain couldn't even begin to hope to stand a chance against. But it works because you can call in a bunch of Captain Britons to face off against a particular threat. But that's one of the things that's kind of going on here. Morgan Le Fay is probably one of the more powerful beings in Marvel Comics when it comes to using magic. She was one of the students of Merlin. She was actually considered to be the replacement for Doctor Strange after he lost his ability to become Sorcerer Supreme. When she decides to rain Hellfire down on you, like, it's coming. She's really powerful. But the other thing about this is Arthur Pendragon, King Arthur himself. During Dan Abnett's run on Hercules, which I think is considered Hercules Volume 2 in 2016, Arthur Pendragon was summoned by Hercules, and I believe he fought in that small little war, that little conflict that was going on there. But essentially, since then, leading up until now, he's vanished. We didn't really know what was going on with him. Now, a lot of that was due to the fact that at the time, Marvel wasn't really publishing anything on King Arthur. So it was just kind of like, okay, whatever, it's out there doing its thing. But within the confines of this story, the whole idea is like, he's vanished. Like, we don't really know where he is or what's going on. The other thing that's going on here is that within the kingdom of Camelot itself, what you essentially have here, at least as Morgan Le Fay interprets it, is kind of like an invasion of sorts. It's this idea that there are forces within Camelot working against her. Now, technically, she's the steward of Camelot. She's basically the one who's essentially ruling in place of King Arthur. And so because of the fact that she was the one that initially led to the downfall of Camelot, and she is more often than not depicted as a villain, it does kind of make sense that they would be working against her. But we don't really know who the White Witch is. We're not really sure exactly what all is going on there. Instead, what we end up doing here is we actually end up picking up with Psylocke, with Betsy Braddock. Now, one of the things that I want to point out here is this idea of Psylocke basically going back to being a Caucasian woman again. The reason why is back in Uncanny X-Men 256, Chris Claremont had this idea to basically rework Psylocke in her entirety and basically put her mind more or less in the body of a Japanese woman named Kwannon. Now, that's probably explained better in our video on Psylocke Explained, so you're welcome to go check it out. The long and short of it is that for decades, Psylocke was basically in the body of a Japanese woman, and that was kind of her identity going forward, right? That's how people associated with her. Most people who got into the X-Men in like the 90s remember Psylocke as that version. This really ran up until Mystery and Madripoor as part of the Return of Wolverine. And the reason why was because the Return of Wolverine in Marvel Comics kind of marks this paradigm shift with regards to the X-Men, right? Insofar as Marvel's no longer just kind of shuffling them to the background and whatever happens, happens. Instead, it was kind of bringing them back into the forefront and really leading up to Jonathan Hickman's run on the team. And so as a result of that, there were a lot of changes that were made to existing characters. Most of those came by way of Jonathan Hickman during House and Powers of X, when different X-Men were basically resurrected. But during Mystery and Madripoor, Psylocke got her body back. She got her original body back. And so that's why right now, when you look at her, she's essentially her original Caucasian self. The funny thing about this is she basically ends up going to visit with Apocalypse. And this is kind of an important thing, because what this does is it shows what Apocalypse is doing now. And that was really the big question that I had going out, coming out of House and Powers of X, is what's Apocalypse doing? What's his role going to be, right? If he's part of the Mutant Council, is he biding his time to basically somehow take over and like crush everybody or test them all or whatever the case is? What's going on with this character? And what this really shows is that Apocalypse is actually turning over a new leaf. The biggest issue with this, and one of the big things that Apocalypse is trying to figure out at the moment, is why it is that one of their doors from Krakoa cannot access Otherworld. This is kind of a cool thing, because what this shows is that Apocalypse is aware of places like Otherworld. He's aware of other dimensions and the multiverse, right? He's aware of more, that there's more than just Earth. But what this does is this basically picks up with a wholly new character, kind of transitioning away from Krakoa, and it picks up with a wholly new character. Now, this character's name is Mariana Stern, and in reality, she's part of what's called the Coven, Coven Solar Blackwood. This, as far as I'm aware, is wholly new. But in reality, it's this, the Coven that she's a part of isn't the real big takeaway here. The real big takeaway here is how magic works in Marvel Comics. This is kind of a big thing here, right? This is a huge revelation that goes on here, because while they're, running their enchantments and so on and so forth, what they end up doing is basically unintentionally invoking Morgan Le Fay, insofar as Morgan Le Fay realizes that somebody outside of Otherworld, basically in the main Marvel universe, is using magic, and ultimately she deems it as somebody who seems to be kind of intruding on her territory. Now, of course, she kind of jumps into this and basically says, like, my entire kingdom's under attack. I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. Even Morgan Le Fay doesn't really know what's happening. And so what she basically does is she tasks the Coven Blackwood. She says, like, you guys need to go figure out what's going on. If you don't figure out what's going on, I'm cutting magic off to all of you. And that's a really important thing here. And the reason why is because the use of magic in Marvel Comics comes in a couple different forms, right? You have magic like the Scarlet Witch or like Doctor Strange, which is usually magic given to them by like other entities and beings that are out there, right? So Doctor Strange doesn't really have magic insofar as it's inherent to him. He uses the abilities of like Watum and Sidorak and so on and so forth. And Scarlet Witch channels the power of Chthon. But what you also have in Marvel Comics are beings like Agatha Harkness. And Agatha Harkness is an actual witch, right? She, boil, toil and trouble, using a giant cauldron, different things like that, killing rodents and so on and so forth. She uses actual magic, but the magic she uses is channeled directly from Camelot itself, from the magic of Merlin. And so the result of this is that in order for her to be able to continue using magic, and even the Coven to be able to continue using magic, Morgan Le Fay basically has to keep those channels open, which she can close at any point in time. What it does is kind of offer an explanation on the other half of magic in Marvel that we always knew was there, but never really got a full in-depth explanation on in terms of how it worked or how these abilities were channeled and given to various people. This is kind of a cool thing, because what it means is that Morgan Le Fay does not know who's attacking her kingdom. So we're not really given all the answers in this. We're just kind of left wondering a little bit, which makes sense because it's the first issue. Wouldn't really make any sense to wrap the whole arc up in the first issue. What reason would you have to read the other 5? But there's other cool little things that come out of this. For example, Jamie Braddock is basically resurrected, so he's essentially brought back from the dead. That's one of the things to keep in mind here, guys, is over the years between House of M running up until the modern era, a lot of X-Men have died, right? Like a lot of mutants out there have been killed by one means or another. What Dawn of X is designed to do is kind of reset the X-Men back to the status quo, to not necessarily pretend like nothing after House of M happened. We know all that stuff took place, but it's designed to kind of bring the team back to its roots. And so resurrecting and bringing back a lot of these mutants who have been away for a long time is kind of a cool thing to see here, because as we know with Jamie Braddock, he can manipulate reality, right? So he's an exceedingly powerful character to have on their team. It's very important that he's there. But for the character of Apocalypse, it's like, why in the world aren't these things being enabled, right? Like, why aren't we able to basically, access this portal and get into Otherworld, because there are mutant beings who reside in there. And so the question is, how do we access that area? And so it's kind of a cool thing, because what you end up basically getting, it's Bessie Braddock and Captain Britain who essentially teleport to this location. Now, here's the important thing to understand about Captain Britain. For all the abilities that Brian Braddock has, his powers are not strictly his own. And the reason why I say that is because when Brian Braddock was presented with the possibility, or at least presented with the offering of becoming Captain Britain by Merlin and his daughter Roma, he was basically presented with 2 artifacts. The first one was the Amulet of Right, and the second one was the Sword of Might. And the idea behind these two things is that depending on what you choose, your role and your costume and your powers to a degree will change. But regardless, it's basically an offering to become a Captain Britain. Brian Braddock chose the Amulet of Right, and what the amulet did is basically, as long as he wore it around his neck, it would allow him to channel the powers of Captain Britain. It would give him flight and energy projection and durability, different things like that. The Sword of Might itself would basically allow powers that were almost identical to the traditional Captain Britain abilities, but in turn, you would also have like this, insanely powerful artifact in terms of a weapon. Now, the amulet represented life and the sword represented death, but it's kind of a cool little thing. The idea behind this, though, is that Brian Braddock channeling the power of the Captain Britain Corps, while he's not all powerful, he is a guy that you do want on your side, right? He's pretty capable in terms of his abilities. The issue is that with him traveling basically to Otherworld alongside Betsy Braddock, what we end up learning is that what's going on with this device here, at least, this kind of invasion that she sees, is essentially the springing up of these portals by mutants from Krakoa, right? So this idea that this portal basically sprung up, she doesn't really know how it works or what's going on with it, and so she ultimately ended up kind of cutting it off so nobody could get through that portal and into the realm of Otherworld, which is within her power to do. Apocalypse and his guys don't know this, and that's kind of the question that's being asked here. The issue with this is that Morgan Le Fay alongside Mordred have always been enemies of Captain Britain, and so of course when Captain Britain shows up here, it's her chance to seize his power and to basically take it. Merlin has been dead for a long time, and so has Roma, right? So it's not like they're going to step in and they're going to protect Captain Britain and all these guys. That's not going to play out that way. Instead, you have Psylocke fending off against Morgan Le Fay as best she can, but she's no real match here. And so as a result of that, what ends up happening is Morgan Le Fay basically transforms Captain Britain into her Black Knight. Now, this depiction of the Black Knight of Morgan Le Fay is not to be confused with Dane Whitman, right? The wielder of the Ebony Blade, which is to say the sword that basically becomes more and more evil, more or less as time goes on, demands blood and so on and so forth. These are two distinctly different things. All this is designed to do is basically illustrate a corrupted Captain Britain, more or less. A guy that basically works in service of Morgan Le Fay and can't really do anything on his own. I mean, he can to a degree, like he goes as far as to give the amulet directly to Psylocke so that she can channel its power and essentially become the new Captain Britain. But while all that's going on, you end up having Apocalypse, who gathers together Rogue and Trinary and basically uses Rogue's abilities as a mean to kind of try to tap into the power of the Krakoan Gate and then in turn enter in and bring out Betsy Braddock. The problem with this and the issue that you end up facing while all this is going down is that ultimately the end result is achieved. The sword of Betsy Braddock comes flying out, but the Krakoan Gate is shattered. And what this does is kind of create like this mental backlash, right? And we've seen that happen before with the character of Rogue. If Rogue is basically, if she's exposed to too much power too fast, it'll put her into a comatose state. And that's exactly what happens here, right? She basically ends up going into a catatonic state. Betsy Braddock essentially, is kind of left there to face off against, the Black Knight of Morgan Le Fay, as well as Morgan Le Fay herself, which ultimately she ends up using the amulet to essentially make her escape as best she can, becoming the new Captain Britain in the process. But for the character of Rogue, and this is what I want to talk about here for a second, for the character of Rogue, her being left in a comatose state here, I want to kind of jump back to what's called the Hecatomb, right? This is kind of a big thing. The Hecatomb was this massive bomb, this kind of weapon that was created by the Shi'ar Empire that was designed for the purpose of inflicting massive loss of life, right? But the idea was that when Rogue touched it, she ended up absorbing all these minds, right? Just like billions and billions of minds all at the same time. And the result of that is that it was exceedingly overwhelming to her and shut her down and put her in a comatose state where she laid until after the events of Messiah Complex. But that's kind of the big thing here, is that what this does is, one, it knocks out Rogue, which is one of the more powerful characters of the X-Men, but it also gives us potential into what it is that she saw in the moments that this gateway basically shattered. Betsy Braddock comes out as the new Captain Britain, which is cool, but the biggest takeaway from all this is the biggest thing to kind of keep in mind here, is that what you end up getting is Mariana Stern, who basically kills her coven, right? Like kills the Solar Blackwood Coven and then leaves and joins the Clan Akaba. She becomes a high priestess for the Clan Akaba. And this is important because the Clan Akaba has been shown as both allies of Apocalypse as well as enemies of Apocalypse. What this looks like is the version of Clan Akaba that basically worships Apocalypse. And so what it looks like is going on here is Apocalypse has engineered all of this stuff. For what reason? We don't know. But Apocalypse seems to have engineered all of this, set all these things in motion so he can make his move somewhere along the line and then implement whatever plan it is that he wants to implement. But based on this first issue, it looks like Apocalypse is doing business as usual. He's being a bad guy. Okay, so we are getting into the first issue of the new volume of New Mutants, and I'm excited about this actually. I'm pretty hyped about this. It really is a good throwback to the old New Mutants comics, but if I'm being honest with you guys, Hickman is writing it, and I love Hickman's writing. This feels more like Generation X than New Mutants, right? It's kind of crazy in terms of how this whole thing goes down. But what this does is this initially picks up with Rain Sinclair, with really like Wolfsbane. Now here's the thing, here's it's like a really good way to open this. And the reason why is because Wolfsbane is one of the original New Mutants, right? So the way this played out in Marvel Comics, like this is like decades ago, like eons and eons ago. So the way this played out is you had the X-Men, and the X-Men were a really, really popular team. And so Marvel basically came along, and I want to say it was Jim Shooter who went to Louise Simonson and Chris Claremont and said, give me a new X-Men title or a new mutant title. If you don't, I'm going to have somebody else do it. And so they ended up creating the New Mutants. And the way this played out is, and it was kind of a cool revelation, the way this played out is you had mutants out there who were like usually discovered by Charles Xavier, right? Like he'd put on his Cerebro helmet and he'd look around and say, there's a mutant over there. And then like all the X-Men would go there, or he would go there, whatever the case is. And they would talk to them, and sometimes they would join the X-Men, sometimes they wouldn't, right? They would just say, screw off, I'm going to go commit crimes. And then like the X-Men would fight them later on or something along those lines. The cool thing about this is that you had Moira McTaggart, and Moira McTaggart was basically just a mutant geneticist at the time. Now Hickman has changed a lot of her character as part of House and Powers of X, but back then she was just a mutant geneticist. But what would happen is that if she came across a mutant who didn't understand how their powers worked, or she didn't understand how their powers worked, she would work alongside them to understand it on a genetic level. There were other times where Xavier would come across a mutant and he wouldn't understand how their powers work, so he would send them to Moira McTaggart, and she would basically, work on them and try to figure out what the case was. It was a cool idea. But Rain Sinclair was a mutant who was basically found by Moira McTaggart and brought in, and then ultimately the New Mutants were formed after that. But the cool thing about this is that Rain Sinclair is one of the many mutants who's been resurrected by the Five, and that's officially what Hickman's calling them now, right? The 5 mutants who were responsible for being able to resurrect mutants. Now, here's the reason why that matters, is because by saying it's the 5, what it does is it makes those 5 mutants essential to the process of resurrection. If any one of those 5 mutants die, the ability to resurrect mutants basically goes away. Like it's effectively gone. And so as a result of that, you need to have them there in order to be able to pull that off. So you kill any one of those 5, and most likely the X-Men cannot resurrect mutants anymore. But as a result of those 5, mutants who have basically been killed off over the years are systematically being brought back, right? So you've got Danielle Moonstar, who basically makes her return. You've got Karma, who makes her return. Karma was an interesting character, right? Technically they call her Shan, and I guess that's really how you pronounce it, but it's X-I-apostrophe-A-N, I think is how it's actually spelled. She had the ability, she had telepathy, and she could possess people, which was really, really cool. Wolfsbane was basically like a little mini werewolf kind of character, right? She could turn into one of those characters that looked like a werewolf. It was kind of cool the way it played out. And then we have the return of Mondo. I don't know why Mondo is back here. Mondo was a terrible character. Okay, so the idea behind this is in the old Generation X comics, right? It was Generation X number 3 in 1995 by Scott Lobdell, and they introduced Mondo as this mutant that had the ability to basically influence or to manipulate any kind of biological organism that was out there, right? So he could interface and like take on the properties of those various things. But Mondo was introduced as a friend of Emma Frost's younger sister, and the younger sister of Emma Frost tried to basically get herself in the Hellfire Club by having him captured. It was weird. Anyway, ultimately they're defeated by Generation X, and the result is that Mondo is brought onto the team. This runs for about 5 years until Jay Faber gets his hands on Generation X. And in 1999 or 2000, I want to say it was February 2000, there was a story that ran in issue 60 and 61. And what you ended up learning is that Mondo, as he existed in Generation X up to that point, was not actually Mondo. It was a clone created by Black Tom Cassidy, who was designed to infiltrate Generation X. And it was basically a clone of the supervillain Mondo, who worked with Black Tom Cassidy. It was weird. It was comics in the late 2000s. Didn't really make a whole lot of sense. The way things are going down here, this looks like the Mondo clone is really kind of what it looks like in terms of like this guy being a good guy and never really being a bad guy. Plus, there's no real reference to him ever having been a villain before. At least that's kind of how it seemed anyway. So regardless of the circumstance, the cool thing about this is that Doug Ramsey, Cypher basically walks up on him and says, hey man, because you can interface with like biological organisms and things along those lines, organic and inorganic matter, see if you can interface with Krakoa, because I want to talk to it. I just want to see if it can happen. And it's kind of weird because ultimately Krakoa does, right? It interfaces directly through Mondo and talks to Doug Ramsey, which is kind of cool, but it's interesting because what it does is it really ties the nature of Mondo, at least seemingly, into plant life, right? The fact remains here that of course you've got Robert DaCosta, who's basically been brought back. You've got Danielle Moonstar, who's here. It really is kind of a reunion with all these new mutants that are here. The only person that's missing is Sam Guthrie as Cannonball, because at the moment he's currently in Shi'ar space. Now in reality, this statement kind of confuses me a little bit. And the reason why is because Paige Guthrie, Guthrie, the sister of Sam, died during House and Powers of X, right? She was Husk. She was one of the mutants that was killed during the assault on Mother Mold. Icarus has basically been dead since Decimation, right? Since like the aftermath of Decimation and the war with William Stryker. So I have no idea who Sam Guthrie's with. I have no idea who he's with at the moment. It's kind of weird to sort of have that thrown in. So it may just be that it's one of those things where like Icarus was brought back in some form or fashion and then for whatever reason was sent to Shi'ar space. I don't really know, but that's basically where Sam is at the moment. The result is that the New Mutants actually end up hitching a ride with Corsair and the Starjammers. Now, this is cool. I love this idea of the New Mutants working with Corsair and his guys, but the overall gist here, the overall idea behind this is essentially the New Mutants are just screwing stuff up everywhere they go. And it's one of the funny things because what you end up having is Cypher and Mondo, who essentially create one of these Krakoan portals more or less in this biome basically that's ran by Chode. And it's kind of a funny thing because as soon as Chode realizes what's going on, like he realizes there's an imbalance in the various substances that make up this biome, and then when he gets in there, he starts freaking out. And the reason why is because he had basically found, or he had found these little plants that really only bloom once in a decade, right? Like once every 10 years. And he had to get these conditions perfect. So he had to spend years getting these conditions ripe for these flowers to bloom. And then when that happens, it'll take a decade before they reach their final form. And they've been killed by Cypher and and Mondo. Which is kind of funny. That's why I say this feels like Generation X, man. Like that's exactly what it feels. It feels like Generation X. New Mutants was pretty serious at the time, but I think Generation X was a little more carefree in terms of how it was done. It's funny to me because then you end up switching over to Raza and Magic. And here's the funny thing: Raza is not really the muscle of the team, but he kind of is, right? He's the muscle insofar as he's probably the one who's the best at fighting. And the funny thing about this is Magic, of course, having her sword and so on, is a prodigious fighter as well. And so there's kind of a bet that's going on here, right? Between the two of these guys, who's going to win the fight between the two. The idea is that ultimately, if Robert DaCosta wins, then they basically take Kentucky bourbon off of Corsair, which I'm proud to say is cool because I'm from Kentucky. We basically have two bourbons in Kentucky, right? Like two bourbons that matter. You've got Woodford Reserve and you got Buffalo Trace. I'm a Woodford man more so than a Buffalo Trace man, but they're both pretty good, right? So it's kind of cool to see this little bet go on. The funny thing about this is that when this goes down, Raza basically punches Magic in the face. She freaks out and then like breaks his sword in half and cuts off his robotic arm. So like these little moments, you need to kind of remember this for a second because it'll become important once we get closer to the end of the story. But what they end up doing is arriving at the space station Benevolence. Now here's the important thing to understand about Shi'ar space. Shi'ar space is very much akin to like Kree space or Skrull space, where it's a huge section of the universe, or really of a particular galaxy that's kind of cordoned off for them, right? It's their empire. Nobody gets in, nobody gets out unless they approve it. And so the Starjammers basically sneaking in here is a pretty dangerous thing because the Starjammers and the Shi'ar have a pretty sketchy history, right? Going all the way back to the Phoenix of the Dark Phoenix sagas, and even before then, right? So they've been around for a long time and constantly at odds because the Starjammers are basically space pirates. And so as a result of that, Corsair kind of spits the story and basically saying, hey, look, this space station's ran by some crazy religious despot, and the result is that if you go in there, like they're gonna bust you and they're gonna take you to the torture chambers, and you gotta stay on the ship because it's really bad stuff, right? It's really, really scary out there. It's really bad stuff. The problem with Corsair is he's basically dealing with teenagers. He's dealing with teenagers here. And so as a result of that, you end up having Robert DaCosta, who goes off and grabs bourbon so they can all just basically have some drinks, which they're all probably underage, so they really shouldn't. But I guess, I wonder if space is considered international waters, like international territory, like the laws of the United States don't apply. The United States of space. For those of you guys who understand the Chappelle reference. But it's kind of a funny thing because he's like, okay, well, I'll go get some bourbon and we can take some shots. And so the result of that is that while he's gone, they all basically sneak off because they're teenagers. They do exactly what you would expect them to do, right? See, this is an important thing to understand, right? I know it seems like it may not be super important and it may not seem to be, something to focus on, the fact that they snuck out, but this is what made the New Mutants and the Generation X comics so popular. Teenagers doing teenage things. Teenagers with superpowers doing the things that they would do if they had superpowers, right? So like sneaking out at night, little things like that. I mean, it wasn't necessarily all just teenage mischief, right? There were some really, really, really amazing stories that came out of it, but it was the small little things like this that made it so cool. Danielle Moonstar kind of being the mom of the group, different things like that. It was cool how this whole thing went down. The funny thing about this is that when Robert DaCosta comes back, it reminds me of that opening scene from, or not really the opening scene, but that scene from Robin Hood Men in Tights, right? When like Robin of Locksley, who's like, hey, like I want to confess and I want to reveal everything that I've done and so on and so forth and all that kind of good stuff. And the prison guard's like, I'll go tell the warden, right? So he's like, I'm gonna get a promotion for this and everything's gonna be awesome. So he comes back, and during the time that he's gone, this leads into Robin Hood and them basically making their escape. So the guy comes back and he's like, I told the warden what was gonna happen. I'm in deep shit. which was hilarious at the time. And that's kind of what this is, right? But what you end up having here is basically them really like Magic and everybody having looked at where it was the Starjammers were going to go to, and so they teleport to that location. When they get there, everything pops off, and this is when they learn the true nature of the Starjammers in terms of how they really function. As soon as the Starjammers get in and they realize the New Mutants are there, then like, the Starjammers are like, our job is to steal stuff. It's what we do. Like, we broke in here, we stole things, and we're going to leave. And of course, a fight ends up breaking out between the New Mutants and the Shi'ar soldiers who were there, and the Starjammers leave them. And that's the big thing about Corsair and his guys. They don't really care about you. If you're there and you can help them along their goal, that's cool. But if you get in the way, then they're just going to leave you hanging. And that's just the way it is. The Starjammers were almost always like that. The only real exception to that was, for the most part, Cyclops, Jean Grey, and some of the X-Men. And so as a result of that, you basically end up having the New Mutants who are essentially cornered. And then here's the cool thing. You end up having Chamber, Jonathan Starsmore, use his powers. So for the character of Chamber, he was kind of Omega level, but kind of not. It was a little weird when it came to him. So when he originally popped up, he was basically this guy who essentially had his internal body totally destroyed by the powers that he possessed. This kind of biokinetic flame that's really a byproduct of his really of like his total psionic energy is what he is, right? Like, he's a being composed of pure psychic energy that just houses a physical body. As a result of that, there was a point where really, like, for years and years and years, he kind of maintained this way until you got into the events of really the aftermath of House of M. And in the aftermath of House of M, he was one of the mutants who consumed some of the blood of Apocalypse in New Excalibur #9, and they became like insanely powerful. Following that, and I'm pretty sure it was after that, you went to New Mutants Volume 3, issue number 24 as part of Age of X, and basically his physical appearance was restored along with his powers, but Marvel never really seemed to clarify whether or not he kept any of the upgrades that Apocalypse gave him by virtue of the blood that he consumed. And I don't think Hickman's really answering it here. He may at some point along the line, but given the nature of New Mutants in terms of what we're seeing here, it looks like it's just classic versions of the characters, right? So it would make sense that because of the way he looks here, that he's basically classic Jonathan Starsmore, right? So just a being of pure energy that houses a physical form. It's why you see that badge, that kind of mask over his face, is because if he removes it like he does, it's just like this gaping maw inside of like his throat and his chest and so on that just emits huge forms of energy. The issue with this is he has control over it, but he hasn't reached the full potential of it, right? So the result is that he's able to kind of issue concussive blasts more or less, but it's not enough to really just like incapacitate and destroy everybody. And so following that, you end up having the Starjammers who make their way back to their ship, and they basically tell like Robert DaCosta, yeah, like, we left all your friends there, man. I don't know what to tell you. Like, they're all basically there, but we're getting ready to leave. Like, we're leaving right now. And it's crazy because DaCosta says, well, what have they done that gives you reason to just abandon them like that? And Chode's like, they ruined my plans. And Roz is like, the chick cut off my arm. And Hepzibah's like, I don't like kids. And and Corsair's like, they took my, like, you guys took my whiskey. And DaCosta's like, yeah, but like, you lost that in a bet. And Corsair's like, well, now you lost a ship, so get off my ship. It's funny. Like, it's these funny little moments. It's these funny little nooks and crannies and little things that make this storytelling so incredibly cool. But the cool thing about this is that once DaCosta gets to where they are, ultimately it's like, I know a really good space lawyer, a guy who can basically get us out of this. And it's kind of like, okay, so they're basically stuck here, right? Like, they're captured by the Shi'ar, which really kind of begs the question, what comes next? Because for the most part, anybody who gets captured by the Shi'ar, it never really ends well. Corsair was captured by the Shi'ar along with his wife, and then like she was knocked up by, I think, Dakin, and then the baby was taken out, ultimately became Vulcan. I think that's how it originally played out. Vulcan's origin is weird. There's two different origins for Vulcan. I can never remember which one's which, but things never really end well for people. And so as a result, we get this really cool like advertisement, which is basically like Better Call Saul. Having legal trouble, justice is blind, and so are we, space lawyer. I would watch a show based on that. But anyway, that's pretty much where it ends, guys. So this is an amazing first issue. I absolutely love it. Okay, so in a previous video, I had talked about Black Tom Cassidy, right? And I was like, well, Black Tom Cassidy sucks. And for a long time he did, right? He could use wood as a means to basically shoot like plant energy, essentially, like concussive blasts and heat blasts, things like that. He was never really interesting. He is now. Dude, X-Force is legit. Dude, he's amazing in X-Force. But here's the cool thing about this, right? So getting into this, X-Force initially picks up with this kind of dark council, essentially. This kind of gathering of various individuals from around the world. Now, here's the funny thing. They're all wearing masks, right? So we don't know who all these guys are. It's kind of cool because it almost feels like a throwback to Scott Snyder's run on Batman and the Court of Owls. But in order for each of them to be able to be on the council or to prove who they are, there's a blood test. And the blood test will basically determine if they're mutants or if they're not mutants. Now, this is an easy thing to overlook. It's a small thing to kind of look at and say, okay, cool, whatever. Kind of the big thing to draw out of this is that this is yet another example of how after the formation of Krakoa, there are a lot of organizations, governments, different groups out there that are working against mutant kind. And it's not as simple as just like the Marauders, I guess not really the Marauders anymore, because now that's a wholly different team, but the forces of Mr. Sinister, the Purifiers, or like the Right, or the Friends of Humanity. It's not like it's just them. Instead, like it's whole governments working against the entirety of the mutant population, whether it's because they refuse to let mutants go from their country, or because they're intentionally trying to sabotage Krakoa's ability to like create plants and things like that that can heal people. Whatever the case is, the character of Domino was sent in because her mutant power is basically luck, right? She bends luck to her favor. She was sent in as a means to infiltrate this council, and then in turn, once the blood test was done, or at least, once she tried to avoid it, immediately her cover was blown and all these guys went after her, right? Now, she was able to take at least a lot of these guys out, or at least that seemed to be the case, until she's ultimately captured, and at that point, she falls off the grid, right? So we don't really know what's going on with it. Instead, what we do here is we pick up with Wolverine and we pick up with Beast. Now, Beast in this story, and here's the thing, this is drawn beautifully, right? Like the art in this is insanely gorgeous. And so Beast looks amazing in this story. But the cool thing about this is that this really feels like classic Wolverine, right? Like Wolverine from like the 1980s is what this feels like. Insofar as when he's talking to Beast, there's this predator that kind of comes out of nowhere, right? And basically like goes to try to attack Beast. And ultimately the predator is essentially scared off by Beast and Wolverine. And the initial response is of Beast is like, this doesn't make any sense because Krakoa is supposed to be an island designed to basically be a safe haven for mutant kind. But the response of Wolverine is in every ecosystem, there's always predators, right? This is an unavoidable thing. They will evolve over time. It's just the way things work. He says the problem with Beast is that Beast felt safe. And this is one of the best moments of Wolverine. He says, when you feel safe, that's when you're soft. And this is a cool thing to see. When it comes to Wolverine, this is something that I've really noticed ever since the events of Schism. When it comes to Wolverine, I wouldn't really say he was softer so much as he became more human. And while that's not the worst thing ever, the best stories that involve Wolverine are when he taps into his animal side, the part of him that just kind of like, you can't trust anything or anyone. You always have to basically be on high alert. Yes, it's like a super stressful way to live, but it's cool because that's kind of a calling card of Wolverine's character. And it's interesting to see things that way. Now, the other part of this is switching over to Black Tom Cassidy. So the funny thing about Black Tom Cassidy is that in his original stories, he could shoot this kind of, concussive blast more or less by using wood as a means to channel his power. And Generation X number 25 back in 1997, Marvel changed that, right? They basically gave him control over plant-based matter. The problem with this is that between the stories that were written from Generation X number 25, really up until about now, Marvel never really took full advantage of that. What this does is it basically gives us that. And it makes the most sense, right? Because while Krakoa is a living island, insofar as it does have sentience, you're talking about a guy who can control plant life that in turn is living on a living island, right? So as long as Krakoa lets Black Tom Cassidy do his thing, he can essentially control the plant life of the planet. And this is important because what it means is he can communicate with Krakoa. Now, it's not as easily understood as like Cypher in Krakoa, right? Like Cypher actually understands the language Krakoa speaks. So it's like if you were talking to somebody who spoke French and now you can speak French, then you understand them perfectly. With Black Tom Cassidy, it's more of trying to get a feel for what Krakoa means, right? Like gestures and different things like that, right? So if you only spoke English and another person only spoke French and they're making gestures towards an object, like I'm talking about that object, eventually you would understand it over time. That's kind of what's going on with Black Tom Cassidy at the moment. But he's a guy who can essentially control and manipulate an entire island. And the funny thing about this is he's basically hit up by Jean Grey. Now, the reason why this matters is because of the fact that one, Jean Grey is kind of an early alert system, right? Insofar as she has telepathy, so on and so forth, and that's cool. But the thing to understand about Krakoa is that while Krakoa is a living island, Krakoa has feelers that extend further beyond, really like kind of in the surrounding areas. And so what this means is that if there's something going on around them that only Krakoa can pick up, say for example, like a submarine is headed their way, that Krakoa could pick it up. And Krakoa could in turn alert Black Tom Cassidy or alert Cypher, but because Black Tom Cassidy is kind of connected to the island, he would pick it up at around the same time, which is exactly what happens here. That when Jean Grey says, hey, look, there's something coming, Black Tom Cassidy's response is, I know, like we're going to check it out and see what's going on. Now, initially the mutant population begins to panic, right? Like the people who are aware that something's coming begin to freak out, and rightfully so, because remember, one of the things that Hickman established in the House and Powers of X is that the only way to get to or from Krakoa is to pass through any one of the portals that are available that are created by the plants that are offered by Krakoa. The only exception to this is the Marauders of Pryde. And when people don't initially know it's her, they start to freak out like, oh my God, somebody's on their way over here. Now, the reality is you would expect that there wouldn't really be anybody foolish enough to attack Krakoa head on, right? Given the sheer number of mutants that are there. But it's kind of a cool thing here because it's like, okay, this is awesome. But then Jean Grey chimes in and says there's something else aboard that boat, something filled with pain. And what we end up getting here is this realization that on this boat is none other than Colossus. And this is awesome because what's been going on here since the failed wedding, more or less, of Colossus and Pryde, where they didn't actually get married, what you ended up getting was Colossus kind of falling off the grid, or at least that seeming to be the case. What he's been doing is operating inside of Russia and essentially helping to smuggle mutants out. And this is a really, really cool thing. And the reason why is because while we don't really see a whole lot of that, we only get small little snippets of stuff here and there. It fits perfectly in line with Colossus, right? Because he's not really a pacifist. He's not really a guy who's like, I don't really want to fight. He's more like a gentle giant, but he's one of those guys where like when it hits the fan, you want him on your side, right? His osmium metal skin makes him almost impervious to a variety of different things, right? Like most forms of weapons out there, he can't hurt it. Extreme temperatures can, either in extreme hot or extreme cold. Of course, Magneto manipulating metal, different things like that can, but also any kind of weapon that can basically scramble or at least manipulate metal itself, like anti-metal vibranium or like, you know, anti-power weapons. Those things can kind of scramble his powers, throw him into disarray and so on and so forth. But it's cool to see that Colossus is basically making his return here. The problem with this is that Colossus' experience going through and basically working in this kind of underground railroad, so to speak, within Russia by basically helping to smuggle mutants to freedom from their captivity has taken like a psychological and a physical toll on Colossus, right? Because it's one thing to get out there and to say, okay, we're going to fight these various foes. It's another to see the kind of horrific and inhumane experiments that they were conducting on mutants as a means to like control their powers, possibly synthesize them, different things like that, and it can screw somebody up. And so as a result of that, Colossus is in a pretty rough position. He's in a pretty bad place. Now, what you also end up having here, this is where the plot really kind of begins to come into play. What you have going on here is you basically have a couple of people who basically get on board a plane. This plane heading for whatever destination it happens to be, but there's just two people who were there. They both look at each other and they both recognize each other, indicating something is afoot. Who these people are, I will talk about here in a second. But what this also does is it shows Charles Xavier heading to Sokovia, which is a place that on the front surface seems to be in support of mutants. But one of the things that's being hit on here is that for a lot of countries out there, the public eye is they support Krakoa. The reality of the country is they're starkly against them. And so this seems to be one of those instances. A lot of this really kind of seems to be because of the fact that when Xavier is given a drink, there appears to be something in it. Now, we don't really know what that is. We're not really 100% sure what that is, but jumping back to these two people that got on board this plane, suddenly like everything starts to kind of go nuts, right? Like the plane really seems like it's hitting, you know, extreme turbulence, or they're losing altitude. But whatever the circumstance, of course, the oxygen masks come down. And because oxygen masks on planes are designed to subdue passengers as opposed to just allow you to breathe, that of course it knocks all the passengers out, right? And so as a result of that, this is when this guy basically kind of jumps up. We end up finding out the woman who was there has essentially seized control of the cockpit. And not only that, it's not just those two, it's two others. And so they basically formed this entire team. Now, here's why I think this matters, and here's why I think this is so cool. It's possible they could be any number of people out there, any number of historically anti-mutant groups, right? The Friends of Humanity, who were ultra-conservatives, the right, which were like these ultra-conservative nationalist pro-humanity groups that existed out there. But I think it'd be really, really awesome if this turned out to be the Purifiers. I think it would be amazing if like William Stryker is back again. Like William Stryker's here again, and he's basically implementing this. And the reason why that works is because remember, William Stryker, despite the fact that he is more or less disgraced, still has a lot of resources at his disposal and a lot of contacts that he can tap into. And so if that's true, and if it is William Stryker, and if it is the Purifiers, this works awesome, because where you end up having like Xavier, who's basically meeting with Black Tom Cassidy and talking to him, you have Sage, who's kind of monitoring the whole thing. For those of you guys who are unfamiliar with Sage, she's a mutant whose mind works like a computer, right? So she never forgets information, and it categorizes and stores things perfectly, so she can basically achieve perfect recollection, right? Like perfect memory recall. It's really cool how her powers work. She doesn't really have any offensive powers, right? No energy blast, no super strength or anything like that. Her mind is her greatest weapon, but it's why she's here, right? Because she's a huge asset for any sort of mutant group that's basically focusing on intelligence or needs an intelligence side. And so in the middle of all this, when Sage begins to realize that it's not Domino, when Black Tom Cassidy picks up on the same thing, it's you gotta go. Like you gotta get out of here. Xavier, you gotta run for your life. Because remember, Xavier's the heart and soul of this whole thing, right? Xavier's the guy they have to keep alive. Now, it's not just because of the purpose he serves insofar as being this kind of guy alongside Magneto that basically helps to kind of control what's going on, but it's also because he's a kind of a moral figurehead. If they lose him, it could demoralize a lot of the mutants that are out there. They would immediately lose faith in the idea of Krakoa, and they would say, well, if they could get here and kill Xavier, then like, how does this bode for the rest of us? They can kill us all. So it's kind of a big thing there. But when these forces show up, when these four folks show up, suddenly all hell begins to break loose. Bullets are firing all over the place. Black Tom Cassidy sends Xavier fleeing for his life, tells him like, get to refuge, hide underground, and do whatever he needs to do. You have Wolverine, who basically flees, and this is when things get cool, because Black Tom Cassidy is like, you've come here to this living island, right? This thing is composed of trees and plants and all manner of things to oppose the mutant population, one of which, who is me, can control plant life. You've picked the worst possible place to engage in any battle whatsoever. together, and Black Tom Cassidy, for the forces that oppose him, he tears them to pieces, rips these guys to pieces. Not only that, Beast jumps in, and Beast actually just like guts a guy. And so it's cool to kind of see that whole thing go down, right? Because it's basically like these folks have shown up here, and it's the first real attack on Krakoa. It's the first real attack on this entire island that's a straight head-on physical altercation. And so for the most part, a lot of these mutants, while I wouldn't say they're all falling, a lot of them are really being taken out by these guys who are there. And so ultimately, Jean Grey and Beast and Wolverine end up tracking down Xavier, finally locating where he's at, only to get there just in time to see him shot in the face, to see Xavier basically shot and killed. And this is a crazy situation, right? Because you're one issue into this, like Xavier comes back after the events of House of M, where he has the ability to walk, and he walks around for a long time, and he does a whole bunch of cool stuff. Everything all runs into Avengers versus X-Men when like Cyclops kills him, right? So then Xavier comes back during the events of the Man Named X storyline, and now he's dead again, right? Like he's dead right after that. But here's the important thing to understand here is that when it came to writing the X-Men, Jonathan Hickman did an interview about this. When it came to writing the X-Men, one of the biggest problems he thought the X-Men had is that the entirety of their mythos for the last however long was exceedingly dark and full of death. If there were characters out there, half of them had lost their powers, or the other half were dead and you couldn't do anything with them. But what Hickman did not want to do was use death as a means to like, oh my God, a character died, you know, as some kind of like story seller, right? Like the idea of death in comics is supposed to serve the purpose of continuing the story moving forward and giving us a reason to care. And so that's why he invoked the idea of mutants constantly being resurrected. And so all this would mean is that if Xavier really has been shot in the face, which he has, then all they have to do is resurrect him. But the cool thing about this is that it's not designed for the purpose of like, well, we have to get, you know, revenge on these guys or whatever because they killed Xavier because he's not dead. Instead, this allows the story to move forward in a direction of they launched an attack on us. We have to go find out who it was that did this and take them out. That's what it allows the story to focus on. It doesn't focus on the death of Charles Xavier. If dying in the comics doesn't mean anything, then in turn, it's the one thing you're not focusing on. If you know the characters are always going to come back, one, you don't have to worry about the idea that they're gone forever. Two, it's not a gimmick. And three, it allows you to focus on what the writer's actually doing with the story instead of seeing the death as this cheap desire to sell comics, you know, some kind of parlor trick or something like that. So I kind of wanted to throw that out there. I thought it was a cool little interview that Hickman did. Okay, so we are finally getting around to covering Fallen Angels, and we have a very busy week this week. We got to play catch up, right? It was the week of Thanksgiving, and we just did Thanos Imperative, which you guys loved. I had no idea you guys were going to love Thanos Imperative so much. If I'm being honest with you guys, I was like, we'll go ahead and throw it out there and just see what happens. Did you guys loved it? Which is always awesome to see. It's always awesome to see that I can bring you guys content that you dig. But here's the funny thing about Fallen Angels, right? I was live streaming to a bunch of you guys on Instagram. Right? For those of you guys who don't know, I live stream to you all directly on Instagram, and like I actually bring you guys into the conversation. So we have like one-on-one conversations in front of everybody on Instagram. And one of you guys was asking what I thought about Fallen Angels. And here's the thing, Fallen Angels is a great story, but only if you care about Psylocke, right? If you don't really care about Psylocke, specifically kind of like the history of the character and really Kwannon more than anything else, then you're probably not going to care. But it does have Cable and it does have X-23 along with a few other characters. It looks like it's going to be pretty beast, really, like, to be honest. With like issue number 2, it looks amazing. But here's the thing, let's have this discussion, right? Let's explain the character of Kwannon. Kwannon, okay, so Psylocke Explained. We did a video on Psylocke Explained, like the full thing, so you guys can check that video down in the description if you want the full on like 30-minute explanation of her character. But Kwannon was, man, 1980s and 1990s comics. Okay, so it played out like this. Originally, all you had was Betsy Braddock, right? You had Psylocke, basically the sister of Brian Braddock, right? She was just like this British white chick, and that was basically it. Fast forward to Uncanny X-Men number 256, right? This comes off the heels of a story called The Fall of Mutants, and it was a way for Chris Claremont to kind of reshuffle the landscape once again by basically having this great big huge set of events take place. We don't really need to get into it, but basically it led into the introduction of the Siege Perilous. You guys may have heard of that term before. The Siege Perilous is actually a really cool concept. The idea is that if you pass through it, you essentially experience amnesia and you get to start your life over. And so what ended up happening is Psylocke passed through it and then washed up on the shores of the South China Sea. The result of this is that around that same time, you had a woman named Kwannon. And Kwannon was basically the lover of a rival faction to her warlord, right? Basically, she worked for a guy who was at war with the tribe of a guy that she was in love with. And so when this huge conflict ended up going down, being trained by the hand and all that kind of stuff, when this huge conflict ended up going down, she ended up having to basically make this massive choice, and the result was that it basically led to her quote-unquote death when she fell off a cliff. What this did is because she fell into the water and basically wasn't able to breathe, and it kind of suppressed what little telepathic power she had, it basically left her in a catatonic state. And so what ended up happening is that in an attempt to basically bring Kwannon back, it was kind of a ruse by a character named Spiral. She's not really important. She was part of Mojo's group, kind of this weird person out there in like some alternate dimension that tried to treat the X-Men like a TV show, basically. But the idea was that in order to try to bring Kwannon back, what ended up happening is Spiral pulled a ruse. And basically, the mind of Betsy Braddock was put in the body of Kwannon, and the mind of Kwannon was put into the body of Betsy. And what this did is it basically split their abilities in half, and then gave the other half the memories of the other person, right? So Betsy Braddock was walking around with half the memories of Kwannon, and Kwannon was walking around with half the memories of Betsy. That's why when you go into the post-Uncanny X-Men 256 landscape, you have Betsy Braddock, who looks like a Japanese woman because she's in the body of Kwannon. Following that, Kwannon basically became a character named Revanche, Revacanche, and basically, like, she joined the X-Men for a little while. She was a henchman of Matsuo, who was the guy that she worked for. There were a few other things going on here and there, but basically, she was just kind of there. Marvel didn't know what to do with her. Literally, you go read X-Men Volume 2, issue number 32 going forward, or really, issue number 23 going forward, and like, they didn't know what to do with her. They were just kind of like, she's there, and like, she's kind of Psylocke, but kind of not, and like, there were a couple of weird things that went on. She died, and then eventually came back. Ultimately, Marvel cleared the air by essentially having her quote-unquote killed off with the legacy virus, which was basically HIV for mutants, and then in turn, where she was resurrected and then basically destroyed. During the Hunt for Wolverine storyline, the bodies were eventually reversed back to the way they were supposed to be, right? So Betsy Braddock went back into her own mind and her own body, and Kwannon basically went back into her own mind and her own body. It was kind of a long-running event, right? Like, it had taken a little while to get to that point. It was on its way, but kind of finished by the time you got to Hunt for Wolverine. But essentially, that's how you end up where you are right now, right? That's the reason why you see what looks like Psylocke, and she's not actually Betsy Braddock. She's basically just Kwannon. It's kind of setting things back to the way they were before. Now, Kwannon and Betsy had met multiple times, right? And the first time they met, I want to say they actually got into a fight with each other. But it was kind of a cool little thing. Marvel was trying to toy around with it, right? Like, Kwannon was powerful enough that like Jean Grey and Charles Xavier and like none of the telepaths could differentiate between the two. Wolverine's scent couldn't pick up on a difference, although eventually it did. It was kind of a weird little thing. But the reason why this matters is because in the midst of all this, where you basically have Kwannon, that's what we're going to refer to her as. We're going to call her Kwannon just to kind of make sure that you guys aren't really confused with, by calling her Psylocke, because that'll throw people off. But basically, Kwannon's just kind of going through her whole telepathic process, and the result of this is that basically she's met by what appears to be the arrival of this being called Apoth, right? Like, Apoth is simply a being that's coming. Now, the cool thing about this is that this is a wholly new character, right? And it's one of the reasons why stories like Fallen Angel is so cool, is because what it does is it's basically a fresh jumping on point. All you need to know is that at one point along the line, Betsy was in the body of Kwannon, Kwannon was in the body of Betsy, and they're not anymore. And they're their own individual characters. The cool thing is that what this is actually going to do, at least what I assume it's going to do, is go through a lot of the history of Kwannon and give you the history of her character, because we didn't really know a whole lot about her back when she first showed up, right? Like, she was just kind of there, and we got these small little tidbits here and there. We didn't really know a whole lot about what was going on with her character. She was just kind of there, and so it's going to be cool because it'll basically go through and explore all these things. But with her being met by the revelation that this being Apoth is coming, the first person she goes to is Magneto to basically seek permission to leave the island of Krakoa. Now, this is why the current Dawn of X event is so cool, is because everything ties together. If you read this by itself, then you're like, well, why can't she just leave, right? I mean, none of the mutants are forced to be there, so like, why can't she just leave? But if you go and you read X-Force, none of them can leave because the island's on lockdown, and the island's on lockdown because Charles Xavier was killed. No one gets in, no one gets out. It's kind of a security measure, more or less. It's why all these stories are really cool, because they all kind of mix and coalesce together and create one cohesive set of events. But going to Magneto and basically saying like, I need to leave this place, like I need to get out of here. Of course, Magneto, being part of the Council of Krakoa, the Quiet Council, kind of one of the top members, can't officially say, okay, cool, go ahead and leave. Instead, what he does is he directs her to Mr. Sinister. This is a very important thing. The reason why is because Mr. Sinister lives up to his namesake, right? He's a sinister guy. And when he was brought on by like Xavier and Magneto and so on and so forth, it was really one of those things, to be honest, it was really one of those things where it was kind of like, it's better to have the devil on your right hand and know what he's doing than to like let him roam free and have no clue what's going on, right? So just keep him close and keep an eye on him. But the idea here is that with her basically conversing with Sinister, his response is, well, I mean, you should go talk to Magneto. But if you chose not to, there's different people you could converse with and different people that you can basically go to that will help you find a way to get off the island, right? Like, I can't necessarily tell you what to do, or I can't necessarily let you go. The cool thing about this is that he also kind of toys with her a little bit, because for the most part, Sinister's only real motivation, this is an important thing to understand here, Sinister's only real motivation with anything he does is the ability to gain freedom to experiment on the genetics of various beings who are out there, to try to just create life or just kind of pursue his own goals, whatever the case is. That's one of the things to understand here, is that while you do have all these different members of the Quiet Council, while you do have Xavier and you do have Magneto and you do have Sinister and you have Apocalypse and all these different characters, for the most part, they still have their own goals and their own plans. It's not like everything they were doing before this got put on the back burner and is gone forevermore. They're literally just focusing on their own projects, and some of them are kind of doing it under the radar. With Sinister, that's very much the case. And so what ends up happening here is Kwannon basically goes and ends up meeting with Cable and X-23. Now, there's a particular reason why these were here. If you go back and you read the old Uncanny X-Men stories with Laura Kinney, when she was really first introduced and spent some time on the team, she gained a kind of rapport with Kwannon insofar as she loved the way that she fought, she loved her style, different things like that. It's why if you go and you read Laura Kinney's comics, the way she fights, the way she moves is very reminiscent of the old Kwannon fighting style. You know, it's like a ninja and different things like that. It's really designed to kind of follow in that mold. And so as a result of that, while they weren't necessarily like besties, they were certainly individuals who really helped the other become better. The other part of this is Cable, and Kwannon actually had a romantic relationship with Cable for a time during the whole weird moment with their character kind of being back but kind of not. But essentially, she's worked with these guys before, right? Like, they were teammates on Rick Remender's X-Force, I think it was. Maybe it was somebody else's X-Force run, but on one of the X-Force teams, they were teammates, right? Now, it wasn't really this version of Cable. Remember, this is the younger version of Cable. The older version of Cable was killed off by this younger version, but it's all still the same person. And so as a result of that, they basically end up banding together and end up taking off over to Tokyo. Now, we are introduced to a character named Mitako, and Mitako is basically new here, right? Like, she's a wholly new character brought in for this. And that's one of the things to remember, is that a lot of what we're going to be seeing here is new. She does say that, like, I'll do this favor for you for old time's sake for Matsuo, who of course was a character that's long since been dead, the one that originally killed Kwannon when she basically asked to die. But the way this plays out is basically like, give me everything that's going on, tell me what's happening here. And the funny thing about this is that we don't really get a lot of answers here. It's really like leaving more mystery and questions than anything else, insofar as there's basically, like, in the beginning of the story, you had this chick that essentially destroyed this train, and the idea was that there's this being called Apoth out there who's as much a concept as a person. It's kind of funky, right? It's like Apoth is an idea, but Apoth is also a person at the same time. Who this mysterious person is, we don't know. But what's really kicking all this stuff off is something called Overclock. Now, Overclock is really the latest iteration in various external factors out there that can essentially, like, enhance people's abilities to a degree. We've seen that multiple times over the years, right? It's basically what Mitako says is, like, you know, the destruction of this train, the coming of Apoth, is all really being done by way of Overclock. And Overclock is essentially this device, or this kind of digital substance, so to speak, that can basically, like, hype up the endorphin centers of the brain, right? So we've seen that play out in a litany of different ways. The most notable version that we've seen is the mutant growth hormone, right? That was what was used by Nitro during the event in Stamford, Connecticut, which saw him blow up the entire city and then kicked off Marvel's original Civil War event, right? So you also look at a drug called Kick, which basically amplifies mutant powers. That's why Quentin Quire is so powerful. Different things along those lines, right? So it's just really the most recent iteration of this thing. The fact that it's digital means it's easily attainable, much easier than something like MGH or something along those lines. But the idea is that by basically trying to trace down these kind of directions, you know, where Apoth is hiding out, or at least where it's operating from, or at the very least, like, the various forms and you know, I guess designs that it's using, it ultimately takes them to a place outside of Tokyo, Japan, where you basically have, like, all these little kids who are standing inside this giant room, and then they immediately kind of overdose, so to speak, on Overclock, and all of them end up going out. Now, of course, this immediately starts to freak out Kwannon, because the possibility of her getting answers is all basically gone, but one kid is left standing, and Apoth speaks directly through this kid and says, like, my time is coming. Like, as mutants, like, go back to your exile, go back to your island, do not stay here, like, do not be involved here, do not be in this place, right? Because the world is going to evolve, I'm going to lead it to a better future, stay out of the way or die. And it's a cool little ultimatum here, because it's a great little tease. One of the worst things that could have been done in this story is if it had just been like, I am Apoth and I am revealing who I am, and now there's no more mystery or intrigue or anything like that. You know, that would kind of suck. With a story like this, it's designed to really refuse to answer questions, is really what it's for. It's designed to kind of say, hey, so there's some things that are going to be coming down the line. It's designed to pique your interest, to drive up your intrigue. And so it's kind of a cool little thing here, because what ends up happening is ultimately, you know, with this kid kind of delivering the message of Apoth and then dropping over dead, in turn, once they get back to Krakoa, Kwannon basically goes to X-23, she goes to Laura Kinney, she goes to Cable and says, get more people that can join our team. Because, like, you guys, as you exist now, you guys are basically weak, but I can make you strong. And that's a true statement, right? Because remember, Kwannon was essentially taught all of her abilities by the hand. And the idea is that looking at pretty much all the other X-Men and all the other various characters who are here, while Laura Kinney is very capable, she's unpolished. While Cable himself is very capable, he's the younger version of himself, not the older, wiser, experienced one. And so with them being brought under the wing of Kwannon, she will make them better. She will make them far more capable than they currently are. It's a huge assignment to be given, a huge task to really undertake here, but they'll be all the stronger for it. And given the direction this story is going in, they're probably gonna need it. Okay, so we are picking up with X-Men issue number 2. Yes, Dawn of X. Oh God, dude, I love Dawn of X. Okay, here's the funny thing about this, right? This story picks up with Cyclops walking in to greet his children, Rachel Summers and Cable. Now, this is gonna blow your mind. Just to give you some history on the complex nature of these characters, right? Just to show you how ridiculously complex the X-Men has been over the years. Here's the origin of these two kids, right? See if you can follow this. I want to see if you can follow this. So Rachel Summers isn't even from this universe. Rachel Summers is from an alternate reality, which you guys know as Days of Future Past. And in this alternate reality, Cyclops and Jean Grey had a child, but it turned out to be Rachel. As most of you guys know, the assassination of Senator Robert Kelly, Moira McTaggart, and Charles Xavier jump-started the Sentinel program, and Sentinels became essentially self-aware and then conquered North America. As a result of that, Rachel Summers, alongside Franklin Richards, Kitty Pryde, Magneto, Colossus, and Wolverine, and I think Storm, basically orchestrated an escape that allowed Rachel Summers to use her powers and send the mind of Kitty Pryde into the past. Kitty Pryde went back, she stopped the events of Days of Future Past from happening, which made the Days of Future Past reality an alternate universe. As a result of that, because it didn't change, Rachel Summers, not knowing that it was now an alternate universe, basically went into the past and then skipped over to the main Marvel universe where she's been ever since. So that's the origin of her character. Cable, just the origin of Cable, it's an absolute mess. Okay, so one day, after Jean Grey died during the events of the Dark Phoenix saga, you ended up learning that she was basically cloned by Mr. Sinister, and this clone's name was Madeline Pryor. And this was done because of the fact that Sinister believed that if Jean Grey and Cyclops ever had a child, that child would be insanely powerful because of the genes of these two characters. And so eventually he sends Madeline Pryor out into the world. Madeline Pryor ends up meeting Cyclops at a family reunion. The two of them hit it off. They start knocking boots. 9 months later, she's given birth to a kid. Cyclops abandoned him. He actually ended up taking off on him because Jean Grey came back. And so he abandoned his wife and his unborn child at the time. The result is that eventually Madeline Pryor gave birth to Nathan Summers, and because of that, the villain Apocalypse, realizing how powerful Cable could be, kidnapped him and then infected him with a techno-organic virus so that if Cable was able to overcome it, then he would prove himself to be worthy. Cyclops gathered together the Inhumans, X-Force, and the X-Men. They battled Apocalypse. They basically managed to push him away, and then Rachel Summers, who had jumped to the future, had basically become a member of a group called the Clan Ascani, who was opposed to Apocalypse, and basically said, give us your baby and then we'll take him to the future and we will essentially try to cure him. If we can't, then we'll clone him and we'll do the next best thing. And so as a result of that, they took baby Nathan to the future in the year 4000 AD. They were not able to cure him, so they ended up cloning him. Apocalypse broke in, realizing that Nathan Summers was now in the future that he ruled. And the result was that they ended up kidnapping the clone instead of the actual baby Nathan. And so baby Nathan grew up to become the character of Cable, who basically hung out with Clan Ascani. And then the clone ended up hanging out with Apocalypse, and his name was Strife. That's the origin of Cable. That's how ridiculous the X-Men have been over the years, right? These two characters with these insanely complex histories are just hanging out with Cyclops. I thought you guys might find that interesting. But the funny thing about this is that what's going on here is there is a massive island that basically popped up about 100 miles off the coast of Krakoa. And the question is, what's going on with this island, right? Like, why is it there? And so as a result of that, Cyclops is basically gathering Rachel Summers and Cable in order to do a recon mission. Now, here's the thing. This is an insanely powerful team. That's one of the things to understand here. They're insanely powerful, right? Like, Cable is an Omega level mutant, albeit that Cable isn't really as powerful as he could be because he has to use his telepathy and telekinesis to keep the techno-organic virus from consuming his body. Rachel Summers is an Omega level telepath, right? Like, she's insanely powerful. And so you're talking about two of the most powerful mutants on the face of the planet who are just going to do a recon mission. Imagine what it's like to be a dad. Like, hey, well, I'd like you guys to meet my son Cable and my daughter Rachel. They're two of the most powerful mutants on the face of the planet. Just don't mess with them. Otherwise, they'll basically make you think that you're a dog and you're gonna spend the rest of your days barking at people and probably locked in a mental institution. It's kind of nuts. But when they get to this island, this island itself really kind of houses like this massive, sort of organism that seems to be coming from the volcanic structure. And so when they immediately get out there and they immediately start looking around, the question they really have to ask here is, what's the purpose behind this? Like what is this thing? The cool thing about this is that as they make their way through, they start to find these signs of life, but they're more herbivores than anything else, right? They found like a giant cow and so on and so forth. So there's nothing of any real threat here until it's consumed by like this giant snake looking thing that leads to like all three of these guys basically like annihilating it, right? You know, Cyclops using his optic beams and Rachel Summers using her telepathy and telekinesis, and then Cable firing off his big guns. But what it does is it basically jumps over to this all white character, right? This character that actually looks really, really cool, crying like black tears essentially, and then conversing with some individual that we can't see that's either inside of like another portal or something along those lines, but on the side of something else. And he keeps addressing it as mother. But the idea is that mother, you know, the mother of this guy is really telling him like what's going on here. Like these islands are merging together. What you have to do is you have to find him. You have to locate him. He's the one that will lead you, and he's the one that will basically save everything. And so it's really sort of a weird thing, because what we end up learning is this kid is what's called a summoner. Now here's the funny thing about this. This is like Skyrim basically, right? You have like a summoner minor, and you've got a summoner adept, and you've got a high summoner, in the sense that like a summoner minor can summon like lower things, you know, familiars and so on and so forth. And then as you get higher in level, they can summon more and greater things. So that's when the situation sort of begins to pop off, right? Because when it comes to the character of Cable is very much one of those shoot first, ask questions later kind of guys, right? It's just kind of like, all right, let's just sort of get to it and go from there. Now, when this all white guy, basically this summoner shows up here, it's speaking in a language that none of them understand. And the funny thing is that in reality, they probably could have grabbed Doug Ramsey, they probably could have grabbed Cypher, but as we know from the New Mutant story, Cypher is all the way out in Shi'ar space. This is the reason why we're covering each one of these stories individually, right? Because they all tie into what the other one's doing, but they're all telling their own stories. Plus it's really cool and cohesive when you can just kind of do them all individually and sort of call it a day. The real question becomes what happens when they all start branching off and doing their own thing, and it becomes this unruly mess, which it inevitably will, because it's, you know, comic books. It's the nature of what they do. But they can't really understand the language of this guy. And it's sort of cool because this guy doesn't come here as a villain. It's not as though he's kind of like a bad guy who wants to tear things up or rip things apart. And that was initially almost kind of the way that Hickman played it, was like, this was a bad guy. But this is one of the things to understand about Jonathan Hickman, is that with this guy being a summoner, well, he's not overly powerful at the moment. The idea is that at some point along the line, he probably will be. That's the way Hickman does things, right? This character showing up here is going to become insanely important later on down the line, most likely, or is likely going to join the roster of the X-Men. Most likely that's what's going to be the case. But regardless, Cable, in his infinite wisdom, decides to hand off a gift to this guy. And this gift comes in the form of a grenade. And it's kind of crazy here because it's like, you know, I wanted to give him a gift. I wanted to show that we don't mean any harm. So I gave him a thermal grenade. And of course, like this guy presses the button and like detonates the grenade. And so of course that progresses exactly the way we would think it would, when it's kind of like, you tried to kill me, right? So like he immediately starts to lose his mind, not really loses his mind, but basically starts summoning, you know, using his abilities as a summoner, and starts like, you know, introducing like these gigantic monsters. Now, the idea behind this is that he's able to summon beings or summon monsters from what's called Otherworld or Outer World. And the reason why that matters is because it's very, very much akin to like Asgard. Like we've talked about that before, that in every universe in Marvel Comics, you have what are called pocket dimensions. And these are dimensions that are astronomically small, right? In the sense that like, they're not as big as universes. They're just really small spaces that you can't just walk to. You usually have to pass some kind of dimensional barrier or have a portal open. In the case of Asgard, the Bifrost is open, which is basically a portal that allows you to access Asgard. But this place, Otherworld, is the exact same way. The difference is that Otherworld exists outside of the multiverse, right? It's not confined to a singular universe, but the principle still remains the same. And the overall gist here is that what you end up having is this summoner basically bringing beasts from what Jonathan Hickman describes as the lands beyond Otherworld, essentially like the wild lands. And the reason why this matters is because Otherworld itself is a giant landmass, right? There's different areas that are there, like you have King Arthur's Camelot and so on and so forth. But a lot of the areas outside of that are unexplored or unexplained by Marvel. So we don't really know what's there. And it's one of those things where Hickman is just kind of saying like, there's wild stuff out there. And basically this summoner can bring those things to this location and then use them for whatever it is that he wants to achieve, right? Like these wild and fantastic beasts from out there. So the reality is that he's not summoning them from places that we're familiar with. He's just summoning it from way out in Otherworld. So they're just kind of crazy beasts and monsters and so on and so forth. And so in the middle of this great big huge fight, Rachel Summers ends up using her telepathy. And what she does is communicate with this guy directly. And then of course, that's when everything ceases. And the question is, why did you try to destroy me? And it's like, well, I didn't mean to destroy you. Like I meant to give you a gift. And you know, I just kind of wanted to show you that like, hey, we're good guys here. Like we're not really bad guys, which is a pretty important message to communicate, right? Like, hey, like, please don't kill us. We're just here to be cool. Like, we don't want to cause problems or anything like that. And so it's kind of funny because the question is asked by Scott Summers, why is your island coming over to our island? And that's when we really kind of harken back to the events of House and Powers of X. And this is Arakko. That's what this island is. If you guys remember back during the House and Powers of X, the Krakoa was originally one giant landmass. So you had Arakko, which was one island, and you had Krakoa, which is the other. And because of the fact that these kind of demons or monsters were sort of rising up from the rift in between these two places, that with the scheming of Apocalypse and using his four horsemen, that ultimately these monsters and demons were suppressed and the island was essentially split. And so those horsemen of Apocalypse would stay on Arakko and ensure those monsters and demons would never show up again. And that was kind of like the role they would play. They were sort of the hidden horsemen that we didn't really know about. And so what this does is basically say that like this island is now returned. The Krakoa is now a fully cohesive unit and it's basically merged itself with Arakko. It's back to its normal self. But because of the fact that all this is based on the fact that these islands were split, what it does is go exactly where we expect it to, in the sense that you've got this guy just kind of out there doing his own thing and sort of analyzing this new location that he's in, having never seen the surface world before. And he's met by the arrival of Apocalypse. And Apocalypse basically speaks the exact same language as him, you know, and understands exactly what he's saying. And it's like, you know, I've never met you before. Like, who is your mother? Like who was it that gave birth to you? To which he replies, I was born by war. I was born by the Horsemen War. And so it's cool because what it means now is the horsemen are procreating, right? They're kind of keeping themselves going and propagating and so on and so forth. And so ultimately it's really Hickman kind of setting the stage for what comes next. Insofar as this guy basically says the forces that the horsemen were sent to keep contained are returning. They're coming back. And so we're going to have to like marshal forces or what have you in order to stave these guys off. Now keep in mind, this was not an easy fight for Apocalypse to win. Apocalypse and his horsemen had to work in unison and put on one heck of a fight in order to achieve this. The reason why I say that matters and the reason why it's so cool here is because knowing Jonathan Hickman, there'll be a pretty significant battle that'll take place. And when it does, we'll get to see the full totality of Apocalypse's powers put on display, which I am very excited about. Okay, so we are jumping back into Excalibur, and this story is actually getting super good. Everything from Dawn of X is amazing, and it's kind of crazy. I think this is the best the X-Men have been in years, and I mean like years. I would say probably since like the mid to late 2000s. Like, it's pretty awesome. It's pretty exciting. But before we get into that, I got an email from a girl named Sarah, and I apologize for this late bit, Sarah. She sent it to me over the week of Thanksgiving, and actually her boyfriend's birthday was coming up during that week. And then of course I ended up catching a cold in like the beginning of December, so I just uploaded a whole bunch of videos that I already had recorded. So I'm finally getting around to recording new stuff. And Sarah wanted me to give a shout out to her boyfriend Trey, who's a huge fan of Comics Explained. So Trey, what's up? Happy belated birthday. I'm sorry for the late response, but I love hearing from you guys. If you guys want to send me emails to rob@robertjefferson.com. I love hearing from you guys. Like, I love hearing and like talking to you guys. I try to reply to emails as often as I can. If I don't answer your email, another really good place to get a hold of me is over on Discord, and you'll find the link down in the description. But I love talking to you guys, right? Like, it's awesome because you guys are amazing to hang out with. But we are picking back up with Excalibur number 2. Now, here's the thing about Excalibur, right? Like, this story, it's super good, but like the first issue was super mysterious, and that kind of seems to be par for the course with what's been going on with Dawn of X. We saw it really hardcore with Fallen Angels, which to a degree was kind of a turnoff. But with regards to Excalibur, if you're into like the whole Arthurian legend, it's good. Like, it's really, really good. This story initially picks up with a couple of individuals who are being watched by Apocalypse, and it's kind of cool because Apocalypse really looks on them and says that like these two individuals, well, really is almost kind of a retcon, right? Because what this says is that Apocalypse was the first of the mutants, right? But it's a misconception that he was like their common ancestor, meaning like they all kind of came from him. And it's interesting because it kind of falls in line with the history of mutants, but also changes it, because the chronological timeline of the mutant population is that you originally had Selene, who was the first mutant more or less to pop up, which is to say a person with powers through genetic modification. But after that, you got Apocalypse, and then you got a whole bunch of other mutants along the way. Now, in terms of what's being said here, this is in continuity, right? Apocalypse was born, but the funny thing is that Apocalypse didn't know he was a mutant when he was created, like when he came into existence. He didn't find that out until the 1800s, right? So if he was born in the year 5000, it was, what is it, like 6,800 years later that he basically found out he was a mutant? It wasn't until he met Nathaniel Essex that was the case. But the funny thing is that by this point in time, he's already reached that point in his history, so we can kind of roll with that and just say, okay, this is kind of cool. But it's changing a couple things up. You know, there was a time in Marvel where originally mutants were believed to have kind of ascended from Apocalypse. So like he was the first, and it kind of went from there. That was cleaned up quick, fast, and in a hurry. The old X Factor comics kind of led us to believe that by Walter and Louis Simonson with all the declarations of Apocalypse Apocalypse that he was the first mutant and all that kind of stuff. But when you get to the adventures of Cyclops and Phoenix, that all gets changed, right? It all gets kind of removed and everything. But the idea to say that like Apocalypse was the first of his kind, the first mutant, that's a big declaration, right? Because it leaves out Selene and any other externals or mutants that possibly came before Apocalypse. So it's kind of a cool thing. But with regards to these two twins who were actually druids, and we'll learn about them, I'll explain them once we get further into the story, because I feel like that's something that a lot of people want to know. What are the druids? Like, how does all that stuff work? Ultimately, the ability of these two mutants who were in and of themselves druids, but also had the ability to essentially always know where they were supposed to go, because of their powers, much like Apocalypse, they were cast out of their original tribe. And the result was that because they weren't really seaworthy, they ultimately ended up drowning. Now, Apocalypse could have stepped in and saved them, but for those of you guys who are familiar with his character, Apocalypse believes in basically Darwinism, right? I guess really social Darwinism. Only the strong deserve to survive. And so if they were incapable of keeping themselves alive because they didn't know how to fashion a boat, that's on them. And so because of that, Apocalypse just kind of let them drown. And so it's pretty hardcore and it's pretty intense, but we'll find out why that little bit of an intro matters here in a second. But what it does is it picks up with Betsy Braddock, the new Captain Britain, alongside Rogue, of course, who's in a catatonic state after the first issue. So if you're unfamiliar with that, go back and watch our video, along with the rest of Excalibur, right? So Gambit, Kitty Pryde, and Jubilee. And so the result of this is that what they're doing is they're actually traveling to the new Brian Braddock lighthouse, right? The new lighthouse of Captain Britain. Now, a little bit of an explanation here, right? Because I don't want to just leave you guys and be like, they're traveling to the lighthouse. Moving on. I don't want to just leave you guys hanging on this, right? So when it comes to Captain Britain, as we've talked about in previous videos, Captain Britain is a multiversal entity, right? Meaning to say that like there's one Captain Britain in every single universe, right? It's a multiversal core. So imagine like the Green Lantern from DC, except there's one Green Lantern for every universe. And that's basically what the Captain Britain core is. The idea is that the lighthouse serves as both the headquarters of Captain Britain, as well as a means for him to access the multiverse, essentially. Now, originally the Captain Britain lighthouse existed in Britain, and that ran until about Excalibur issue number 50. And that coincided with the first real origin story we got for the Phoenix. But ultimately, the lighthouse was destroyed by Captain Britain's girlfriend at the time, Megan, who ultimately became his wife. And the result was that the new lighthouse was built in a different location. And that's the location that they're heading to right now. It's not the most important thing ever, but when you're reading through the comic and it's like, Kitty Pryde makes a reference to, Kitty Pryde makes a reference to like, I remember that the lighthouse, we destroyed the old one, that kind of a thing. That's what she's referencing, because Kitty Pryde's time on Excalibur and when the original lighthouse was destroyed really kind of came along with the Fall of Mutants storyline and the aftermath with Kitty Pryde, serving some time as part of the team, kind of off and on, different things like that. But the overall gist is that once, as they're making their way, they basically come across Seal People. Now, deviating away from the comic for a second, the legend of the Seal People is actually really cool. Now, I'm not super familiar with it, right? I'm not from Scotland, but as I understand it, there's different variations of the legend of the Seal People. But I think the Scottish legend, and somebody, like if you guys are watching this and you're from Scotland, feel free to correct me down in the comments, right? But I think the original legend, or the legend as it goes in Scotland, is that when it comes to women who are Seal People, that like a surface person, like a human, can steal their skin. And when that happens, she becomes bonded to him, right? She's always on the hunt for her skin, but she basically kind of essentially creates a life with him, right? Now, she always longs for the sea, and she's always looking to return to the ocean, and she will as soon as she finds her skin. Now, I think there's different variations where it breaks down from there. There are some stories where it says that like even if she has children with him, that she'll basically like stay for the sake of the children or come back and visit the children. But I think the traditional story, the traditional legend is that if she ever finds her skin, she'll abandon her life on the surface and go back to the ocean. But it's kind of an interesting story, right? I love learning about folklore stories from like other countries, but that's basically what's kind of going on here, is that they basically start to attack. Not a great big huge thing. They're dealt with pretty quickly, and what they end up doing is basically crash landing on this rock, and then from there trying to navigate and figure out where they're going to go. But what they end up doing is stumbling across druids. Now, druids in Marvel Comics is kind of interesting here, because if I remember correctly, and I'd like to think I'm pretty knowledgeable about them, the druids haven't really appeared that frequently in Marvel, except for like the old Namor the Submariner comics, right? And the involvement of the druids back then was limited to like them basically being tricked by the Germans into believing that like English people, like Britain, the British, were like the bad guys, right? And the result was that Namor the Submariner was eventually dispatched, and he ended up convincing the druids that like the Germans were the bad guys, and like the druids fought alongside Namor the Submariner and defeated the Germans, and that was it, right? But the druids don't really have they haven't had like a huge presence in Marvel in a long time. Now, my knowledge on Excalibur is nowhere near my knowledge on pretty much everything else in Marvel Comics, right? So I wouldn't by any means call myself an expert on this, but the Druids are an exceedingly secretive clan. They're almost never really seen or heard from in Marvel Comics. Now, the result of this is that one of the Druids basically taps into the mind of Betsy Braddock and basically says, like, what's going on here is this lighthouse that was here that you guys were coming to, it was destroyed by basically the Akaba, right? Like the Akaba Coven is essentially what they're called. That's led by Mariana Stern. Now, we talked about the Akaba Coven in a previous video because the clan Akaba grows part and parcel with Apocalypse himself. And so the question is, if the clan Akaba was here, albeit operating as a coven of sorts, then the question becomes, how does that involve Apocalypse? And our original theory, our original philosophy was that basically Apocalypse had some kind of scheme of his own that was running on the side and intended to manifest this scheme and whatever it was going to be. Now, at the moment, the Coven Akaba draws their power from Morgan Le Fay, right? So they're not really working for or empowered by Apocalypse. And so the question was like, what does Apocalypse have to do with this? And so the result is that once you start to get through this and once you start to really investigate what's going on, then things get kind of crazy, because what ends up happening here is basically Betsy Braddock essentially, like, along with the Druids, brings back the lighthouse of Captain Britain, in the sense that the Druids basically approach her and say, like, we recognize your title. We recognize you as the current Captain Britain. The previous Captain Britain is currently incapacitated. We know that, with Brian Braddock basically being held captive by Morgan Le Fay out in Otherworld, where like King Arthur and all those guys reside. And the result is that they're just kind of operating and doing their thing. Now, the reason why this matters and the reason why this is going on is because what we know so far is that the Coven Akaba is basically operating to try to like stem the resurgence of the mutant population, right? They're just one of many groups out there that's essentially, kind of opposing the expansion of mutant kind. And so when Krakoa was creating all these different gates across the world that would allow people to pass through those gates and enter Krakoa, which is basically the home of mutants, that they were opposed by Morgan Le Fay as well as the Coven Akaba. And because the Coven works for Morgan Le Fay, they were kind of her agents on Earth that were basically trying to stem the tide and prevent this sort of expansion of the mutant population. Yet another group out there that's basically doing that. And that's why these groups are at odds with each other, is because the Druids view the Coven as basically these external agents. They're basically bad guys. And the Druids themselves are good guys who are trying to find some way to keep Britain protected. Now, the Druids aren't really working on behalf of the mutant population, and they don't really care about the mutant population. It's more of them acting because everything the Coven is doing is encroaching on the territory of the Druids, right? So it's like, we're working on behalf of mutants, kind of, but not really, but only because the Coven is basically encroached on our territory and they're doing things that we don't like. That's really what it kind of boils down to. And so in the midst of all this Apocalypse, this great big huge fight that goes on with the Coven and the Druids alongside Betsy Braddock, Apocalypse basically chimes into Betsy Braddock and says, tell me what's going on. And what Betsy basically reveals is everything I just said to you. And that's when Apocalypse spills the beans. And what he says is that essentially the Coven Akaba were basically his agents at one point in time. They were individuals who worked for him at one point in time. They served his own purpose. The result was that he basically rejected and abandoned them. And with that being the case, they were left leaderless. And so ultimately they ended up siding with Morgan Le Fay. But with Morgan Le Fay being someone who said she doesn't want the mutant population to expand beyond Earth and into the realm of Otherworld, she's basically using the Coven to keep that from happening. And that's why these groups are essentially at odds with each other. That's why they're battling each other. And so that's why Apocalypse is like, yes, they were my henchmen. I will step in and I will stop them, right? Because Betsy Braddock isn't really able to do it on her own. Captain Britain's powerful, but not all powerful, right? I mean, he's just like a really, really capable character, and that's basically it. So the craziest thing happens, Apocalypse steps in, and in one fell swoop, the entire Coven Akaba is taken out. In one fell swoop, they're all gone, like just donezo. And it's kind of crazy to see, right? Like the power of Apocalypse. This is where I think Apocalypse really shines, right? When you get these small little moments where it's just like, here's how powerful he really is, right? It's not these grandiose displays or great big huge, monologues or anything like that. They're cool, but it's when like a force that like some superhero team like the Avengers are struggling against or the X-Men are struggling against, and Apocalypse has a vested interest in seeing like the X-Men or the Avengers succeed, steps in on their behalf, done, and just like takes the enemy out like that. It's cool to see. It's an awesome thing to see. But what he basically says here is you have to go to Otherworld and you have to save your brother Brian Braddock, because he's basically becoming more and more of a henchman of Morgan Le Fay by every moment, right? The longer he stays under her spell, the more of his identity begins to go away. And so if you don't save him soon, you'll never have the chance to do it again. And so the result of this is that you end up having Betsy Braddock alongside Gambit and then alongside Jubilee, who's grabbed her kid Shogo, and they basically end up traveling into Otherworld. But when they get there, basically the baby Shogo's turned into like a giant dragon. I imagine things are going to get kind of bonkers from here, right? Like you guys are probably going to end up seeing a lot of like legendary stuff here, right? Like dragons, sorcerers, wizardry, different things like that, because that's all Otherworld stuff. The story's getting cool, and I'm really, really digging it. Like I'm really, really enjoying it. Okay, we are picking up with the Marauders. Marauders issue number 2. Here's the thing, I love Marauders. Like, I love what's going on with the Marauders. It's awesome, and it's an absolute blast. Like, I'm glad to see they're kind of doing that, right? Like, I'm glad to see that each individual title as part of Dawn of X has its own kind of like tone, right? Like its own feel. It's one of the things that's very easy to mess up, and it's one of the things that's very easy to lose, right? Like where you launch a title and they all feel the same, right? Like that was a problem with Marvel in the 90s. Like everything in the 90s felt the same. I mean, some of it was kind of cool, but everything kind of felt the same. And so the cool thing about this is that each one of the stories kind of had their own little tone here, their own kind of system going on. That when it comes to this particular story, what we had picked up with in the last video is that basically Kitty Pryde had formed her own group, right? She was basically the Marauders and just kind of going out. And the initial plan there really seemed for her to just kind of figure out what the nature and function of her team was. Now, what this does is kind of give us an answer to that and basically tell us what's going forward from there. But the idea is that this initially picks up really with a conversation between Emma Frost and what looks like the Stepford Cuckoos. And initially it's just kind of like, okay, like they basically decline her offer, and she makes reference to something called the Lord Imperial. Now, the way this works here is, remember, there's always kind of a hierarchy when it comes to these different positions within the various organizations that exist out there, right? The only exception to that is the Quiet Council, right? The Quiet Council is kind of split up into different factions, different groups, but each of them all kind of have an equal power, but they all sort of run their own little area. But there's no kind of like overseer for it all. I guess you could argue that it's more McTaggart, but she seems really hands off. We don't really know exactly what all she's doing aside from just simply seeming to kind of guide people. Instead, when it comes to this, and it's kind of a breakaway from tradition, the Hellfire Trading Company basically has, or at least what they're looking for, is a Lord Imperial, which oversees the entire Hellfire Trading Company. And that's a breakaway from tradition, because remember, the Hellfire Club has historically been this organization that for the most part, the Inner Circle wasn't really known by a lot of people. Most people didn't know the Inner Circle existed at all. And for the most part, the Inner Circle used this kind of anonymity combined with its vast wealth to basically influence global policy in its favor, right? To not necessarily dominate the world, but to basically amass a lot of money and power and influence. And so having like an individual who will reside over all of them, it's kind of intriguing here. It's pretty interesting to see what direction that's going to take. But you know, with the Stepford Cuckoos seemingly turning down this offer, presumably for the Lord Imperial, if not for the position of the Red King or Red Queen, then what it does is it basically jumps over to Sebastian Shaw. Now remember, the idea behind this is that the Hellfire Trading Company operates in two fronts. The first is the front-facing aspect of it, and the second is the black market. And the reason why is because in order for Krakoa to generate income, it basically has to provide a good or a service that people want to buy. And that's why the idea of Krakoa kind of manufacturing these drugs or these substances that can like add years onto your life or can cure any kind of mental disease or anything like that are being offered, right? Because it's basically kind of like a pharmaceutical industry that's being offered by mutants that just crushes anything that's being offered by, you know, any existing major market that's out there right now, right? Like no pharmaceutical company out there can compete with what it is that Krakoa has, and it's why they're dominating the market. But what you have out there are countries that by virtue of their population will basically say, yes, we support Krakoa and we do want to take part in the various drugs and things they have that can improve the lives of our citizens. Then you have those countries who choose not to support them. Now, some countries choose not to support Krakoa because of the fact that like if the leader of the country chose to, the people would revolt and they would basically kill the leader and all the people in power and put somebody in there who doesn't support Krakoa, or because the leader doesn't want to, right? They're like a dictator that rules their country with an iron fist and they don't care what the people want. And so the idea here is that for those countries that basically support Krakoa, that's where Emma Frost comes in, right? She basically says, okay, we're going to lead all these different things to this country. We're going to give them, you know, the various medicines and supplies of Krakoa, which of course they're going to pay for the black market aspect. Basically those countries that for whatever reason cannot publicly support Krakoa, but still want access to all their medicines, they can buy them through the black market. And Sebastian Shaw is the one who's supposed to be providing that. What Sebastian Shaw has been doing is actually deviating out of his line. He's been going to like countries out there that basically support Krakoa and then providing them with medical supplies or providing them with the kind of things that Krakoa can offer, kind of deviating out of his lane. And so as a result of that, Kitty Pryde really at the moment seems to serve as a kind of checks and balance, right? In this instance, it was basically like, okay, things have kind of gone awry. Kitty Pryde's team was sent in and they're basically going to seize the ship of Sebastian Shaw on the orders of Emma Frost. And it's one of these things where it's kind of like stay in your lane, do what you're supposed to do. Otherwise, this is going to happen time and time again. And you need that, right? Like you need that kind of system in place. If it was just kind of like, okay, so we're like the Hellfire Trading Company, just go ahead and do whatever you want to, there'd be no order order and no structure. And everything that exists in Krakoa in terms of the role the mutants play, the kind of things they provide, and how they more or less manipulate the world markets is really done by maintaining order and structure. It has to function that way. Otherwise, everything they've built on a financial aspect comes crashing down. And so what this ends up doing is it actually ends up picking up with the boat of Sebastian Shaw, which is actually being led by Batroc the Leaper. Now, Batroc the Leaper, he was a cool guy, right? Like, he was an old school Captain America villain. He did, what was he? I think it was he was a French kickboxer. He was awesome. Like, it was fun to watch his stories where he would like fight Captain America. Like, it was fun to read those comics from back in the day. They don't really do those too much anymore. But that's the cool thing about this, is that Kitty Pryde is kind of, or at least her Marauders are kind of a Swiss Army knife, so to speak, for the mutant nation of Krakoa, insofar as what they're doing here is they basically kind of maintain the order of things insofar as Sebastian Shaw, or ensuring Sebastian Shaw's vessels only go to black markets. But then they're also liberating mutants from countries that won't let mutants leave in order to go to Krakoa, right? So they're kind of covering a bunch of different things. But what ends up happening here is that once Kitty Pryde and all of them finally get onto the vessel itself, they essentially sink it. Which is kind of a funny thing. And Batroc and them can't really do a whole lot to stop her. I mean, that's one of the things that was established in the previous issue of the Marauders, is Kitty Pryde like running in and like literally a lone gunman, right? Her ability to phase through all kinds of things basically makes her seemingly unstoppable. But in turn, like once the ship is sunk, they basically say, hey, look, here's our new vessel. It's a great big huge yacht. It's like equipped with weapons and all kinds of crazy stuff. But basically what you're getting here is kind of this pirate life. Now, of course, Emma Frost basically chimes into Sebastian Shaw and says, hey, look, so like we basically sunk your ship, so stay in your lane and don't deviate again. Otherwise, you're going to get more of the same. And that's kind of the funny thing, is Sebastian Shaw can't really stop it, right? I mean, there's really nothing he can do here because he's the one that erred. Say he says like, I want to call together a meeting of the Quiet Council. And basically they say, okay, what's your case, Sebastian? It's like, well, I've been deviating away from my task. Instead of providing, you know, the things that we have, the goods and services that we have to the black market, I've been going to like the public markets, which is what Emma Frost is supposed to do, but I've been doing it instead. And so basically we're doubling up and we're not really serving the black markets. I'm not doing my job. And like, she sunk my ship because of it. She punished me for it. And that's a problem. I mean, how do you justify that, right? Like, how do you make that case? Like, I wasn't doing my job and I was penalized for it. That's like the most entitled attitude ever. It's like, if you're not doing your job, well, then maybe we'll just get somebody to replace you, like somebody who can do your job. Like, it's a funny little thing here, but like, that's literally the spot that he's in. And this is the important thing to understand about Emma Frost, right? The way that she depicts this in this conversation with Sebastian Shaw, the way that she depicts this is the way the game is going to be played. This is how it's going to function. You can play just like we tell you. You could do what we tell you to, or we can replace you with somebody who will. Emma Frost does not care. And that's the coolest thing about her characters. Emma Frost always kind of had this confidence, this kind of haughty, hubris attitude of like, I can do what I want to and nobody can get in my way, right? Like there are two kinds of people in this world, the ones that I can work with and the ones who get in my way. And if you get in my way, then I'll just have you spend the rest of your life, you're believing you're a dog and just barking and carrying on. Now, following this, Kitty Pryde and her group basically travel to Taipei. And here's a cool thing about this. This is why I love this so much. They're literally pirates, right? Like they do a pirate's thing, right? They're like, okay, so like we're going to travel to Taipei and we're going to meet with the contact we're supposed to meet here. And then like once they end up realizing it's Bishop's like, your job is to stay here until you're told who it is that you want to meet with. And they basically go into like a local tattoo parlor and get tattoos and they go drink. It looks like the most fun ever. Dude, I'd be like, dude, this is going to be awesome. It's like a party on the high seas. But here's the other thing to bear in mind too, is this is Kitty Pryde probably at her best. If I'm being honest, as a person who's been reading as long as I have, I think this is Kitty Pryde, probably some of the best writing for her character that I've seen in a long time. Even when, like after All New, All Different Marvel, when she was leader of the X-Men, the problem is that during that time, the X-Men stories sucked, right? Because Marvel was trying to tank the X-Men in order to boost the Inhumans, and nobody wanted that. Everybody wanted the X-Men. And so kind of like giving us that version of Kitty Pryde in that leadership role, combined with like amazing storytelling, is awesome, right? Like she's got like this broken nose with this bandage on her nose. She's got like this kind of flannel thing around her neck. She ends up stealing like this cloak, you know, and it's amazing because she basically has like these tattoos on her fingers that say hold fast. She looks like a pirate, but ultimately they end up finding out the person they're supposed to meet is a guy named Gateway. Now Gateway is an old school character, right? Gateway's been around, since like Uncanny X-Men 229. And the idea behind this was that Gateway was originally used by a group called the Reavers. Now the Reavers are something you guys have probably heard of before. And they were basically kind of like this cyborg faction that basically like used Gateway, who could teleport people as a means to like loot and plunder. He's just like from Australia. I think he's an Aborigine. I'm not going to swear to that though. And like nothing's known about this guy's past. We don't even know what his real name is, right? Like all you know is that he's referred to as Gateway because that's the name the Reavers gave him. Ultimately, over the years, he ended up siding against the Reavers, joined the X-Men, and became a huge part of the team for a long, long time. But he's there to teleport them to where it is that they're supposed to go. And then the place they're teleporting to is actually to this great big huge yacht, this like like outfitted with like cannons and stuff like that. Like it's literally this multi-million-dollar luxury yacht that's been outfitted, like retrofitted with like all these weapons and different things. But the other part of it is that Emma Frost has basically removed Sebastian Shaw's ability to determine who's going to be the Red King or the Red Queen as part of the trinity, more or less, of the Hellfire Trading Company. Now, of course, this pisses Sebastian Shaw off to no end, but at the end of the day, like, he overplayed his hand. He thought he could basically kind of get out there and do his own thing, sort of step outside the bounds that have been created for him, and ultimately he's paying the price, right? That's the price that gets paid for the role that he's played here. And so as a result of that, what ends up going on here is basically like Emma Frost is like, well, our new Red Queen is here, and that's when you end up finding out that it's Kitty Pryde. And can we all just admit that Kitty Pryde dressed as a pirate looks amazing? She looks amazing as a pirate. Dude, it's one of the coolest outfits. Like, it's one of the coolest versions of Kitty Pryde that I've ever seen. It looks straight out of Pirates of the Caribbean, right? Like X-Men of the Caribbean. It looks awesome. Jerry Dugan still got it, man. Like, you go and you read stories like Infinity Wars, and it's like, okay, man, what was even going on? And even like with his Guardians of the Galaxy run to a degree, it's like, I'm not really feeling it. But like looking at his handling of Marauders, dude, Jerry Dugan still got it, man. Like, it's awesome. If you're not reading it, you're sorely missing out. It's not even about like crazy plot threads or anything like that. It's just good old-fashioned fun. And like, you need a comic like that as part of Dawn of X. Just a good old-fashioned fun comic book to read. Now, I'm sure the plots will get more complicated as time goes on and the threats will become more significant, but like, if they're going to be invading, like showing up on the doorstep of countries, so to speak, and basically saying like, we're going to free mutants, or they're going to be fighting off various forces in the high seas, they're going to need a vessel to do it. And having a multi-million-dollar yacht outfitted with cannons, it's basically like a luxury battleship, is awesome. So we're getting back into New Mutants, and New Mutants is the absolute best thing coming out of Marvel Comics right now. And this is the craziest thing, right? Oh, by the way, for those of you guys who want to see my uncensored videos, and those of you guys who actually want to see videos, I think the next one we're doing is Superboy Prime versus Franklin Richards. And then I think after that, we're doing Superboy Prime versus Matthew Malloy. If you want to see the versus videos, head over to Patreon, right? The uncensored videos are like $1 a month, and the versus videos are like $5, right? So it's not like an arm and a leg or anything. It's pretty cool stuff. But New Mutants is amazing. It's absolutely stellar. So in the first video that we did, we had basically talked about how the New Mutants was more or less being reformed, with the exception of Sam Guthrie, right? Sam Guthrie was one of the original members of the New Mutants, and where the team was being reformed, they were actually being reformed for the purpose of going on a mission to Shi'ar space in order to save Sam and bring him back. And the indication was that he was in jeopardy. The issue with this is that where they were able to book passage with the Starjammers, of course led by Corsair, who's the father of Scott Summers, and the Starjammers are basically space pirates, more or less. What they ended up discovering is that the Starjammers actually intended to steal an artifact. And so the result was that the New Mutants got involved, and ultimately they were arrested for the stealing of this artifact. When everything went south, the Starjammers made off with it, and then they were taken before the court of the Shi'ar. Now, here's the thing. The court of the Shi'ar is intense, right? Like, Marvel's shown this multiple times over the years. They're hardcore, right? Like, the lawyer, who's basically like a Marvel Comics version of Better Call Saul, is basically what he is, which is amazing. I don't know how many of you guys watched that show, but I loved Saul Goodman in Breaking Bad, and Better Call Saul has always been solid. But the lawyer basically tries to plead the case that, like, because the New Mutants are from Earth, they don't really know Shi'ar customs or how anything works there, and so they should essentially be pardoned. Like, he basically takes all of them and throws them before the court's mercy. And the response of the judge is like, are we in Earth space or are we in Shi'ar space? And the lawyer's like, we're in Shi'ar space. And the judge is like, that's what I thought. Guilty. And it's like, we don't care where they're from. They broke our laws, and that's just the way it's going to go. So they're basically like, this carries a lifetime sentence. You're going to be handed over to the Shi'ar officials, and they're going to decide what they want to do for you. Only for us to find out that they're being handed over to Sam Guthrie and to Super Guardian, the Smasher, Isabel Kane. This is kind of funny, right? Because, like, we didn't really know what was going on with Sam Guthrie when he was out here. Apparently, he's doing pretty good for himself, and it kind of makes sense. I don't know if any of you guys know who Super Guardian is. She was a character who was introduced during Jonathan Hickman's Avengers: The New Avengers, but basically, Isabel Kane is really one of the very few instances, and when I say few, I mean, like, you can count them on one hand, the very few instances where an Earthling is actually inducted into the Shi'ar Imperial Guard. The Shi'ar Imperial Guard is basically this elite fighting force composed of, like, the most powerful or worthy beings throughout the entirety of Shi'ar space, right? So the Shi'ar only really brings in those who were part of the Shi'ar Empire. Going as far as to bring somebody in from Earth was actually a pretty big deal. The nature of Isabel Kane is she has what are called exospecs, I think is what they're called, but basically it's those red looking glasses she has. When she puts those on, they give her the suit that she has, along with, like, super strength, with speed, durability. She can fly through space without needing some kind of an oxygen tank. It gives her all the things that she needs. She's pretty capable, and she's pretty daggone powerful. She's a big time heavy hitter. During the events of Time Runs Out, which basically had that 8-month gap between really when the multiverse was collapsing and like when it all started to basically wind down, when the multiverse was coming to an end, Sam Guthrie and Isabel Kane actually ended up getting together. They had a kid together, got married, that kind of a thing, and they've basically been together ever since, right? So that's why you see the two of them together here. But it's kind of a cool little thing, right? Because like it's like basically this great big huge coming together and the return of the New Mutants. And Sam Guthrie's just as goofy as he ever was. Like, how did you know we were here? He's like, well, I actually planted tracking devices behind your ears. The reality was that the space lawyer called him. But this is cool, right? So for old school fans of New Mutants, it's a return to form, and that's what makes Dawn of X so cool. Is it's like a return to the way X-Men are supposed to be, right? Like each title is individual, and each title feels unique, right? It has its own style of storytelling. It's telling its own various adventures. It's awesome, right? And this feels like old school New Mutants, right? Like the hipster comic book fans or the really old comic book fans will probably attest to this. Like it feels like old school New Mutants, and it works, right? It's that great blend of comedy and seriousness. And so the result of this is that with them basically being handed over to Sam Guthrie and to Super Guardian, the issue then comes into play where Super Guardian is contacted by Gladiator. Now remember, Gladiator is the current ruler of the Shi'ar Empire, and it's cool, right? Because what he basically says is the Shi'ar Empire is in need of your aid. You've all been conscripted. Here's your mission. Go carry it out. Now remember, the nature of the Shi'ar Empire, especially under the rule of Gladiator, isn't really like dark. Like Gladiator's not a dick, right? Like, he's not like a terrible leader or anything. He's not like ruling with like an iron fist, but it's one of those things where you don't disrespect the throne. And that was even the case with Gladiator himself when he was leader of the Imperial Guard. Like he wouldn't defy the orders of the Emperor or the Empress, but if they were orders he disagreed with, he would kind of try to find a way to skirt them. It was an interesting little thing. Like I believe Lilandra was alive at the time. Yeah, Lilandra was alive during the rise of Vulcan, the Third Summer's brother, when he started trying to take over the Shi'ar Empire. And so initially, I believe that Vulcan tasked Gladiator with executing Lilandra, and instead he basically escorted her out of Shi'ar space, got her out of there, and basically had her live in exile. Ultimately, she died, but had her live in exile for a time, or at least tried to help her escape. So he was kind of like skirting, right? Like skirting the rules, more or less. But the reason why they've all been conscripted here is because when Super Guardian shows up, when Isabel Kane shows up, she's like, all of you guys are going to be serving on our behalf. All of you guys are going to be working for us, and here's the reason why. But before we get an explanation, we end up jumping to Gladiator, who's meeting with Zandra. Zandra is basically the daughter of Lilandra Naramani and Charles Xavier, with the two of them having a love interest. Yeah, I know. Charles Xavier's having kids all over the place, man. It's nuts. Like for a guy who can't walk, he's having a whole lot of kids. I don't understand how that works. It's kind of nuts, man. Charles Xavier gets around. But Zandra, despite how young she looks, she is a hoss. She is a force to be reckoned with. She's basically an Omega level character. Her power basically allows her to tap into the minds of others, and it works on a universal scale, right? So like anybody in the universe, she can tap into their mind and basically dominate their mind, dominate and control them. So imagine Charles Xavier, but like if he could reach out to the universe. It's ridiculous how powerful she is. Like it's one of those characters like Marvel never really does anything with. It's nuts where her character resides. Now, admittedly, when I say Marvel never really does anything with her, a lot of that's probably because of the fact that she didn't really show up until Mr. and Mrs. X #2, I think it was, in October of 2018. So she's been around for like a year, right? So like not long enough to do anything with. So I guess I'm kind of being a little overly harsh on Marvel, but it's kind of a cool thing because what's really happening here, and this is a very easy thing to overlook, but it's very important. What's happening here is the response of Gladiator is the Shi'ar Empire needs to have a Naramani on the throne, meaning Zandra needs to become the new leader of the Shi'ar. Essentially, with Lilandra not being there, it's kind of starting the cycle all over again, right? Because she's a spitting image of her mom. And so it's the cycle starting all over again, that a Naramani is taking over the throne, Gladiator is stepping down as Magister and going back to being the Praetor of the Imperial Guard, basically the leader of the Imperial Guard. It's returning the Shi'ar landscape back to the way it was under Chris Claremont, and it's a pretty significant thing. We end up finding out the reason why this is the case is because of the fact that basically Deathbird is trying to find a way to make her way back to ruling the Shi'ar Empire. Deathbird being the sister of Lilandra and exceedingly dangerous. It's cool. If you don't really care about the X-Men or the Shi'ar, then this doesn't really matter to you. It's just kind of like, all right, I mean, that's cool. But if you're like me, dude, that's awesome, man. It's pretty sweet. So X-Force is the best thing coming out of Marvel Comics right now because this story is amazing, dude. God, I love X-Force. It's absolutely amazing. Okay, so in X-Force #1, we're playing catch up, right? Like for those of you guys who are following the X-Men playlist, you're gonna kind of see like a big content dump over the course of this week, kind of updating everything and making sure that it's all in order. For the X-Men playlist, the reason why I'm doing everything issue by issue is to do it all in chronological order, right? So that's why we kind of have to play catch up every once in a while in case we miss something, especially when we take a break for for a week. So in the first issue, the first video that we did, we basically had kind of like this big moment where Charles Xavier was killed, right? And Charles Xavier was killed by these various forces who managed to infiltrate the island of Krakoa. Now, under normal circumstances, humans can't just walk into Krakoa, right? I mean, I guess they kind of can. They can drop in from the air. But the reason why a lot of the initial attack was dismissed is because while you had Sage, who's a mutant whose brain basically works like a computer, storing information, different things like that, because of the fact that Sage had initially dismissed it because the initial indication was that it was basically Domino who was showing up, what we ended up finding out is that Domino's skin had basically been grafted onto these various individuals who in turn infiltrated Krakoa and then killed like 33 mutants, right? One of whom was Charles Xavier. Now, of course, responding in the aftermath of it all, with the shooting going on and all that kind of stuff, the X-Men really nullified the entire conflict pretty fast. I mean, of course, 33 mutants were killed. It was really more of a surprise attack. But with Charles Xavier being one of them, what this does is it basically picks up with Magneto. And it's one of the coolest moments, right? Because Magneto really kind of looks at this. This is why I love Benjamin Percy writing so much. Magneto looks at this and says, if only I had been there, I could have stopped the bullet. If only you'd been made of metal, then, you know, I could have put you back together. If only, if only. And that's one of the coolest things about this, right? Because there was a time when the death of Charles Xavier, well, I would never go as far as to say Magneto would never care, that Magneto probably wouldn't have shown the same kind of remorse, right? He would have basically gone on a warpath and attacked everybody, you know, because of the fact that Charles Xavier was one of really his closest friend. And that's an important thing to understand when it comes to the relationship between Charles Xavier and Magneto, that yes, they've been enemies. Yes, they've fought each other constantly, but there's a kind of respect that runs there among the two of them, right? The bond they share is pretty intense. And so if somebody killed the other, then there'd be hell to pay. And that's really the issue with Magneto, because he kind of has to hold back, right? The initial desire of Magneto is to make the world suffer, right? Like that's the initial desire of Magneto, is to make the world suffer here. But the response is we can't do that. Instead, we have to continue the charter of Charles Xavier. And that speaks mountains to the evolutionary change of Magneto's character. Insofar as, again, there was a time when he would have said, who cares what Charles Xavier wanted? Everyone's gotta die, you know? But now it's the dream of Charles Xavier was to basically turn Krakoa into a place of peace for mutant kind, and he would not have wanted us to wage war on the world in response to his death. That's a huge thing for Magneto to really sort of take on and to adopt here. And so the result of this is that you have this conversation that goes on between Magneto and Jean Grey. And basically, you know, Magneto's idea is you have to find a way to resurrect Xavier, you have to bring him back, but should it fail? And of course, it's kind of this going back and forth of it won't fail, it'll succeed, that kind of a thing. Now, it's easy to look at this and to know that Charles Xavier is going to be resurrected, right? To know he's going to come back. It's easy to look at that and to say his death was all for naught. But this is the beauty of Dawn of X as it's being ran by Jonathan Hickman and being written by everybody else. Jonathan Hickman's perception of death in comics is that oftentimes it was used as like shock value, right? Like, oh my God, this character died. Can you believe it? Everybody go and buy this comic so you could see, you know, that's really kind of how it'd been treated in the years that really came after the death of Superman. And so Hickman's stance was, if that's the case, if people are used to characters dying and coming back, then let's keep that trend going, but make the death serve a purpose, right? Don't use it as like a shock value. Don't use it as like some kind of throwaway plot device. Use it to serve a bigger purpose here. And that's the reason why Charles Xavier dying is significant, is because it's not the death of Xavier. It's not like, oh my God, Xavier died. You know what I mean? You'll see a lot of like clickbait articles from news companies and things like that who were like, this blank X-Man died, you know, or something like that. That's really them kind of holding on to the way things used to be as opposed to changing with the modern times. The reality of this is it's like Charles Xavier dying is designed to serve the narrative of the story, to serve the purpose, right? So Xavier dying is no different than if like, you know, the X-Men had lost a battle or something like that. It's designed to keep the story going. And that's why I think it's cool here, because what you end up getting is basically Jean Grey and Hank McCoy traveling over to where Cerebro is. Now, this is kind of a big thing, is because what Xavier had done is he had basically taken Cerebro, which historically had been used as a means to basically monitor and discover various mutants around the world. He had taken it and used it as essentially a computerized backup. That what he had done is Cerebro is constantly backing up the various memories of all the X-Men who were there. And so when Domino was believed to have been killed, the last memory she experienced would have been backed up to Cerebro. But not only that, Xavier's final moments before he died would have been backed up to Cerebro. So what this means is they can resurrect Xavier and he comes back just like he was before he died. It's a pretty genius maneuver and it's a pretty genius thing because the story continues on. And it's kind of a question of, can this actually be successful? Can this actually work? Now, this is where things really begin to get interesting, is because what you do is you pick up with Sage and you pick up with a few of the individuals who had basically been captured by the X-Men, albeit they were dead at the time, but one of them is still alive. And so initially Wolverine wants to slaughter this guy, right? And this is where Wolverine is written incredibly well, right? Because Wolverine's pissed, like he's angry, right, about the fact that Xavier died, but more so than that, the fact that like humans would have such hubris as to invade Krakoa and launch an attack when no attack was instigated by the mutant population, right? It was one of those, we just want a place where we can be could be alone, do our own thing, and be fine. And then in turn, like, humanity attacked them anyway. And so initially, Wolverine wants to kill this guy, but instead, he kind of backs off and he says, get Jean Grey in here, have her scan this guy's mind before he dies, right? Because he's on his way to dying. Find out who brought him here, how all this stuff works, whatever the case is. And then when they ask, well, where are you going? Wolverine gives this very simple answer: I'm going hunting. And that's what I love about Wolverine, right? Because when he's written well, and that's the struggle of Marvel Comics, right? The struggle of Marvel Comics is to write Wolverine in a compelling way. When he's written well, oh, dude, Katie bar the door. Dude, his stories are amazing. Like, they're fantastic. It's crazy. When Wolverine is written well, he's one of the most interesting characters in Marvel Comics. When he's written poorly, then you get most of the stories that he's been in. And so that's the thing here, because what ends up happening is, with all the information that had been basically dumped to him by Jean Grey, he ends up traveling to Seoul, South Korea. And when he gets there, of course, he's doing his best to kind of break through and figure out how these guys got on the plane and where they came from, or at least, you know, how to sort of backtrack their information and so on. And for the most part, it doesn't work, right? Because Wolverine's not tech savvy. But then he's met by the arrival of Quentin Quire. Now, let me tell you something, man. Man, let me tell you something. Dude, Quentin Quire. Dude, I love Quentin Quire. Quentin Quire is a ridiculously powerful character, right? He's an Omega level telepath. This kid is not to be trifled with. But more so than that, you know what makes Quentin Quire so good? Dude, he just doesn't care. He's just like, so there's my way of doing things, and then there's the wrong way. The kid single-handedly led a revolt against the entirety of the mutant, like the entirety of like the Charles Xavier school. Dude, it was one of the coolest things ever. There's this amazing moment when he's what was it? He's coming down the stairs and Wolverine tries to stop him, and he just like totally screws up Wolverine's mind and sends him through like this insane maze in his own head. And Wolverine's just like sitting there totally incapacitated. Oh, it's amazing. I love the revolt of Quentin Quire. But Quentin Quire was very similar to Magneto insofar as he believed that mutants were superior to humans, right? Like, mutants are better than humans and we should rule accordingly, right? He very much followed in Magneto's footsteps in terms of like classic Magneto wanting to basically dominate humanity and then turn mutants into like the superior rulers of Earth. And so it's kind of a funny thing, because what he basically says here is like, you're incompetent when it comes to computers, Wolverine. So basically everything you were trying to do, I've already done. Like, I've traced everything back. I know exactly where these guys came from. And I also made a credit card in your name and then ran up the bill. Why? Because Quentin Quire's kind of a dick, and it's funny. And so what you end up getting here is basically them, you know, traveling to a location just outside of Seoul, which is basically, it looks like a giant place where there's like newspapers being printed and different things like that, you know, some kind of giant printing location. When they get in there, what they end up finding out is everything but newspapers is being printed here. What's happening is some organization out there is basically manufacturing assassins. Now, they're not manufacturing assassins insofar as brainwashing humans. What they're doing, or at least what it appears they're doing, is engineering beings so that they can serve as the perfect assassins, biologically engineered to kill mutants. And so it's kind of a nut situation, because what you end up getting is basically like Quentin Quire and Wolverine in this building, and suddenly these biologically engineered humans start attacking. Now, this really kind of draws out a couple different conclusions, right? We can say that they were in effect activated by some third party, or if that third party is unaware, they activate based on the presence of mutants, meaning they basically have the ability to home in on those individuals who have mutant powers and those who don't. That's really more of a principle of Nimrod, right? Nimrod was, of course, the ultimate sentinel who could actually detect a mutant's power and a mutant's weakness and then capitalize on that weakness, right? Whether it was a phobia or whatever the case happened to be, he could use that weakness against them and then dominate them and ultimately destroy them, right? That's one of the reasons why Nimrod was so capable as like the ultimate sentinel machine. The other thing here is there are basically mutant power dampeners in this building, meaning the powers of Quentin Quire don't work. Now, this also means the powers of Wolverine don't work insofar as his healing factor. So if Wolverine starts sustaining injuries until he leaves the presence of this mutant dampening field, his powers won't work. And that's kind of an important thing to keep in mind, and it's actually a little bit of a big revelation here, right? Like, putting Wolverine in a place is actually one of the cool little ways to kill Wolverine, so long as he stays in the location where his mutant powers are dampened. Now, of course, that's basically what the Muramasa blade does. It nullifies the healing factor of Wolverine entirely, but it's one of these cool little segments. It's kind of thrown in there as sort of a throwaway instance where like you could kill Wolverine. It's a cool little thing. And so what Wolverine does is he basically draws a conclusion, and he tells Quentin Quire, if there's mutant dampening here, that it means that what they're trying to do is hide someone. They're trying to hide like a mutant here and keep them from using their powers. And if that's the case, you have to find who that mutant is. Most likely they're hiding Domino here. And of course, when Quentin Quire turns a corner, he finds Domino all basically sitting in this stasis tank with half her skin missing, which is pretty screwed up. But with that being said, guys, we're gonna bring this video to an end. Okay, so we are continuing our coverage on Dawn of X, and we are covering Fallen Angels. You know, after I covered issue number 1, initially I was on the fence. I was like, I don't know how I feel about issue number 1. But my rule when it comes to comics is read the first story arc. And if after the first story arc, it doesn't really resonate with me, then I'll drop it, right? So I'm like, okay, we got to keep on keeping on. I'm glad I did, because Fallen Angels is awesome. The biggest problem with the first issue is it doesn't explain anything. Things are happening, and that's basically it. This one is awesome. It's like one of the coolest stories from Dawn of X, right? So like the best thing coming out of Marvel right now. So what this does is this jumps back into the past, right? And it basically deals with a guy by the name of Yama who's having a conversation with Kwannon. But the idea is that she's having this conversation with this guy, this guy Yama, and he basically says, I've met you before, the blade of Niorin, Matsuo's prize. Now, it's one of the things we talked about in like Psylocke Explained and things like that, is that for the character of Kwannon, she spent a lot of her life, or at least what little that we knew, in a very precarious situation. What you had Niorin, who was a crime lord, I think that's how you pronounce it, who was a crime lord in Japan. And then you had Matsuo, who's the guy that Kwannon was in love with, who was basically an assassin for the Hand. And the result of this is that Matsuo and Kwannon knew that eventually the Hand and Niorin would basically end up going to war with each other, right? Because for those guys who are unfamiliar, the Hand is a very, very old and ancient organization, and those organizations that come into conflict with the Hand are dealt with harshly and swiftly. The Hand doesn't screw around. And so because Niorin was doing his whole thing where he was basically encroaching on the territory and the role of the Hand, the two tribes ultimately went to war with each other. And when they did, Matsuo and Kwannon were caught in the middle. And so because they were lovers, they were essentially forced to fight each other to the death. Kwannon, her allegiance was for the most part explicitly to her warlord. And then Matsuo, of course, was an agent of the Hand. And so as a result of that, during that fight between the two of them, Kwannon basically fell off a cliff, and ultimately she was believed to have been dead. And around that exact same time, Betsy Braddock washed up on the shore. And that's when you basically end up getting the body swap between these two characters. This takes place seemingly long before that, or at some point shortly after that. But the long and short of this is that what she basically tells this doctor is like, close your eyes, right? Because what he's trying to do is barter passage and get away. And the funny thing about this is he says, there's nobody keeping me here. I just need to get out of this place and I need to escape. And so she simply says, cover your eyes. And then she kind of goes through this really, really amazing line where she's like, there is no escape for people like us. When we're brought into the clan, we serve the clan. And that's the way it is. We serve until the day we die. And that's exactly what's kind of going on here, is this guy is trying to defect. He's trying to get away. And the result is that he can't, right? Kwannon, kind of serving out her role, basically ends up killing this guy. And so you get this really, really amazing moment here. And we're going to kind of jump forward sort of past this for a second, but we get this really amazing moment where really in like right now in Japan, she ends up catching up with essentially the wife of this guy. Now, basically she ends up taking out this driver and then, killing the guy, and then basically catches up to this woman and says, look, like, I'm supposed to kill you, right? I killed your husband because that's what I was assigned to do, but I'm going to spare your life. And in reality, this is a big no-no, right? This is a big no-no. When the Hand tasks you with killing someone, you kill someone. The masters are the ones who decide who gets to live and who gets to die. You're basically an object to be used to carry out a particular purpose, right? Under any normal circumstance, this woman and her unborn baby would be gone. They'd be snuffed out, and that would be the end of them. The reason why Kwannon doesn't do it is because what she says is like, I reached into the mind of your husband and I realized how much he loved you. And basically when her husband was essentially saying, there's no one keeping me here, there's nothing going on, it wasn't for the sake of abandoning his wife and child, right? That was not really the case. It was to keep them protected, because as an agent of the Hand, if as far as the Hand is concerned, this guy has nothing else keeping him here, they would have no reason to look for a wife and child. But because of the fact that the Hand eventually learned about it, of course, hence the reason why Kwannon was sent after this woman, ultimately Kwannon was tasked with killing this woman. And so as a result of this, what Kwannon basically tells us is that eventually they catch up to her and they kill her. They torture her for information, then they kill her, right? So it's one of these things where like her fate was sealed. The funny thing about this is that Kwannon had kind of been keeping tabs on it. She basically experienced this woman's last moments when she was being eliminated, and she never ratted her out. She never ratted out Kwannon and said like, that's the woman who basically saved me. That never happened, right? So that's an insane amount of allegiance and a huge amount of loyalty and a massive thank you, for these actions. And so it's a pretty big deal there. But what I want to do here is I want to kind of continue this, and I want to jump directly over to a conversation between Kwannon and Laura Kinney with X-23. And this is probably one of the coolest conversations ever, right? Because when it comes to Laura Kinney, as long as she's been in Marvel Comics, right? When Craig Kyle and Chris Yost originally created her in X-Men Evolution, then she was rolled over into the comics with Joe Quesada's really weird NYX story. And then from there, just kind of got rolled over into her own origin and went forward from there. There was a lot of storytelling. I mean, her origin was fleshed out, her role, how she related to Wolverine, things like that. A lot of that stuff was dealt with. But one of the big things that wasn't really dealt with there is, did she ever really find a way to reconcile her rage, right? The kind of thing she inherited both by virtue of her training as well as just the genealogy of Wolverine, right? You guys know that. Wolverine goes into like a berserker rage and all hell breaks loose. The question was, did she ever really find a way to cope with that? And the answer to the question is no. And that's why she's talking and basically working with Kwannon here, is because her question is, understanding you the way that I do, the connection that we share here, you have the same kind of rage that I do, but you keep it so under control. The question is, can you teach me to be the same thing? And the response of Kwannon is, yes, I can teach you that. I can make you a master of your rage, but understand, every master is a slave. And initially, Laura Kinney doesn't grasp that. The reality of what Kwannon is telling her is, yes, I can make you a master of your rage, but at the end of the day, you're still a slave to it. Because what you're going to be doing is you're going to be going about every single moment of every single aspect of your life, and you're going to be working to keep it under control, right? The fact that you have this thing out there that you're working to control means that it dominates your life, because if you let it go out of control, who knows what might happen, right? So you're doing what you're doing, not because it's a thing you want to master, but because you're scared of it, because you're scared of what would happen if you didn't master it and the effect that it would have in your life. It's a very profound statement to make, right? It's a very profound case to make. The other cool thing about this is that you basically end up getting Cable talking directly with Kwannon herself. Now, again, this is one of the things that we kind of talked about before, that when it came to the older version of Cable, he was considered to be old hat. He was really, really cool when he first popped up. The issue is that over the years in Marvel, he's basically turned into a plot device. Like, there'll be some event that'll take place and the Cable pops up, don't do that, you'll mess up the future, you know, and that's basically how his character ended up evolving over the years. That's basically what he became. If there was something that Marvel wanted to fix or undo, then, you know, suddenly here comes Cable from the future undoing it because it'll mess with the future, you know, and his character really lost his purpose. And so because of that, as part of this great big huge paradigm shift that Marvel's been implementing over the course of the last year or so, maybe the last 2 years, what you ended up getting was the younger version of Cable from the future killing his future version, right? So like Cable 2050 years in the future versus Cable at 3,000 years in the future, more or less. It was basically killing off that old version. What you're noticing with this younger version here is he doesn't really manipulate time in the same fashion, right? He's not using time as a scapegoat, as a means to get out of situations and things like that. He's really kind of here and then carrying out his mission accordingly, right? So what knowledge of the future he has is used in his stories, but it's not heavy-handed and it's not a plot device. It's a genius way to use his character. And so as a result of that, what he basically ends up saying is that as far as he's aware, you know, kind of again, using this side plot, this creation of Overclock, that there is a place out there in Brazil that uses slave labor, right? Uses young kids, uses adults, you know, this entire village essentially as a means to kind of continue the creation of this product. And the idea is using Cable's information, we can go out there and we can stop that. Now, here's the big issue that goes on here is Overclock is basically a product being manufactured and being used, or at least being sent out there into the world by Apoth. We don't really know who Apoth is, but one of the points that Kwannon makes here is we can't just go out there and save this village. We can't really save them because every time we leave, we risk Krakoa refusing to let us back in. I remember ever since the events of X-Force number 3, when you basically had the quote-unquote death of Xavier, the island has for the most part been on lockdown. And so leaving and coming back and leaving and coming back, at the end of the day, Krakoa doesn't really know what they're doing when they go out there, especially when they're being extremely secretive. And so as far as Krakoa knows, they could have been the ones who set up the whole death of Charles Xavier. Now they weren't, but it could have been that Krakoa was like, well, maybe you did. So like, you can't get back into the island anymore until we get all this in motion. Because of that, it's one of these things where it's like the next time we go out, we have to go out knowing where Apoth is and knowing what he's doing. We can't just go out willy-nilly. And so as a result of that, Cable kind of takes it as an affront. And the reason why this matters is because in this future that Cable was raised up in, he of course knows about the notion of like the survival of the fittest, right? It was a very harsh environment, very difficult for people to grow up in, but he also knows a lot of history there. And he's seen mutants constantly being used for nefarious purposes and falling in line with the charter of Krakoa in saying that we want this island to be a safe haven for people, if only for that purpose, if no other reason than like we have to go out there and help people where we can because Cable's a legitimate good guy. At the end of the day, the response of Kwannon is, I'm not going out there and neither are you. And so the response of Cable is, well then fine, I'll go out there on my own, right? I'll go out there on my own and I'll do my own thing. Of course, he ends up taking X-23 with him. And so what you end up getting here is this really cool explanation that takes place between Mr. Sinister and Kwannon herself. And what ends up going on here is that Kwannon really reveals the nature of like the butterflies, right? For those of you guys who are familiar with Betsy Braddock, you guys know that whenever she used, at least back in the Chris Claremont days, when she used her psychic powers or her telepathic powers, a butterfly would basically appear on her face. And so as a result of that, when Betsy Braddock and Kwannon went through their whole thing, Kwannon used a butterfly as well. And one of the things that's kind of established here is that she hated that. She hated the idea that it was really kind of a holdover from when she was being controlled, or at least, you know, when she was going through the body swap with Betsy Braddock and herself. And so where she still maintained that at the end of the day, she wanted to kind of create that and make it her own identity, make it into something that was unique and interesting for her, as opposed to kind of like, this is a reminder of when I shared bodies with Betsy Braddock. And so that's what she's really been trying to do in a lot of different ways. Now, it's not a huge plot point, but it is a way to kind of expand on the character of Kwannon and focus on the little elements about her. Because remember, for like 99% of the X-Men readership right now, she's pretty obscure. They don't really know anything about her, right? I mean, some people do, but like you would have had to have been reading Marvel Comics really since like the late 80s and the early 90s to really understand the nature and the notion behind like Revanche and and like everything that went into her character. And so as a result of that, it's one of these cool things because Sinister's response is, well, okay, if that's the case and you're trying to do your own thing, then sure, like you have my allegiance now. Now understand this, the allegiance and the loyalty of Sinister always comes at a price. He has some kind of plan that he wants to implement, and using Kwannon for his own ends will basically help him achieve that plan. So that's really what's going on with him. The result of this is that ultimately it ends up being Kwannon who's basically trying to reform herself, and not really so much as a hero. And this is kind of a cool thing because what she says is like, Betsy Braddock is a hero, I'm trying to be something else. What I think she's really trying to be is I think she's trying to be a realist, right? Like when it comes to like superheroes in Marvel, yes, they have a real world perception of the world, right? Yes, you know, Captain America's not oblivious to the way the world works, right? It's not like he's like, the only villains out there are people who are just like robbing banks, you know, and like whatever villains we're facing for the week. Like Captain America's aware of the fact that there's like muggings and robberies that happen every day. But the overall gist behind a lot of these characters is they're out there in like the big world fighting the big fights, right? So like you don't really see stories where like Captain America's fighting some mugger who was like attacking some old woman. You don't really see that. And it really kind of ties into the nature of Kwannon because when she looks at the character of Betsy Braddock, is this is a girl with her head in the clouds, right? This is a girl out there doing whatever superhero thing she's doing, but she's not really connected to the real world. She doesn't really know how dark this world could be. And so it's almost one of these things where Kwannon's kind of trying to become this kind of anti-hero slash hero, almost kind of like this Wolverine-esque Punisher type character. We're not 100% sure yet, but it's cool, right? To see the world for what it really is, as opposed to how people would like it to be, is a very important thing because what it does is it allows you to see the reality of the situation as opposed to walking around with rose-colored glasses. And so the result of this is that, of course, her basically teaming up with Cable and with X-23 going out to help save this village. As soon as they get out there, the village is basically empty, and they're met with like this giant machine, basically, you know, this thing that initially goes to attack them, and then of course the story basically cuts off there. But for those of you guys who watched the first video, I want to know what you guys think about this story so far, right? Or who read the first issue. I want to know what you all think about like issue number 2 versus issue number 1, because I definitely think it gets a whole lot interesting. All right, members of the Rob Corps, we officially have a Discord. Yes, we do. We have a Discord server. Check the link down in the description. The link has no expiration date and it's an unlimited number of uses. So you can use it as many times as you want. You can share it, give it to other people, all that kind of stuff. I do have it posted on Twitter. I made a post on my personal Instagram at @IamRobJefferson. Yeah, so go check it out. There's all kinds of stuff there. There's basically a gaming section, a miscellaneous section, which is like new comic spoilers, things like that. You can self-promote your own channel. You can promote your own artwork. You can discuss the versus videos that I do on Patreon. For those of you guys who don't know, I do versus videos that I put exclusively on Patreon for patron-only content. And then there's like an anime and manga section. There is an indie comics section for those of you guys who like indie comics. There's a DC discussion section, a Marvel discussion section, film and TV, video requests in case you guys want like a character explanation that's done or a story that you want me to explain. All kinds of cool stuff, right? Like there's all kinds of cool things. For the patrons, there's a section there just for you, right? So if you're on Patreon, head over there and basically sign up using Patreon, and then you can essentially connect your Patreon to Discord and see the Patreon only section. But yeah, it's cool. Like I really dig it, right? I love talking to you guys all the time. Right now there's about 1,000 people that are part of the Discord already, so it's pretty cool. Like it's pretty awesome. Like it's really been blowing up recently. But yeah, so we are getting into X-Men issue number 3 by Jonathan Hickman. Now, remember when we first started House and Powers of X? And I told you guys that occasionally there would be stories where you would find yourself asking the question, but like, what's the point of this though? This is one of those. But here's the thing to understand. It's the same thing that I told you guys. Everything that Jonathan Hickman does serves a purpose. He never really writes anything in a story that doesn't serve any useful purpose whatsoever. That character will become important in some form or fashion later on down the line. And that's exactly what's going on here. Here's the funny thing about this though, is this story initially picks up in the Savage Land. Now, I didn't even know the Savage Land was being used anymore. I thought Marvel had discarded this essentially after like Marvel Now 2.0 or whatever it was. And they were just like, who cares about the Savage Land? The Savage Land is this landmass in Antarctica that houses what's basically like a lush jungle, right? And you've got all kinds of like not really monsters, but you've got like dinosaurs, things like that in there, species that were thought to have been extinct. And it's been home to a lot of different places, to Kevin Plunder, also known as Kazar, to Magneto. At one point, he actually served, used it as a base of operations. But it's kind of like this place that's essentially hidden away from the world, and not a lot of people know about it. The general public doesn't really know about it. Originally, the Savage Land was this old Marvel Mystery Comics concept from 1941, and X-Men issue number 10, Stan Lee and Jack Kirby basically updated it when they brought in Kazar, and then it became more of like an X-Men concept. And then in Fantastic Four number 316, Steve Englehart came along and basically said that like the Beyonders were the ones who basically got a hold of some race that existed in the main Marvel universe and had them create the Savage Land, right? So there's a lot of history there in terms of how it came into existence and the purpose that it serves. But at the moment right now, it's being used by the X-Men as a means to grow the various flowers and so on that are being used as part of their black market and public trading company, right? The Hellfire Club trading company. And like so many times that we've seen before, where some group manages to break through one of the gateways of Krakoa and then access the Savage Land. Here's the thing, the X-Men's gateway system is like the least secure thing ever. With the number of people who have managed to gain access to the X-Men's Krakoan gateway system, it's like a person who's got like a door that sits open with just a sign just sitting on like a pole in front of the door that says, please do not enter my home. Of course people are gonna go in and see what you have. Like if they're interested in stealing your stuff, you've got no real security measure. And that's basically what this is, right? So of course, as soon as they get in there, they immediately spray down like Pixie and a couple others and essentially, you know, just kind of like neutralize their powers. And that's basically it. And so what this does is it immediately leads into the gathering of the Quiet Council. And the reason for that is because one, the gateway to the Savage Land has basically been cut off, meaning nobody can get in or out of the gateway. And two, there's actually an after effect as a result of this, that by whatever manner and whatever means, this group that's broken in has managed to find some way to basically influence Krakoa itself, insofar that Krakoa has essentially shrunk down in size by like 0.0001%, like 158 square feet basically. So it's not like a huge decrease in size, but it is shrinking, as well as it having a kind of psychic impact on the various telepaths who were there in that area. And so as a result of that, the question is, what do we do about this? And so the essential response is like, we have to go in and we have to basically figure out what's going on. Now, here's a cool thing that Jonathan Hickman throws in here. And this is one of the things about Hickman writing, but like Hickman does not do like a lot of writers do when he basically creates a story and then like feeds us everything in like 6 issues, right? It doesn't really work that way. Instead, it's usually always some kind of a slow rollout because it's the slow burn, right? It's one of the reasons why I always love Hickman writing, is because he takes his time to craft an amazing story instead of just rushing it all out super fast. And so as a result of that, we learned a couple things here about Krakoa, the island itself, insofar that Hickman really kind of ties into the original Giant Size X-Men #1 story and saying that the Krakoan island basically feeds on the psychic energy of mutants. Now, in previous stories and in decades gone by, the island wasn't really nefarious so much as it had a disregard for mutant life, right? It would just consume the psychic energies of mutants and didn't really care, right? It was just kind of the thing that it did, and it was a role that it played. As time has gone on, and especially with the X-Men and the various mutants using Krakoa as a home, it's kind of turned into somewhat of a symbiotic relationship, insofar that Krakoa, if it really wanted to, could just consume like 2 mutants every year in order to keep itself sustained. But what ends up happening is that all the various mutants across Krakoa basically kind of provide it with some psychic energy that it needs. And so the result is that instead of taking out 2 mutants every year, basically a ritual sacrifice is more or less what it would be. It just kind of feeds on the psychic energy of everybody who's there, which is barely noticeable by anything. But here's the funny thing about this, is that Hickman actually brings back Selene, and we've not seen her yet, but Selene is essentially the oldest mutant in the world, right? She's 10,000 years old. She was born during the Hyborian age, and she literally feeds on the life forces of various individuals in order to keep herself sustained. Her job here is to basically, alongside Implet, is to basically monitor Krakoa and to ensure that Krakoa's feeding process doesn't run awry, and that the mutants themselves are sustaining Krakoa the way it needs to be sustained. So it's not a great, big, huge thing, but it is kind of a cool little thing to see that like Selene is still here, a character who by all standards of measurement, I thought had just basically been killed off, and Marvel was never going to bring her back. But again, like what you end up finding out here is that these forces that have broken into the Savage Land are actually a bunch of old women. Thank you for being a friend. So these old chicks here, they're really just kind of bickering with each other and carrying on and so on, but they seem pretty hardcore. They seem pretty ruthless, right? Now, we'll find out what the story is about them here in a second, but here's a funny thing, and this is why I love what's going on with Dawn of X, right? We talked about this during Fallen Angels, that like everything connects with everything else, and so there's kind of this offhanded comment that's made by Emma Frost, like, man, I really wish we had Doug Ramsey, that we had Cypher here in order to basically figure out what's going on with Krakoa, talk to it directly. But of course, as we know, Cypher's off in space with the New Mutants, I think it is. I can't remember what team he's on. I think it's the New Mutants. And so he's not there. And then of course, Cyclops makes a response by saying, yeah, that's my fault, because Cyclops is the one that sent them out, right? He's the one that helped them gain access to get to Shi'ar space. So it's cool to see these little things kind of tying into each other. But what they end up doing is basically hitting up Gateway. And so of course, he basically teleports the X-Men, or at least this kind of strike force team, directly to Krakoa. And that's when they start communicating with these old women, or start talking to them. And like, they immediately start talking trash about Emma Frost. They're like, yeah, man, we're a group called Horticulture, but one of them's just like, speaking of unsavory women, like that one in the white looks like a tart. And it's kind of a funny thing, right? Like these old chicks just like making fun of this young chick. It's like, hey, look, sweetheart, you can dress however you want to. Just know the world's going to kind of view you a certain way, right? So if you're okay with that, do your thing. But, you know, just, understand, you know, like it's kind of a funny little scenario, like old chicks basically giving a hard time to young chicks. Now, here's the funny thing about this is Emma Frost hits on that, right? And basically says, okay, somehow their minds are being shielded. Now, and that's kind of a good thing, right? Because as we know, Emma Frost is an Omega level telepath, right? She's insanely powerful. So if she wanted to, she could just like shut down the mind of these old chicks or basically make them dress like tarts according to their own standards. It's a funny little thing, like in terms of what she could really do to screw up the minds of these women. But it's sort of a question there of how is it that these women are able to shield their minds from telepaths? How is it they were able to hack into the Krakoan gateway network in order to access the Savage Land? And how do they even know about the Savage Land in the first place, right? Because it's kept very hush-hush. And so Sebastian Shaw really begins to speak up here. Now, here's the thing about Sebastian Shaw, right? Historically speaking, he's always been a guy who overplays his hand every single time without fail. But a lot of it's because of the fact that one, he's exceedingly arrogant and full of hubris, and two, because he's still kind of riding off the heels of having once been the Black King of the Hellfire Club. But the idea here is that he's used to being in charge and he's used to getting his way. And so where he usually is charming and is able to kind of have a way with various men and women that are out there by sort of using this silver tongue, as he's going through and talking to these old women like, you fair, young, beautiful women and so on, you know, and we can come to an agreement, right? I mean, we're cool people, like we can come to an agreement. They immediately spray him in the face with gas, neutralize his powers, and they're like, nope, no deal, old man. And so of course Cyclops responds in kind. But here's the funny thing is the X-Men don't know what's going on with this group. And that's one of the things to understand. The role of the X-Men right now is really more one of politics than anything else. And the reason why I say that is because sure, the X-Men could annihilate these old women, hide their bodies, just be like, Krakoa, take care of these bodies, or just like dump them in the ocean somewhere or whatever the case is. And seemingly nobody would believe that they were gone, but they don't know who sent them. It could be some foreign government. And as soon as the X-Men make the first strike and they kill these old women, well, then suddenly comes out the X-Men are murderers, right? So not having all the information, not having all the facts, the only thing they can do is really one, keep these women alive, and then two, try to figure out what's going on in terms of how they access this area. And what it does is it puts all the playing cards in the hands of these older women because they control the game now. This combined with the fact that Cyclops is a sap because like one of the chicks falls down and she's like, oh my God, my hip, you know, you broke my hip. And he's like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. And she's just like, sucker, and then like sprays him in the face. I'm like, Cyclops, you suck. Grow some balls, dude. That was my immediate response. I was like, dude, how do you fall for that, man? Like the chick breaks into your home, basically, starts stealing your stuff, and then you're gonna help her out when she breaks her hip? Dude, I would have just kicked her in the hip for good measure and been like, yeah, man, and let that be a lesson to you. Don't break into people's stuff next time. I am kind of cold-blooded though. Of course, Emma Frost basically chimes in, being well aware of what's going on. We get the story of these various women here. And what they did is they basically served as this kind of botanist science center, more or less. You know, the group Horticulture itself focused on using plant life as, you know, for various means to improve the world or whatever the case happened to be. But the issue is that there were other scientists who were using their research as a means to make money. And so because the overarching idea of these three individual women was to basically reduce the population of Earth by basically initiating a kind of extinction agenda in order to return the Earth more to a pristine state, right? So they're basically just a bunch of tree huggers. The result was that they ended up killing off all these scientists, using their bodies as a means to grow plants, and then in turn continue their conquest of returning the Earth to a more pristine state. Now, the way this would have worked is it would have been fine, but then suddenly the X-Men pop up from Krakoa basically saying, we've got all these medicines that can extend your lifespan, right? And that can cure the various things that would have otherwise killed you. And so it basically runs directly counter to the plans of Horticulture themselves. And so their idea was to one, analyze what it was that these plants can do. And of course, they can't really get their hands on them in a reasonable way because of the fact that one, they don't really have the money to buy them on the black market. They're not part of any real government figure or I guess control center. So, you know, they're not part of any governing body. So they can't really buy things on the front face, you know, in terms of like the public eye. And so they basically found a way to hack the gateway and then break into the Savage Land and then steal these various flowers and so on. And so it's kind of funny because you would expect it to basically lead to them winning. There's really nothing Emma Frost can do here, right? Because one, they're shielded from telepathic abilities. It's the only real ability she has. She could go running up on them in her diamond form, but all they have to do is spray her with that weird gas stuff and then her powers are essentially neutralized. There's really nothing she can do to stop them. And so ultimately, they just end up absconding with her stuff, right? They just end up taking these flowers and basically leaving, and that's essentially it. Because then she basically travels back to the secret island or the secret council, the Quiet Council of Krakoa, and says like, we basically have a problem here, and this is something that we're going to have to attend to. This is cool. It doesn't seem super important, right? It doesn't seem like exceedingly important here, but it will be, right? This will be a major plot point going forward. It may be that it'll be like 20 issues before it'll become important, but it will be important somewhere along the line. Okay, so we are getting back into the Marauders, and the Marauders is probably the best comic coming out of Marvel right now. Like it's amazing. Here's the thing, right? This is actually a really interesting story. This one initially picks up with Sebastian Shaw, right? Sebastian Shaw, of course, being the Black King of the Hellfire Club, the guy who can absorb pretty much a limitless amount of energy and turn it into a physical strength. And what he ends up doing here is he actually ends up traveling to the Five. Now, of course, those of you guys who have been keeping up with Dawn of X, the Five are the 5 mutants who are responsible for resurrecting other mutants who have basically died, right? Each one plays a particular role in resurrecting various mutants who are out there. Now, they don't just do it willy-nilly. There's usually a cause or there has to be a justification for a mutant being resurrected. They have to serve a particular purpose. And this is really more of like an editorial concept by Marvel to basically ensure that like writers aren't just arbitrarily bringing mutants back. Nobody wants to see Unis the Untouchable come back. I don't know how many of you guys know who he was. He was a guy who could create force fields and then suffocated inside of his own force field. He sucked. Like he was a really crappy mutant. So because of that, he was a terrible character. Because of that, what we end up finding out here is that the Five, at the request of Sebastian Shaw, have resurrected Shinobi Shaw. Now, I don't know how many of you guys know who he is. Shinobi Shaw is basically like the illegitimate son of Sebastian, and he has the ability to increase or decrease his density, right? So he can be like Kitty Pryde and make himself intangible, or he can make himself super durable, like super dense and almost indestructible, right? So he's like Vision in that regard. The funny thing about this is that the way this plays out, or at least the way this goes down, is the questions asked by Sebastian Shaw: will Shinobi remember anything, right? Anything basically leading up to the time in which he died. And the response of the Five is, well, he shouldn't, but there's a possibility that he might. It really just depends, right? So one of the things that this shows here is that when a character is resurrected or a character is brought back, if their memories weren't stored inside Cerebro, there's no way to guarantee what they will and won't remember. Presumably, if their memories were stored inside Cerebro, what they could do is engineer their memories so they come back but don't remember certain things, which is actually a really cool concept that could be used if it's done properly in Marvel Comics. But the reason why this matters is because the first thing Shinobi asks Shaw is, how did I get here? And Shaw kind of has this recollection back to when Shinobi died. Now, here's an important thing about his character. Shinobi was really a result of Marvel in the early 1990s trying to like reshuffle the landscape, right? So we've talked about this before in X-Men Explained when we explained the publication history of the team. And the idea was that in 1991, Chris Claremont from 91 to 92 basically bailed. And so in early or really kind of late 1991, John Byrne took over. And the reason why that mattered because John Byrne had done a lot of the art alongside Chris Claremont as writer in the X-Men titles, which is really where John Byrne made his claim to fame. That and the artwork he did on Fantastic Four back in the day. Now, he also wrote stories, right? He did things like She-Hulk. So it was like the first instance where she basically broke the fourth wall was under John Byrne. But one of the big things that Marvel had done is they had basically looked at a lot of the work that Chris Claremont had done. And because he had basically just left Marvel, just was gone. Like he was there one day and gone the next and went over to DC to write that terrible Sovereign 7 story. When he had left, Marvel basically wanted to kind of undo all the stuff that he did or kind of tie up loose plot threads, right? And so Sebastian Shaw was kind of considered to be an archaic holdover. Claremont had done a lot of work with him, but the role that Shaw played was the Black King of the Hellfire Club. And that was a role that could be occupied by anybody. And so the idea was to basically remove Sebastian Shaw and replace him with a new character. And so what you ended up getting was the introduction of Shinobi. And really, he kind of got his claim to fame as part of a group called the Upstarts. Now, the Upstarts was a concept that was introduced because Shinobi, I think, first appeared back in the old X-Factor comics. And the Upstarts were a group that were introduced back in 1991 when Selene had become the Black Queen of the Hellfire Club. Of course, Selene being a character who she was basically 10,000 years old. She'd been around for a long time. And by snaking her way in there, what she wanted to do was basically create her own inner circle. And so she had gotten with a guy called the Games Master and basically had him track down and gather together a whole bunch of different mutants. And what they would do is kill as many other mutants as they possibly could, and then they would be awarded points. The result was that in Uncanny X-Men issue number 282, you ended up having Sebastian Shaw, who was killed, or at least supposedly killed by Shinobi. Now, it didn't play out. Sebastian Shaw actually ended up surviving the whole ordeal. And Shinobi, because of the fact that by the time he got into the mid-1990s, Marvel was struggling, a lot of the plot threads that were there from John Byrne ended up being either picked up or abandoned by Scott Lobdell and a few other writers. And so by the time he got into like the late 1990s, Shinobi was just a character who was there. He did a few things here and there, but none of them were nearly as significant as what Sebastian Shaw had done. And so the result of that is that Shinobi just kind of free-flowed and kind of graduated and sort of existed over time until you got to Craig Kyle with Ex Necrotia. Now, Shinobi had been killed by that point, and the result was that during Ex Necrotia, because what you had was Selene returning and basically having this transmode virus, which could essentially resurrect the dead, what she did is she brought back Shinobi, and then Shinobi returned to the landscape yet again. Of course, he went after Sebastian Shaw, a few things went down. Then you go into Matt Rosenberg's Uncanny X-Men run volume 5 in 2018 and early 2019, and then basically you get to issue number 20 and Shinobi ends up running his hand through his head and killing himself. And so that's basically why Shinobi ended up dying. More or less, Shinobi explained explained in like 3 or 4 minutes, right? I mean, I don't know if his character really warrants a full-on explanation because he's not really that significant. What I've told you, I think, is good enough to really understand his character, but that's why he's here. But the idea behind Sebastian Shaw is to see whether or not Shinobi really remembers everything that's basically gone down. And the result is that Shinobi does, right? I mean, Shinobi tried to actually take over Sebastian Shaw's role as the Black King at one point in time, and I think he almost succeeded, but he basically been gunning after his father for quite some time, right? Trying to kill Sebastian Shaw for quite some time, and resurrecting and coming back and saying, well, I still want to kill my dad, indicates that, of course, he basically remembers all those various things that have gone on between the two of them. But the animosity between the two really seems to have been quelled for the time being. And the reason why is because what ends up happening here is, one, Sebastian Shaw basically has Shinobi put on a red suit. Now, this matters if you've been following Marauders, because what we found out is that originally Sebastian Shaw was the one who was going to appoint the Red Queen or the Red King. Now, his pick, of course, was going to be Shinobi, but by virtue of some telepathic finagling and basically some just good old-fashioned hard work by Emma Frost, she ended up being the one to secure that position, and Kitty Pryde ended up becoming the Red Queen. Of course, Kitty Pryde being the Pirate Queen, right? The Pirate Queen of the X-Men. And so it's cool. I think that's a really cool name, right? Like the Pirate Queen of Krakoa. That's a badass name. I love that name. But basically, what ends up happening here is Sebastian Shaw really begins to just kind of show Shinobi everything that's going on. Now, the reality of this is really more of kind of a filler story than anything, but it's also sort of a good way to be introduced to what's going on if you're getting onto Marauders late. Now, it's good to see that this is actually what's happening here. It's good to see that at least what Jerry Dugan's doing here is kind of continually offering new readers a way to kind of get into the story, right? Because really the first little quarter of this, the first third of this, is literally Sebastian Shaw running over all the things that we already know, that the mutant nation of Krakoa provides various medicines to the human world, and the result is that there are some human nations that will publicly support the mutant population, and because they do, they basically operate through Emma Frost as the White Queen of the Hellfire Club, and she's the one that basically publicly provides medicines and supplies to those various nations that publicly support the X-Men. For the various nations that publicly oppose the X-Men but secretly desire to get their hands on their medicines, that's where Sebastian Shaw comes in. He's the Black King, therefore he operates inside the black market. And then you have the Red Queen, Kitty Pryde, who basically travels from place to place, freeing mutants from nations that won't allow those mutants to escape and travel to Krakoa, right? So she's kind of the one that just moves around from place to place. And that's basically what it is Sebastian Shaw is telling his son that goes on here. But it's kind of funny because as you get into this and as you see the two of them talking, what you see is a lot of manipulation by Sebastian Shaw. What he basically does here is he really kind of skews everything and tells his son, well, I was the one who was supposed to appoint the Red King, but Emma Frost lied and she cheated and she was dubious and she used her powers, and really kind of like demonizing the character of Emma Frost and making her look bad in the face of Shinobi by saying like she's manipulative and she's a terrible person and she's the one that basically duped Sebastian Shaw, making himself look like the good guy and kind of the innocent person in this. Now, this is important because what it shows is the lengths by which Sebastian Shaw will go to achieve his goal. That Sebastian Shaw has always and will always be a very manipulative and villainous character, more or less. And that's really kind of what's going on here. And that's the important thing to bear in mind, is because while you do have a lot of these various mutants who are serving as part of Krakoa, at the end of the day, they all really still do have their own machinations. Now, they operate and try to achieve those machinations while not deviating too far away from Krakoa so they can maintain their status, right? Because what we've seen is that if a mutant, in the case of Sabretooth, if a mutant runs awry, if they become too extreme, they run against Krakoa or possibly even sabotage or jeopardize Krakoa's sovereignty as a nation, they'll be banished, right? They'll be locked inside the island of Krakoa, and nobody wants to be locked down there, right? Because it's just a terrible place to be in. You're literally just sitting there in darkness by yourself, presumably. We don't really know what all's down there. But Sebastian Shaw, in order to maintain his position and to ensure the continued use of his power, is kind of manipulative and sort of moving things around like chess pieces in his own favor. And his son is no different here. And so ultimately what he basically ends up saying is, you're going to serve as like the bishop of the Hellfire Club, right? Now, if for those of you guys who are unfamiliar, the Hellfire Club really are like chess pieces, right? The White Queen, the Black Queen, the White King, the Black King, the White Rook, the Black Rook, and so on and so forth through all your various chess pieces until you get to pawns, which are usually deemed as like henchmen of the Hellfire Club. The idea of bringing his son on as a bishop is designed to basically say, hey, look, I can't really have a Red King or a Red Queen. That position's held for Kitty Pryde, but secretly coveting that position so that if the time comes when Kitty Pryde somehow befalls some terrible fate and is somehow killed or incapable of being able to serve her purpose, well, then here's a waiting member ready to take her place in the form of Shinobi Shaw. How, what a coincidence. That's really the kind of thing that Sebastian Shaw is going for here. It's very manipulative, but that's how his character operates. It falls right in line with the charter of the Hellfire Club. And so that's when you really find out how devious he's being here, when Shinobi really asks the question, says, how was it that I died here? And that's the thing. He doesn't know how he died. That's the one thing Sebastian Shaw wanted to ensure, is that when Shinobi came back, Shinobi wouldn't know how it was that he died. And that's when Sebastian Shaw says it was basically the White Queen and the Red Queen that conspired against you. They conspired against you to kill you and remove you from the landscape, essentially telling his son, they're the reason why you died. You have to get revenge on them. It's pretty shady. But again, this is why I love everything in Dawn of X. Okay, so we're getting back into Excalibur, and we actually get to see the return of him. Okay, here's the thing. Technically, he's not one of the most powerful mutants Marvel has, but I think he could be. So like, we get to see this guy make his return. Now, what this does is this initially picks up with Morgan Le Fay. For those of you guys who have read this comic, you guys understand I'm not covering the first 3 or 4 pages because I don't want to spoil who the person is. So don't worry, it will all make sense. Now, remember, Morgan Le Fay has basically taken over Camelot. Now, that's really kind of what happened with her character. The big issue that we run into here, and the big thing that we're trying to struggle with here, is why she doesn't just leave Camelot, right? Because what's really been going on with her character is that you kind of have these gates of Krakoa that are popping up all over the world. Not only that, they're actually popping up in other dimensions too, where mutants who have resided there or currently do reside there in some form or fashion can access. Now, as far as we're aware, Camelot is the only place we've seen, the only other dimension that exists out there that we've seen people basically access these gates. And even then, this gets kind of finicky, right? Because technically Camelot is inside Otherworld, and Otherworld exists outside of the multiverse. So the question becomes, how is it Krakoa is able to reach beyond the multiverse and into this other realm and open gates, right? It's an almost insurmountable amount of power, right? Because then the question becomes, okay, can Krakoa reach into like other universes, like create gates in other universes? That would seem to be the case. The difference here, and this is where things get a little interesting, the difference here is that we would probably say no, because you can't just easily access another universe in the same way that you can when it comes to being able to access the other world, right? Being able to access the realm of Camelot and all that kind of stuff. But the idea here is that when it comes to like Mariana Stern, the agent of Morgan Le Fay in basically the main Marvel universe, that their goal, or at least the goal that Mariana's been tasked with, is essentially taking out the mutant threat and like eliminating these gates, right? Because really Morgan Le Fay just kind of sees it as an encroachment on her power. Now, the reality in terms of why Morgan Le Fay hasn't left Camelot, entered into the main Marvel universe and solved this problem is because presumably, like as far as we're aware, King Arthur's not there. We don't know where he is, but we simply know he's not there. And the indication seems to be that if she left, it would open the doors for somebody to conquer Camelot in her stead. And it's kind of a funny thing because when she's talking to Mariana, basically what Mariana Stern is saying is like, we know it has something to do with the guy Apocalypse, but we're not 100% sure. And it's kind of funny because the response of Morgan Le Fay is, well, if you think it's emanating from him, then why don't you defeat him, right? And that's something that's much, much easier said than done. One does not simply walk up and defeat Apocalypse. It doesn't just work that way, right? The guy's just so OP. But again, picking up with Betsy Braddock and these guys, one of the funny things that come about this is that Jubilee's kid Shogo basically is able to tap into the power of fairies. One of the things we also didn't really do though, people were asking about this, and we probably should have done in the last video, was offer some measure of an explanation on Shogo. Shogo's not the biological child of Jubilee, right? It's not like she gave birth to Shogo or anything like that. In X-Men Volume 4, issue number 1, there was really the creation of a character called Archaea, who was kind of like the sister of John Sublime, the bacterial entity Sublime, and it was really kind of building off what it was that Grant Morrison had done during his run on New X-Men. But essentially Archaea was making his return, back to Earth, and there was like a meteor shower in this small village, and basically everybody in the area was killed, but Jubilee found this baby that was essentially, its parents were gone, and she ultimately adopted it. And that's basically where Shogo comes from, right? Like just a quick and dirty explanation, and it's basically been around ever since, right? Now, the reality is that it was one of the cool introductions for Jubilee because it kept her character interesting, as opposed to her having been like this vampire at one point, but not really, kind of, something along those lines. It's a little strange. Her character had actually kind of been free-floating in Marvel ever since Generation X came to an end. That was really like where her character peaked in popularity, I think it was. But the overall gist of this is that when the baby passed through the dimensional barrier from the main Marvel universe into Otherworld, somehow it was able to tap into the power of fairies. And we're not really given like a true explanation on how. It's one of these things where like they're kind of musing on it. And Betsy Braddock's just kind of like, well, I mean, it's a mortal baby in this realm, so it's exceedingly powerful. The indication seems to be that because it's a baby and because it has such an imagination, ultimately it can kind of tap into those magical abilities that are there. Whereas as adults, as you become educated, your imagination becomes less of a significant thing, you know, with regards to how your mind works, but we're not really given a hard and fast explanation. But the long and short is that ultimately Shogo just kind of takes on the form that it wants to. Now, the fact remains here that, of course, one of the big things you kind of get, and this is one of the cool things, this is why Gambit's cool, depending on how he's written, right? And in recent years, he wasn't nearly as interesting as he was like right after the events of X-Men the Animated Series, right? Like in X-Men the Animated Series, I think is when he probably reached his highest level of popularity, but in the years it kind of came after, for about 2 years after the show went off the air, he was still pretty cool, and then he just kind of became a background character. But his love of Rogue is what makes him interesting, right? Because with his powers just being the ability to basically kinetically charge objects, it's okay. I mean, it's like, okay, cool, you know, whatever. It's a fraction of what it used to be, right? You read the New Sun story, and it's just like, dude, this guy could have just like blown up planets. But focusing on the human side of him, that's what makes him interesting. And one of the things that he does is he basically lashes out at Jubilee and at Betsy Braddock, right? Because he's like, none of you all here, you can pitch me whatever story you want to, but Rogue is literally sitting in a box on the other side of this dimension, you know, and she's just kind of there by herself, and we have no idea what's going on with her. Not only that, she's being watched over by Apocalypse, the last character in the world I would ever trust. And remember, Gambit's not just saying this to say it, he's saying it because he was a horseman of Apocalypse once. He has an intimate understanding, both through that experience as well as having fought Apocalypse multiple times over the years, that Apocalypse is not necessarily the most trustworthy character out there. And so putting the life of Rogue in the hands of a character who's dubious at best, you know, and who is incredibly overpowered and could potentially even take Rogue and turn her into a horseman because it suits what it is that he wants to do, is the last thing Gambit wants to do. And his stance here is like, you guys never would have left somebody over there like that, right? Like you, Jubilee, actually went to the other dimension and got your child and brought him back because you didn't want him to be there with Apocalypse. You, Betsy Braddock, never would have left somebody that you cared about in the hands of Apocalypse, but you're telling me with a straight face that I need to do it because it's the right thing to do? Get out of here. And it's so cool because it's like, you guys are so full of crap. You guys are pitching me this because you want to complete a mission. You don't care about Rogue. You care about your mission. Like what you care about is getting Brian Braddock back, and you'll say whatever you need to in order to make it happen. It's amazing. Like it's this amazing back and forth, because what it does is it shows how much Gambit cares about Rogue. In his mind, there's Rogue and then everything else. And that's true based on the interaction the two have had over the years, and even the story that we got when they were married for a short amount of time. Like Gambit, you know, like any man who's in love with the woman that he's with, would let the world burn before he let anything happen to her. And it's a cool thing to see that in the character of Gambit, because it makes him more tangible and more relatable. And I think it's probably some of the best handling of his character in quite some time, actually. So I love seeing his character depicted in this faction. The issue with this is, of course, once they basically end up traveling to the castle of Morgan Le Fay in an effort to basically try to break in and get Brian Braddock, when they get there, then like they're met by all these magically enhanced knights. And the result of this is that what you also end up getting is the inability for Betsy Braddock to dominate their minds. All she can do is read their surface thoughts. Now, this is a byproduct of Morgan Le Fay basically using her magics to kind of protect her various knights that are there. And that's one of the important things to understand, is that while Morgan Le Fay doesn't really play a hand in dealing with like the X-Men, right? You don't really see her fight the X-Men. She's not oblivious to them, right? It's not like she's unaware of what the X-Men can do or what they're capable of. And even people with just telepathy, right? Because the X-Men aren't the only ones who have it. Being able to understand that power and understand what someone like Betsy Braddock can do, and then fortify her forces against that, really show just how capable Morgan Le Fay is. And so what you end up getting here is Brian Braddock, who again was previously transformed into the Black Knight, who arrives on the scene. Now remember, the longer he stays under the spell of Morgan Le Fay, the longer he stays under her control, the further and further he gets away from himself. And so what you get are these small little moments here and there, right? Like he basically goes to attack Betsy Braddock, the two of them fight, and you get these small little moments, right? Where she's mentioning names like Megan, the wife of Brian Braddock, where she's saying things like, your brother Jamie has come back, and so on and so forth. And some of these things kind of resonate with him to a degree. But before anything can happen, suddenly, of course, you basically have Shogo, who shows up, uses Dragon Flame to kind of spray everything down. And Brian seems to kind of have this recollection of who he is, but then he's whisked away by Morgan Le Fay. And so what it does is it kind of gives us this little bit of a glimpse, you know, with the possibility that Brian can make his return. Maybe he'll go back to being Captain Britain. Maybe it'll be Betsy Braddock, right? I mean, you know, Brian has been Captain Britain for decades, so maybe it's time for somebody else to take over the mantle. But he is also a mainstay in like the British side of Marvel Comics, right? I mean, it's like if Steve Rogers was no longer Captain America anymore, right? I mean, you could lose the mantle, but then ultimately, if you've been reading Marvel Comics long enough, you know that he would come back, right? So that's exactly how it is with Brian Braddock. And so that's why it's kind of cool to see this, because for me, it's not really an issue of, oh my God, Brian Braddock's never going to be Captain Britain again, right? It'd be foolish of me to believe that. But what is interesting to me is, how's he going to come back and go back to being Captain Britain again? That's what I want to see. That's what intrigues me. And so as a result of this, what you end up having is really Apocalypse kind of getting frustrated with his ability to understand how these magics work with regards to like Otherworld and the Druid magics and the magics of Clan Akaba. Those individuals who were once, led by Apocalypse, who he ultimately abandoned, his inability to really tap into magic. Now, this is important because what this shows is really kind of an unofficial weakness of Apocalypse, not a physical weakness, not insofar as like if faced by somebody who can use magic, he will ultimately be defeated. What it means is that like there are elements and things out there that Apocalypse still doesn't really understand. And that's kind of important because of course he's been around for 5,000 years, but it's one of these things where Marvel's basically saying, yes, he's old, but he has not seen and done it all. He's seen and done a lot. And so it's kind of a cool little thing because what he says is like, okay, I can't really tap into these things. I can't really like control these stones the way that I need to. I need to find someone who can. And so what he ends up doing here is actually leaving Cornwall and then traveling to like Central Park, it looks like. And people are just kind of like, dude, is that such and such? And it's just kind of like, dude, don't stare, man. Like, don't stare. And it's kind of crazy. He just like boldly walks through the park and makes his way finally to like this apartment complex. And when he walks in there, he rips the door off this apartment. This kid's just like, what the heck is going on? And Apocalypse is just like, be quiet, kid. Like, you need to come with me. Now, the question is, who is this kid? This kid is Julio Richter, also known as simply just Richter. And he is one of the most powerful mutants in Marvel Comics, I think. Now, he's not powerful insofar as he has like extreme reality manipulation powers or anything like that. He does have clairvoyance, that is to say the ability to like see into the future, understand people's emotions, different things like that. But I think probably the main focal point of his power is the ability to control the Earth. He was one of those characters that originally lost his powers during the events of House of M, and then during Children's Crusade got his powers back. But like, that's the thing, like sometimes really recently, like, during the events of House and Powers of X, he seemed to have lost control of them. And so he was always kind of afraid of going to Krakoa because he was afraid he would shake the island apart. The reality, and this is one of the important things, Apocalypse is just like, one, you can't be afraid. You have to learn to harness your power, right? Your power is part of you. You have to learn to harness and control it. But two, Apocalypse makes a very important thing. He's like, you can basically alter and like change the world miles below the surface right now. What this does, and this is one of the funny things about him, by my definition of Omega level, it makes him an Omega level threat, or at least an Omega level mutant. And the reason why is because his power is literally like Earth-based, meaning he's a danger to the Earth itself. Now, technically speaking, Omega level is like, there's no definitive upper limit to that power. And because of the fact that he manipulates planets, I would say that like, if given enough time, if he's able to like control it enough, he can move like other planets and things like that, which would be absolutely beast to be able to see. But Richter's like one of these unsung heroes of Marvel, like one of these unsung heroes of the X-Men. But that's the thing, like literally this guy could just like crack the Earth in two if he wanted to. And that's what he's afraid of, right? Like being unable to control his powers, that like they would eventually go awry and he would basically crack the Earth in half. He would destroy the entire world is what he's afraid of. And he actually could, like he legitimately could. If he lost control or if his powers were pushed to the extreme, all you would need is the same kind of scenario to unfold after Emma Frost woke up from her coma when she was attacked, or at least when all the Hellions died, and then she took over the body of Iceman and then realized that like Bobby Drake is an Omega level mutant. If his powers are pushed high enough, that's the exact same thing you need with Richter. But that's why he's basically been brought in by Apocalypse, is like, I need you to be able to, one, like use your clairvoyance powers, and then two, to also use your powers to control the Earth, to help me basically understand everything going on with these stones and so on and so forth. But what we also end up finding out here is that MI-13 is on the hunt for the new captain, or for Captain Britain, because it's a necessary character for England itself. And the person who shows up here is none other than Pete Wisdom. Now, Pete Wisdom is cool. He's not really cool in terms of powers. He's got these like, solar knives, basically like these flaming knives. He absorbs like ambient solar energy and then creates like knives out of him and stuff like that. But what it basically means is like Marvel's pulling out all the stops for like a lot of the British characters. Things are about to pop off. It's basically what this means. The Excalibur stories are gearing up for some pretty big things. Okay, so we are continuing on and picking up with New Mutants issue number 3. Now, here's a cool thing. New Mutants issue number 3 actually kind of deviates away from what we've seen so far. Instead, it actually travels back to Earth and focuses on a character named Armor. Now, this is kind of interesting, right? To really like bring Armor seemingly out of nowhere along with Tabitha Smith, with Boom Boom, and then Glob. But here's the thing. All right, so this initially picks up really with Armor and Glob just kind of enjoying Krakoa. Right now, this is a cool little moment here. It's a cool little exchange because it's something that we don't really see. I mean, we kind of saw it in the beginning to a degree, but we only saw it insofar as it was focusing on like the peaceful nature, right? Really the idea that mutants had a home, but it wasn't really focusing on like the whole party aspect of it all. And that's one of the things that, given everything in Dawn of X, is easy for writers to miss, and it's good to see that they're not. There's a reason why like New Mutants is probably the best story coming out of Marvel at the moment, is because what you have here is you have this scenario where Armor's just sort of looking at what's going on at the moment, and everybody's just kind of partying and having a good time. Krakoa looks like a blast, right? It looks like the most fun ever. But the other half of this is that for the character of Armor, one of the things she kind of longs for is some of the members that were either part of New Mutants or dealt with like the younger members, really like the New Mutants themselves that weren't officially part of the team, who really aren't there. Just people she's known over the years and people she's been friends with who aren't really there on Krakoa itself. And specifically, this really comes down to the character of Beak. Now, this really sort of plays itself out when she goes to visit Sage, right? Now, Sage is a character that we've kind of talked about, occasionally over the course of Marvel. We've never really gone super in-depth into, and we don't really need to. The nature of Sage is that her brain works like a computer, right? So she never forgets information, and it categorizes and organizes that information perfectly, right? So imagine like Bradley Cooper from Limitless, and that's basically Sage. It's one of these things where like Armor kind of sits down and says, well, let's kind of go through like who's registered and who's not registered, who's here and who's not here. Right now, we don't get like a full list, right? Ed Brisson doesn't give us like a full breakdown of everyone, right? Because the mutant population, while it's not as high as it was before the events of House of M, it's certainly a lot higher than it was after the events of House of M, right? So there's still thousands of mutants out there as opposed to like the millions that were there before. And so what this would do is it would end up being like probably like a giant size comic, right? So like a double size comic where it's like, 44 pages or like 46 pages, and it would just be nothing but names. It'd be the least interesting comic book ever. But the fact remains that she's kind of going through this list of people. So like Bishop, of course, is registered, so on and so forth, but characters like Beak are not there. And so what she ends up doing is kind of saying, okay, well, like, let's go see if we can find them, right? Let's go see if we can find these guys. And so what she ends up doing is, of course, going and speaking directly with Glob. And Glob, it's kind of a funny thing, right? Because one of the things he hits on is like, well, everybody's in more of a peaceful state, right? So people aren't really on edge. And that's one of the cool things to kind of take note of. And it's one of the things to overlook. This is easy to overlook when it comes to Dawn of X, right? Like, you look at the nature of Krakoa, and despite the death of Xavier, which really sort of caught everybody off guard, different things like that, for the most part, people aren't nearly as on edge as they were before, right? And that's one of the big kind of tonal changes that you notice that's going on with the X-Men right now, right? If you were to go and read X-Men pretty much any time before Jonathan Hickman took it over, the overall tone of the X-Men is, today might be my last day on Earth. And while it's not the worst thing ever, after a while it does kind of get old, and so it's good to see it kind of take a reprieve. Now, the reality is it took like 50 years for it to get old, right? So I guess that says something about the nature of X-Men storytelling, but it is cool to kind of see it and see the various mutants on Earth in a position to where they're not always like on edge and feeling like everything's going to come to an end, to see them just kind of enjoying their lives, right? And so Glob asked the question, like, do you think Pixie would be into me? And it's kind of interesting there, because my thought reading this was like, dude, shoot your shot, man. Like, the worst you can do is say no, and you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, man. So like, walk up to the girl and say, hey, like, do you want to get dinner on Friday? And then like, she's going to say yes, or she's going to say no. If she says no, it's not the end of the world. If she says yes, well, you're off to the races, home slice. You better dress your best, man. You better learn those manners. So it's cool to see these small little things. And this is the reason why I say New Mutants is so cool, right? I mean, we hit on this time and time again when it comes to like focusing on the New Mutant team, right? It's designed to be lighthearted. It's designed to be a story where it focuses on like the struggles of teenagers and different things like that. These younger kids getting out into the world and getting out there exploring like the dating life and falling in love and out of love and different things like that. It's these cool little moments. And it's things that kind of allow us to sort of tap back into when we were teenagers and to kind of look back and be like, why was I so worried about that? Why did I think that was so important at the time? But what ends up happening here is Armor travels to where Robert DaCosta is and meets with Boom Boom. Now, at this point, she doesn't really know, or I guess she's kind of figuring it out that they've basically taken off to space, to go hang out with Sam Guthrie and all them. So that's what we've really covered with New Mutants issue 1 and 2. But it's interesting to see Boom Boom here, right? Boom Boom is an old school character. Tabitha Smith, she goes back to 1985, right? So she's not new. She appeared back in Secret Wars 2, I think it was. But she's a character that can create these sort of like plasma bombs. And what they do is they explode with a concussive force, and the impact of the bombs is relative to their size, right? So if it's the size of a golf ball, it'll be enough to like, hurt you or something like that, to maybe knock you down. But if it's the size of like a beach ball, it'll punch a hole through metal, right? Now, over the years, the ability for her to demonstrate control over her powers is kind of waxed and waned. And a lot of that's because the biggest emphasis that came with Boom Boom was really like with her and Richter. Richter and a few other people as part of like X-Force and like her time with X-Factor back during, I think it was Walter and Louise Simonson's run, and then during Rob Liefeld's run on X-Force. I'm not going to swear to that. After that, she's just kind of been around, right? And not a whole lot has been done with her character, but she's just an old school character, right? She's a legacy character, so she's always just kind of been around. But it's interesting to sort of see her be involved here because what she wants is adventure. She's bored out of her mind. She's like, there's nothing to do here. She's restless, right? Like she longed for that adventurous life, but ultimately she ends up settling with Armor when she basically says, well, let's go out and and let's go see if we can't find Beacon and these various characters. And so what this does is, of course, it leads to them grabbing a couple people along the way and then traveling out to Nebraska. Now, the reality was that when Armor told Tabitha that they were going to be going to Nebraska, it's like, well, that kind of sucks. And understandably so, because Nebraska only has two things going for it: nothing and the Cornhuskers. And so it's like, okay, you know, I guess. But when they do, of course, they arrive at the home of Beak himself. Now, here's the interesting thing when it comes to Beak, right? A little bit of explanation here. Beak made his debut back in New X-Men issue number 117. That was really the tail end of the ES4 Extinction event when Cassandra Nova wiped out 16 million mutants in the island of Genosha. But for Beak himself, with his introduction going into some of his later appearances in New X-Men, it was really focusing on the love interest between himself and Angel Salvatore. Now, eventually, Beak was basically taken off the New X-Men and thrown directly into the Exile storylines. In my opinion, I really kind of felt like the Exiles team was kind of the unsellables. The characters that were just characters really couldn't hold a story or really couldn't hold their own comic, or were just kind of a place to throw characters. The post House of M Exile stories were amazing, right? Like Exiles World Tour, that was amazing, right? Where they went to like the 2099 universe and like the Future Imperfect universe. It was cool that they jumped around from reality to reality, but the issue with it was really just trying to find a place for Beak in like the Marvel landscape at the time. And this lasted for a number of years. Now, eventually he returned back and actually lost his powers for a time, reverted to like a human form, and then basically took up residence with Angel Salvatore. The funny thing was that when they were both at the Xavier school, he got her knocked up. She ended up getting pregnant. But basically, this is just kind of the situation where they've essentially retreated away from Krakoa and basically taken up residence in Nebraska. And the question was why, right? Like why did they ended up basically rejecting the idea of moving to Krakoa? And the reason why is because the father, or at least seemingly the father of Beak himself, is dealing with Taylor Ellis disease. Now, I thought this was an actual disease and I looked it up. Apparently it's not, but it's basically, at least in this story as it's told, it's a really, really rare version of dementia that basically begins to just kind of break down the body to the point where people die exceedingly fast, right? Like it was named after a guy named Taylor Ellis who died 4 months after originally contracting the disease that he ended up dying from it. But that's basically what the father of Beak is suffering from, and that's why they chose not to go. Now, this is cool, right? This is, I mean, it's not cool that his father's dying, but it's a cool concept insofar as one of the things that tends to get lost when it comes to comic books is that you sort of see this tendency where like the characters move from like one major event to the next. There really is no downtime in between. You don't really get a lot of tidbits in there in terms of like what they're doing with their own personal life. The X-Men kind of doing meaningful things or showing us what's going on in the back end while they're doing some of the things that they're doing on a more personal level. And so it's cool to see that Beak's character is kind of being expanded, if only so far as to show his life outside of the X-Men and why he chose not to go to Krakoa, that his father was basically dying. And the result was that he didn't do that because he wanted to spend as much time with his father as he could. Now, the cool thing about this is that Armor shows up and says, well, but on Krakoa, we have medicines that can cure this kind of stuff. She injects it into the father of Beak and he makes a recovery like that. And it's awesome because what this does is it gives Beak the kind of satisfaction he was looking for insofar as his father basically returning, and then gives him a reason to return to the X-Men. It's a cool moment, right? It's a cool, meaningful, and beautiful little moment, right? Because like who of us have lost a family member to something like this, and what would we have not given to have somebody come along with seemingly some kind of miracle cure? It takes an injection and the world is fixed, right? Like everything is okay again. It's a great little relatable moment, and I absolutely adore it. Like I think it's beautifully done. The issue with this is that once this cure is applied to the father of Beak, then of course once they go upstairs, Beak asks Armor like, did you bring anybody else? And she's like, no. And there's just a bunch of crazy folks outside, and they basically snatch the kids up and like things are popping off. And it's kind of nuts here because what this guy does is he shows up and he says, look, like you guys have all these medicines, right? Like you mutants have all these medicines and you've denied them to our people. So like you're gonna give them to us now, or like we're gonna take everybody out. Now, it's not a great big huge thing, right? It's not a great big huge earth shattering thing. It's a small little thing, but I love little moments like this. I love little stories like this, right? Because at most this will be a 2, possibly 3 issue arc, and that'll be it, right? Like this will probably conclude in issue number 4, if that, right? It'll start and end really, really quickly. But I love these small little things, right? Because what it shows is you get these small little conflicts that go on. They're not huge. They're not like a great big crossover, right? Like you're not going to see the Avengers show up here and like help Armor against these guys. There's no reason for you to. I just like these small little things here, right? But it also shows kind of how the world is dealing with the idea that mutants are having a far more impactful approach there, because these guys show up with like power dampening missiles. It's these cool little things, right? Because Armor kind of jumps in. She of course has the ability to kind of create this sort of psionic armor on herself that's actually pretty powerful. Like it's pretty durable in terms of how she impacts and how she deals with various other people out there, but it's like a small little skirmish. And what we're likely going to see here is kind of a display of what it is that Beak Beak's capable of. And the reason why that matters is because historically speaking, Beak was a character who was never really taken seriously. And so that's why it's going to be a small little thing, right? Because Beak will basically be able to kind of come out here, fight alongside the other mutants who are there. And it's going to be Ed Brisson's way of saying, hey, like, here's why Beak matters. Here's what his powers are. Here's what he's capable of. And like, this is why he'd be an interesting addition to the X-Men. And most likely it'll be the reason why he ends up returning. Okay, so we're continuing on with X-Force, and in this video, we're actually going to cover X-Force and Fallen Angels at the same time, just to kind of make up a little bit because they're really supposed to follow one after the other. So in terms of reading order, for those of you guys who are unsure, you'll find a playlist to the X-Men down in the description of this video, and that'll have the chronological order, basically, for all the comics and everything that are coming out. But in the last video, when it came to X-Force, we, of course, had basically dealt with the aftermath of the death of Xavier, and this idea that there was some force out there, some group out there that was attempting to basically thwart or to eliminate the mutants of Krakoa, right? And the idea was to kill off their leadership, and it'll leave the rest of them kind of scattered and leaderless, you know, essentially, and not really knowing what to do, right? And that would basically leave the field open for an easy attack. If there's no one to give the orders, no one knows who they're taking their orders from, which means that it's just kind of pandemonium and panic, and it's much easier to defeat a scattered force than it is a unified force. You know, with that being the case, the question then became, who was the group that did this? And that's where Wolverine came into play, right? Wolverine kind of went off on his own mission to find out what was going on, to basically figure out how it was they managed to make themselves, you know, seem like domino to the computers of Krakoa and then access the island itself. And so what we ended up finding out was that one, Quentin Quire had been conducting this mission on his own, albeit without really joining Krakoa. And then two, they were basically just removing parts of Domino's skin and then grafting it to cyborgs, basically living weapons that were being created, and then in turn sending those in to take out mutants in Krakoa. And so the question still kind of remains, who's this enemy force who's doing this? But at the same time, is Quentin Quire going to join them? And the reason why is because, of course, when you pick up with Domino and you pick up with Wolverine basically talking to her a little bit, or at least trying to grasp what's going on, the entire group's met by one of these giant, you know, gigantic synthesized humans or synthesized beings or what have you. But it's kind of a cool thing because when that goes down, one of the things you have to recognize that they can't really use their powers, right? Because from the response of Quentin Quire and really from the response of Wolverine, there's a mutant dampener that exists around there somewhere that's shutting down their ability to use their powers. And so as a result of that, of course, then Domino basically chimes in and says the things around my neck, you know, power inhibitor. And then once it's removed by Wolverine, Domino's abilities come back, as well as Quentin Quire and Wolverine. Now, Domino's abilities are essential here, and it's the only real means by which they're going to be able to make their escape. And the reason why is because Domino is a mutant with the ability to essentially bend luck in her favor, right? So things just kind of happen to work out for her. Now, we've seen that manifest in a variety of different ways over the years in Marvel Comics. It hasn't really been anything big, you know, like she needed to find some ship to get her out of some place, and so she happened to cross one and then happened to know how to pilot it, right? It's not really like her powers used as a plot device. In some ways it is, and that was especially prevalent back during the 1990s. But in this day and age, really, she's so underused that her powers aren't really used as a plot device, because you see her in like 1 out of every 100 comics that Marvel will create or something like that. And honestly, what you're seeing with her here is about the biggest role she's played since you had Greg Pak's run on X-Force during Marvel Now 2.0 or wherever it was. But the fact remains that having her on their side, of course, having her collar removed, which in turn proved to be the inhibitor that was preventing Wolverine's healing factor and Quentin Quire's Omega level psychic powers from working, basically proves to be the thing that allows them to kind of overcome this giant monster and then just sort of go from there. But it's kind of nuts because what it does is it switches over to Jean Grey and to Beast, right? And the question is really asked here by Beast more so than Jean Grey, but the question is asked, what's the future of this going to look like, right? I mean, humanity can't know that a successful mission to kill Charles Xavier had happened. Despite the fact that they can bring him back, humanity can't know the mutants have an ability to resurrect themselves, right? Because then humanity will hit the panic button, you know, and they'll start to freak out. What if they resurrect some crazy mutant that wants to kill everybody or something like that? You know, humanity would start to freak out over that regard because mutants can't die, or humanity would covet that ability and they would try to find a way to take it. But the other reason is because if humanity learned that Charles Xavier was successfully assassinated, then what it would mean is that Krakoa can be infiltrated, Krakoa can be taken out, and those groups who were fringe groups who would have otherwise never really done it because they weren't really sure if it would work or not would now see it as a legitimate thing. Like, okay, well, I mean, if Xavier can die once, then all the mutants can die, right? So like we can all infiltrate, and then suddenly what you end up with is this mad dash, this kind of great gold rush by various anti-mutant groups out there, all trying to kill the mutant population on Krakoa, right? And so that's the last thing they need, is for the island to turn into just a giant house of death. And so, of course, as we expected and as we were told previously, Charles Xavier is successfully resurrected, and then in turn, you switch over to Magneto alongside Black Tom Cassidy. Now, of course, you have all these various forces, all these various, you know, news groups and things like that who are out there who are reporting and who are just like, is Charles Xavier really dead? You know, asking all these questions. And where Magneto initially goes to answer and tries to do it in a way that tries to essentially dodge the question by not saying, yes, he's dead, but we're going to resurrect him. Instead, the resurrected Charles Xavier pops up and basically says, no, everything's fine, right? Like, I'm just as alive as I ever was. Now, this basically quells what passes for hysteria, not really hysteria, but, this desire for the world to know if Charles Xavier was really killed. And when the question's asked, like, are you really Xavier? How do we know you're not a shapeshifter or something like that? The response is, well, you're just gonna have to believe me, right? You're gonna have to trust that I'm telling you the truth, which is kind of a big stretch, to ask humanity to trust mutant kind. But mutant kind is, for the most part, try to stay on their own. And that's where things really begin to turn. Because when you look at House of X, you look at Powers of X, you look at the X-Men, look at everything going on up until now, the desire of Xavier was, let's see if we can make this work. What this is showing is that relations between humans and mutants simply just can't work. There will always be some fringe group out there who will try to take out the mutant population. And if it's one fringe group that will do it, then you might as well assume the rest of humanity wants to do it, right? And so while it's not necessarily mutants going to war with humans, it's mutants certainly saying, like, we have to figure out what's going on here, right? I mean, the initial response when the question's asked, of Magneto, like, what did you guys say when you were talking to the press? His response is, well, of course we denied it. We told him that Xavier never died. Like, he wasn't killed. We don't know where you got this from, but he's very much alive. Instead, Xavier's response is, we must respond in kind, right? They tried to take me out. Like, they tried to kill me. They were operating from the shadows or whatever it is. We're going to respond in kind. So what he basically says is, like, I've studied my enemy. I've studied them. I've determined what they're trying to do with us. They're basically bioengineering themselves to try to make themselves comparable to us. They're trying to create mutants of their own, more or less, using technological engineering or whatever the case is. But that's fine. If that's what they want to do, then we'll find them and we'll strike them from the shadows, just like they struck at us. It's Xavier taking an offensive hand, basically saying they struck first, now we strike back. And it's a smart move, but it's also a very dangerous move, because if it's learned that that's what the mutant population is doing, then as we know, humanity won't care, right? I mean, in this day and age, it doesn't matter whether or not you're right and wrong. It matters whether or not somebody agrees with what you're doing. And that's basically what it would come down to, right? Humanity wouldn't really care whether they were right or wrong. Social media in this day and age, they're just looking for a reason to be upset. And so that's exactly what would go on here. Like, humanity would just kind of look at that and say, you struck one of us. And where you would look at that and you would say, yeah, but you guys struck first. Humanity would say, we don't care, right? Like, you struck at us, so now we're going to take you out. And so it could potentially lead to an all-out war between these two groups, which is exceedingly dangerous in and of itself. Not only that, of course, we end up learning this organization that managed to take out Charles Xavier is still alive and well. They're referring to themselves as Xeno, but we don't know who they are, right? They're hidden, they're covered. We don't really know who they are. We don't know where they come from. We don't know exactly what's going on. I would risk, because one of these guys here is enormous, I go out on a limb and I would say that's probably Kane Marco. That might be Juggernaut. I don't know if it's true or not, but he looks big enough to be that guy. But I guess we'll find out here in the next couple issues or so. But no matter how you slice it and how you look at it, the reality of this is how wars begin. This is how wars start, right? It starts with a pot shot, which turns into a response, which turns into escalating conflict, which goes into full-scale war between two groups, two organizations, whatever the case is. And so this is how it all begins. This is how it all starts, is with the X-Men responding to an initial attack that was launched by humanity. And so what I want to do here is I want to jump over to Fallen Angels. Now, Fallen Angels, if you guys recall, we were largely focusing on Kwannon, on basically the Japanese version of Psylocke, more or less. That's how you want to look at her, alongside Cable and X-23. And the idea was that they were trying to track down this substance that was called Overclock, right? This kind of, cybernetic drug that could basically be given to people and then in turn transform them what seemed to be into cyborgs with augmented abilities and whatnot. The side plot that was kind of going on with this was that Kwannon was basically teaching X-23 how to harness and use her anger for her own ends. And that was one of the things that she never really learned from Wolverine, right? I mean, Wolverine doesn't even really do that. Wolverine uses his anger to a degree, but if it gets too extreme, then he goes into a berserker rage, right? And so that's one of the things you kind of have to keep in mind that sort of kicks off here, is that when they were traveling to Brazil in order to locate this place that was creating Overclock, where they were basically using children either to experiment on or as subjects or what have you, that they were immediately ambushed. And that's one of the things that goes on here, is that in turn, you initially have X-23 who kind of seems to lash out to a degree, but then is immediately pulled in by Kwannon. And the reason why is because Kwannon basically tells her, like, there's a lot of rage in you and I can appreciate that, right? But you're trying to hold back. This is not a time to hold back. This is a time to let loose. We're facing an enemy here that deserves your rage. We're facing an enemy here that deserves to die in the worst ways. So let your rage run loose. Let it run rampant. Let it get out there and let it do its thing. But keep it under control. And that's kind of a difficult scenario to do, right? It's kind of a difficult thing to achieve, to allow yourself to kind of almost enter this feral berserker state, but keep it under control at the same time. But the reality of this is that X-23 is their best chance of overcoming this colossal monster, this colossal machine, more or less, has been sent after them. Because of course she has a healing factor, so she can heal from pretty much anything, but she's also got adamantium claws. And so keeping her rage under control, but using it as a source to kind of allow her to lash out and to almost become something akin to a mindless machine, she achieves her goal, right? She basically takes out and destroys this machine. But as she goes through with it, she basically ends up discovering this young kid. And then initially where she was going to attack in kind of her mindless rage, she's pulled back by Kwannon. And this is kind of the lesson that's being learned here, right? In a lot of ways, and if you're looking at this, in a lot of ways, you can almost kind of see X-23 being turned into a weapon to be used by Kwannon to achieve her goals. Scanning this mind of this young kid, Kwannon basically seems to learn everything that's going on. But the other half of this is that Cable, of course, was captured. And so when Cable was taken, this basically allows this kind of entity more or less to appear to him, although we don't really get a full brunt on what it is. Instead, it basically starts saying, like, let me tell you about your future, let me show you what it is that you can become. Cable is temporarily incapacitated, and then in turn, what it basically says is like, what we're trying to achieve here, this entity that's talking to him is saying what we're trying to achieve here is a state of peacefulness. We're trying to achieve a state where there is no individuality. There's no war, none of that stuff, right? It's all basically one mind. We're trying to create one cohesive mind. And it's kind of an interesting thing to say, right? Because creating a scenario where there is no individuality, sure, it would eliminate war, right? Like we saw that during Annihilation Conquest, when Ultron was trying to conquer the universe. We basically had those who were kind of brought into the Phalanx, and then they became part of the hive mind, right? So all sense of individuality, except for those who were particular individuals like Gamora or somebody like that, who would serve a certain purpose, they lost all sense of individuality. They carried out the mantle of the hive mind. And true, it did lead to a lack of war, right? It led to a removal of war, conflict, all that kind of stuff. Everything was done for the purpose of ensuring the survival of the hive mind, and in that, creating a quote-unquote better society. Now, I guess a better society is relative to who it is that's espousing the idea of a better society, but that's kind of what seems to be going on here. Not only that, there's this kind of debate that goes on between Kwannon and X-23. The reason why is because initially, like with Cable being kidnapped and taken to one location, and then Kwannon learning the location of these kids that are basically being used by Apoth as test subjects, then the question becomes, which one do we go to, right? Which one do we deal with? And the initial response of X-23 is, we have to go get Cable. He basically bought us time so we can achieve this, made it possible for us to track all this down in the first place. The response of Kwannon is, Cable can take care of himself. We need to go save these kids, right? And it's kind of a tugging, right? Each one has their own individual tug, where with X-23, it's loyalty, right? Loyalty to Cable. He's one of us. He's part of our team. We look out for our own. We have to go save him because he's one of our own. For Kwannon, I would say she's probably in the wrong here, because her whole thing is, well, we have to find a way to basically save these kids and we have to stop Apoth. But Apoth is one of a litany of organisms and individuals who are out there that are trying to destroy mutant kind, right? So what makes that more important than anything else? If it's equally important to everything else, then you focus on Cable and then go back and deal with him later. I mean, sure, it's going to suck that some kids were experimented on, but at the end of the day, you got to look out for your own, right? Otherwise, why even have a team in the first place? That's how you end up destroying loyalty. And so ultimately, X-23 ends up basically going with Kwannon, and they end up tracking down these kids. At the same time, you have this weird, crazy looking machine thing that basically appears to Cable and says, you are what it is that we're trying to achieve. You're the perfect blend between human and machine components. We want to create more of you. Essentially, it seems like what they're trying to do is create more Cables, albeit without individuality. But Cable himself is a bit of an outlier, right? And the reason why is because Cable is the way he is because he was infected with a techno-organic virus as a baby, which basically works to turn organic material into machinery. And it was done by Apocalypse as a means to test whether or not Cable was worthy of being a new host. Now, of course, led to Cable going into the future and that whole crazy origin that Marvel tried to take care of over the course of the last 30 years and it never worked. But the fact remains that Cable is kind of like this perfect blending, but it's not really something that happens seamlessly, right? Cable has to constantly use his telepathy and telekinesis to keep the virus from eating his body alive. And there's been a couple instances where he uses his powers, and really kind of diverts his focus away from keeping the virus from killing him and focuses on something else, and that virus starts to overtake his body like that, right? Like there was one point where I think in a matter of minutes it almost killed him. That's how he functions, right? It's something that happens 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And given his ability, given how fine-tuned his understanding and his ability to control his telepathy and telekinesis is, at this point, it's just subconscious. But this entity basically says, I am not Apoth. I speak on behalf of Apoth. We're trying to create perfection, basically. It's almost kind of like the Borg from Star Trek is really what it seems like. The real question I have here is if this is the case and they're trying to blend machinery with human components and create a singular kind of perfection, then it would seem to me that Apoth is probably a computer system. It's probably what it is. Like it's a computer or some kind of android or something along those lines. But again, we don't really know yet. Okay, so we are getting back into the X-Men. We are with Jonathan Hickman's X-Men Part 4. Now, here's an important thing. All right, I want to point this out right off the bat. One of the questions that a lot of you guys ask is, when do comic books take place, right? Like, when does Marvel Comics, when do these events happen? And Marvel, for the most part, does not really provide definitive dates. They really haven't for a long time. Really since 1980 something, I think was the last time they provided a definitive date. Chris Claremont was the last one to do it. Occasionally they will, right? They don't do it consistently. They used to do it back during like the 60s and 70s. Every once in in a while you will. For example, in the Ultimate Universe, when Obama won the presidency in 2008, there was an issue of Miles Morales that had Obama on the front cover, right? So it's like, okay, this is when this takes place. And occasionally they will, you know, depending on what goes on. Jonathan Hickman indirectly does this in the X-Men. And the reason why is because what this does is it initially picks up in Davos, Switzerland with the World Economic Forum, which is a real world event. But the title of this particular forum is basically Globalization for a New Age, How to Secure and Maintain a Cohesive and Sustainable World. Now, for the World Economic Forum that's happening in 2020, which is to say it's happening at the end of January, the name for that one is Stakeholders for a Cohesive and Sustainable World, right? So we know that Hickman's largely borrowing the name from the current World Economic Forum, so we know that this comic seems to take place right about now. It's a little fun Easter egg, but the entire basis behind why this World Economic Forum is happening is because of Krakoa. One thing to bear in mind here is that with Krakoa providing all these different medicines and things like that, they can prolong people's lives, they can cure mental illness, things like that. These are forms of medicine that simply didn't exist in the world. They did in some places. For example, like Wakanda had that kind of stuff. But as most of you guys know, in the comics, Wakanda doesn't really share its resources with the rest of the world. And so because of that, it's one of these things where Krakoa has now popped up and is in a lot of ways a concern for world economic leaders. Because what you have here is a scenario where in a lot of ways, the entire economic aspect of the pharmaceutical industry could be completely upheaved and completely destroyed by what Krakoa has to offer. Because if Krakoa is saying, we'll provide these medicines, and then in turn you have pharmaceutical companies who can't really keep up and can't provide the same kinds of medicines, people will go to Krakoa, right? They'll try to get their medicine through Krakoa. Krakoa has your cure, right? So you'll go through them and you won't go through existing pharmaceutical companies. This and the fact that Krakoa is positioning itself to be its own individual nation with its own governing body is also a concern for a lot of people, because what you have is this scenario where mutants still aren't truly being trusted, right? They're still not really trusted by humanity as a whole. And humanity's fear is that what Krakoa is doing is basically consolidating the mutant population, i.e. marshaling their forces, getting ready to go to war. And initially that wasn't the case, but after the attempted assassination of Charles Xavier, now it's become a topic for a legitimate discussion here. And so what you end up getting here is essentially Cyclops, Magneto, Charles Xavier, Apocalypse, and Gorgon. Gorgon is a character that I don't really think we've talked about before, and his name is Tomi Shishido. Technically he's a mutant, but he's also, well, really he's part of the Hand and had been for a little while. His powers are kind of split in two different factions, right? So you've got his original mutant powers, and then you've got his powers that were given to him when he was resurrected by the Hand. Super strength, super speed, durability, things like that. A lot of that really all of that came from the Hand. His mutant powers were things like empathy, telepathy, the ability to basically turn people to stone by looking at them like Medusa. That was really his initial or his original mutant ability, and that's why you see him here. The other reason why he's here is because if you notice, you do have Apocalypse, who's a pretty heavy hitter. The true diplomats here are Magneto and Xavier. So you've got Cyclops, you got Apocalypse, and you got Gorgon, who are the heavy hitters, who could basically do whatever needed to be done if things went down. And really, Apocalypse is a one-man army. All you really need is him. But getting in here, it's not designed to be like a strike team, right? They're not here to launch an assault. They're here to be diplomatic. Magneto delivers this speech at the end, which is like one of the most amazing things ever, dude. It's so awesome. But like, can we just take a second to look at like Magneto with like his white suit, right? Like he's got this white suit with like a purple shirt and a red tie and like his white hair. He just looks boss. It's also kind of weird to see Apocalypse in a suit. The real question you have to ask here is he wearing an actual suit, or did he modify his body to make it look like he was wearing a suit? That's the question you have to ask. I'm kind of curious. But notice this, for the most part, this is a pretty cordial affair. They're basically being invited to dinner to kind of have this sort of round table discussion about how Krakoa fits into everything. But make no mistake, while humans here are being cordial, fear is the overriding theme of this entire dinner. And the reason why is because what you end up doing is you end up jumping to this revelation that there are strike teams in the building. There are teams that have been tasked for the purpose of, one, being able to block telepathic attack, right, by having these kind of modifications applied to their minds, and two, they're there to take out the mutant threat, or at least that seems to be the case. And right off the bat, Xavier picks up on this, right? And that's a smart thing to do. That's the thing you would have to expect Xavier to do, right? Xavier would not just walk into a building and be totally oblivious as to what's going on in that building, especially after this attempted assassination. And so with that being the case, or really I guess successful assassination and his resurrection, with that being the case, of course, he can't read their minds, so he doesn't know what their intentions are. But let's be honest, you've got guys with guns who are basically inside that base, and none of the X-Men are supposed to know that they're there. Obviously they're there with some measure of ill intent. And so in turn, Cyclops is warned, and he's basically told, hey man, be aware, these guys are here, will you go take care of them? And it's kind of a funny thing, because of course then, you know, Cyclops tells one of the guards about that whole mutants acting on good behavior and all that kind of stuff. There's been a bit of a change here. And so from there, what you end up doing is you jump into this discussion between the various representatives of Krakoa and the humans who are there. Now, this is hugely important, and this is one of those aspects of Jonathan Hickman writing that I've told you guys about, where you have to pay attention, right? Where this will become important much later on down the line. Because if you you look at what's happening in X-Force, right? If you look at the X-Force comic whereby humans basically launch this first strike at us, it's time for us to return in kind. And then you look at this amounts to battle formations is really how this is. This is the beginning of the human mutant war. And so this initially kicks off with the question, what's the end game here? What's the goal of Krakoa? That's kind of the question that's being asked. And the reality of this is a somewhat of an unfair question. Over the years, like when you look at any particular nation, the United States, or you look at Britain, or you look at France, or Italy, or Spain, or any of those, they really kind of came to their current form by virtue of just multiple conflicts. But it wasn't as though there was an end goal, right? It wasn't as though like when Rome was founded in the very beginning, it's at this point in time, we are going to achieve this place, you know, in like 2020. This is the end goal of where we want to be. The idea of the nation island of Krakoa being founded was to just provide a safe haven for the mutant population. And so when the question's asked, if the end game here is for you guys to just make your own country, then one, we can't ignore the amount of economic destabilization your country's creating, and two, we can't ignore the fear of Krakoa basically being an island for mutants, and then us not really knowing what's going on. And so at the end of the day, the Wakandan representative really makes a good point in simply saying every nation will act in its own self-interest. It's what it does. Every nation exists in such a way to ensure its own sovereignty. Some nations will act with a more imperialist stance, which is to say trying to spread their sphere of influence outside their own country, but at the end of the day, it's to ensure their own sovereignty. If you eliminate all the threats that are out there, then there's nobody there to challenge you, nobody there to pose a danger to you. And so as a result of that, of course, you know, when the question is asked by Magneto, well, does Wakanda want to have some kind of a formal relationship with Krakoa? Then Wakanda's like, no, we're good. You're gonna have to keep doing your own thing. And Wakanda can do that. Wakanda is the most technologically advanced nation in the world. They're way beyond everybody else in terms of medicine, right? So Wakanda doesn't really need anything Krakoa has to offer. But remember, Wakanda's opened itself up to the world. It's now on a grand stage. So Wakanda is really kind of out there doing its own thing, and it doesn't really need anything else the world has to offer. Well, then the question becomes, if Krakoa is going to be a place where mutants can celebrate their heritage and their culture, then why are you hiding from the world? To which Apocalypse immediately responds, does this look like we're hiding? If we were hiding, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't come to this economic summit. You know, we wouldn't be here to talk to you guys. We would have just declined your offer and continued doing whatever it was that we were doing. Now, kind of the background here, this is kind of a subplot that goes on, is basically Cyclops really by himself going through and taking out all these various forces. Of course, Gorgon's there as well, but Cyclops is doing the brunt of the work, right? Taking out these various henchmen, different things like that. And it's kind of a cool little scenario because from there, the various representatives here did exactly what the X-Men knew they were going to do, which was try to reverse engineer the various medicines that Krakoa is supplying. And one of the questions they had is it really necessary to take these medicines on a daily regimen? Like, is it necessary to do that? And the response of Magneto is yes, because the way that we've engineered this is it has a cascading effect, right? So you take the pill one day and it starts to impact your body, but eventually it'll fade. But as you continually take this medicine, it'll build on top of itself, eventually achieving that goal. But the reason for why these pills are necessary for long-term use will be explained at the end of the story because it's absolutely genius. And so at that point, it's just kind of like, okay, so like at the end of the day, how should we interpret Krakoa? Like, are you guys a threat or are you guys not a threat? And the way that Magneto answers this is actually pretty smart. He basically says, well, you interpret us as a threat because you're afraid of anything that you're not familiar with, anything that you don't fully understand. But like any other nation out there, you're just going to have to assume that our goal is to not destroy you. Eventually, like treaties will be signed and things along those lines. But for the most part, every nation that exists out there is operating in some measure on a good faith effort. You know, in the world of nuclear proliferation, it's okay, well, let's just hope you decide not to push the button one day. That's really what it all comes down to. You know, the hope that some dictator doesn't lose their mind, press the button, and then suddenly nuclear bombs get launched somewhere. And so as a result of that, Magneto basically says, like, you believe this because of your history as humanity. At this moment right now, you're teaching your children in schools to unlearn history and to rewrite it in the way that you want it to be. History is written by the victor. And he asks things, he says, like, do you guys know why, you know, how it is that medieval societies got led? It's because they mined it from Roman ruins. But all this knowledge was lost during the Dark Ages. All this stuff is gone. You guys don't know your own history. And if the history doesn't really seem to agree with the narrative that you want to put out there, then you rewrite history. That's the nature of humanity. That's what you guys consistently do. You change the facts to suit your narrative. And so at the end of the day, it's just kind of like, you know, okay, well, when they start talking about things like the collapse of the Bronze Age, humanity's question is like, well, why should we concern ourselves with the collapse of the Bronze Age? And Apocalypse says, I was alive then, and you should be concerned. And they say, well, you know, then tell us, if you were alive then, what caused the Great Collapse? And Apocalypse says, I was the one who caused it. So it's like, I mean, you're talking about some pretty heavy hitters here, like some pretty awesome moments, right? Apocalypse seemingly bringing down society in the Bronze Age. which is kind of crazy. But it's kind of interesting, you know, because at this point where they're kind of beating around the bush, now it's the full-on core question that's really been kind of lingering on everybody's mind this entire time. Should we be concerned about war? And Magneto's response, this is, man, let me tell you something. This is why Jonathan Hickman writes villains so well, dude, because he does it so well. This part by Magneto is amazing. He says, no, there will not be any war. And when humanity says, is that so? Magneto says, yes, it is. Like, it is true. There will not be any war. Like, can you not see that we as mutants have essentially changed? Take me, for example. In the past, I would have taken all your weapons of war, all your guns, your tanks, your bombs, and I would have turned them on you. And he would have, right? We've seen him do that multiple times. During the Fatal Attraction story, Magneto issued a blanket EMP across the world that took down power to the planet. So this is not something that would be totally impossible or uncommon for him to do. You also get this cool little moment here where Cyclops is facing off against these guys, and one of them has a gun and is going to shoot him. Xavier's basically linking everybody together, and he says, hey, can I get a little bit of help? And like sitting at the dinner table, 5 floors above, Magneto uses his powers and rips the gun out of the guy's hand. And it's just like, damn, man. But then like you basically get this amazing thing. He says, basically, we as mutants, we're gonna do what you as humanity do, except we're gonna do it better. We're gonna give people a better life than what you can give them. We're gonna give humanity a better life than what you and your government can do. We're gonna give them longer and healthier existences. And then we're going to take the money, the outrageous amount of money that you're going to pay us, because at the end of the day, it means more money for you, right? The governments buy drugs from Krakoa, and then the governments sell those drugs to the people for a profit of sorts. Like, we're going to take this outrageous amount of money that you're going to give us, and then we're going to buy your banks, and then we're going to buy your schools, and then we're going to buy your media, and then we're going to buy your politicians. And then when we have bought all the rest, we're going to buy you, because you as humanity have taught us as mutants, by virtue of turning us into slaves, things like that, by persecuting us, that everybody has their price. And so once we have this influence, once we have essentially economic control of the world, then we're going to make sure that the wrong kind of people, and you know who they are, will not be able to have any sort of economic power whatsoever. We will not allow them into our institutions. We will not allow them to peddle their outdated and dangerous ideologies. And that's how your entire control of the world is going to end. Like fire without oxygen, it's just going to peter out. It's just going to sort of disappear. And he says, yes, of course there are going to be people who are going to disagree with us. Yes, there are going to be people who are going to hate us. That's fine. They just won't be able to do anything about it anymore. And it's like, damn, like we're basically going to take your entire world out from under you. That's literally what he says. That's the goal of Krakoa, to buy everything in the world, to basically take away any control you have on your planet. And essentially, we will control everything. We will decide what kind of education you guys get. It's absolutely genius, right? Because it's a war that's won without any real fighting. It's a war that's won by virtue of just saying, like, we're in turn going to take over the world by requiring you to be a part of what we do. That's why Krakoa is releasing these medicines that require multiple regimens, right? Taking it multiple times, because what it does is it turns people into slaves or servants to this medication. It's the nature of people. Once we cross that path, we never want to go back, right? We never want to go back to the way things were if we enjoy what we have now more than what we had before. And so because that, what it does is it switches over to Gorgon. And this is one of the coolest things. Gorgon is basically talking to these guys. After having chopped off all of their arms, he basically talks to them and tells them, you know, in years past, I would have killed all of you, but I think it's more important that you spend your lives living with your failure, that you guys understand things are different now. If you guys believe that the mutant population is going to roll over, that's not the way it is anymore. And so with all of this having been said by Magneto, being said by Gorgon and so on, that in turn Magneto chimes in and says, you're keeping your finger on your ear an awful lot, so let me go ahead and solve this problem for you. They're not coming. The forces that you have around here, they're not coming. And that's when he basically spills the beans, because nobody else knew about it. That's when he basically spills the beans and says, we know about the strike teams that you had in the building. They've been neutralized. And there's no real way for them to kind of combat that and say, well, yeah, we had the strike teams there to kill you, but I mean, you know, why did you take them out? Like, that's not fair. You know, it doesn't really work that way. And so at the end of the day, humanity, especially the United States, is kind of stuck with egg on their face, because it's sort of like, you're the one that sort of initiated this. We've taken those guys out. They're no longer part of the equation anymore. And so from there, you basically end up having Xavier, who removes his mask, of course, letting us see his face really for one of the first times as part of a House of X, Powers of X, and Dawn of X. And in turn, he says, is it really necessary for you to fear us in such a way? You're going to have to trust us. Like, you're going to have to trust our nation. You're going to have to believe that we want to be sovereign, that we want to be able to do our own thing, that we don't really want to make slaves out of you. But at the end of the day, if that's what it comes down to, then that's exactly what we will do. But understand this, and this is one of the most important things. When they get up and they begin to leave, Xavier says, understand this and have no illusions. Magneto says, we've had fantastic teachers in all of you. You as humans have taught us valuable lessons in what it means to be persecuted, and what it means to be cast off, and what it means to do whatever it takes in order to survive. And so as a result of this, you guys struck first. You guys launched an attack on Krakoa, and you guys assassinated or tried to assassinate Charles Xavier, kind of maintaining that sort of lie that the mission was not a success. But you guys struck first. Understand, if it happens again, expect a response. We will bring the fight to your doorstep. And that's a scary proposition, because in Apocalypse alone, he's enough to essentially wipe the United States out of existence, right? If the guy wanted to, he'd grow to 3,000 feet tall and just walk across the entirety of the United States, just spraying energy beams everywhere and incinerating entire cities. That's the kind of power you have, and that's just Apocalypse. That's not taking into account Magneto, who can totally disrupt the electromagnetic poles. That's not taking into account Xavier, who can scramble the minds of everybody on Earth. That's not even taking into account the reality warpers, right? So you've got Legion, who's floating out there somewhere. You've got Quentin Quire, who's an Omega level telepath. That you've got Emma Frost. You've got all these huge heavy hitters that just with about 10 of them could successfully conquer the world like that. And then when you take the rest of the entirety of the mutant population on Krakoa and you add them to that, humanity stands no chance. And that's why this, if anything, is the most terrifying aspect to humanity. This is how the war starts, because it doesn't really start by virtue of a shot, right? It doesn't really start by virtue of like a pot shot. That is kind of the initial confrontation. It starts with fear. It starts with a legitimate concern that if the mutant population wanted to, they could bring the entire world down on its knees and just leave it to burn. Okay, so we are picking back up again with New Mutants, and we're in part 4. Now, if you guys recall the previous video that we did on the New Mutants, what you basically had is you had Armor, who had essentially grabbed Glob and Maxime and Manon, and had gone forward for the purpose of trying to find Beak and Angel, two of their former teammates who decided not to show up on Krakoa. And we ended up learning that Beak's father was basically dying, and the result was that when Armor had brought forth some medicines that could be used to basically cure the father of Beak, that in turn led to a whole bunch of gunmen showing up on the doorstep of Beak's home, just saying like we didn't really know what their intention was. We just knew they were just kind of being dicks. And so what we end up learning are a couple things. One, the leader of this group, his name is Tumulo. And second, they're here for the purpose of trying to acquire more medicines. Now, of course, taking everybody out and really, putting power harnesses around everyone, this basically leads to what's kind of an interesting bit of a story, but also Tumulo basically becoming what he hates. And the reason why is because what this does is it tells us that on the island of Costa Perdita, which is where Tumulo's from, or at least Tumulo and the rest of his group are from, that their country, or at least their land, was really the victim of essentially dumping, right? Like dumping hazardous materials by various corporations. And the result was that what it did is it led to this massive amount of infection by about, for about 8,500 people. Now, the result of this is that there were various medicines that were available, right? Like Krakoan medicines, or at least cures that were being offered by the government, didn't really seem to be from Krakoa. And instead of being able to like give them out freely and saying, hey, look, here you guys go, all that kind of good stuff, instead they were being charged $1,000 a pop. And so as a result of that, what it basically did is it led to this kind of debate, or this kind of discussion, or I guess, argument of sorts between the government and pharmaceutical companies that led to like more people dying while all this was going on. Now, the funny thing about this is that Armor chimes in and says, well, then just like tell your government to recognize Krakoa as a sovereign nation, and Xavier and all them will give you all the medicines for free, right? But the issue with this is that one, the guy who was in charge of the pharmaceutical company named Kevin McKinnon has been killed, right? Seemingly Tumulo and the rest of his guys basically killed this off. Now, this is an important thing to understand, is that Tumulo does not directly say that he was the one that killed the guy. He just says it's been taken care of. Now, a couple things to also keep in mind here is that while this agreement was being worked out with the federal government, that ultimately the death toll kept rising, right? And by the time an agreement was reached, 20,000 people had died, and 65,000, or probably about 45,000, were left infected out of the 65,000 that had been infected in total. But the issue is that at the moment, these, these medicines, at least the need for these medicines in these trying times, are still a theme that's there. But the funny thing about this is that when you end up talking to, or at least when Tumulo's talking to Armor, where she basically again kind of brings up this point, well, have Charles Xavier, have your country, basically side with Krakoa and you'll get free medicines. His response is, no, I'm not going to ask them to do that, because if they do, there goes my profit margin. So essentially what this guy is doing is in turn getting medicine from the government after this deal was worked out, and now he's basically playing the role of Kevin McKinnon. And it's just kind of like, okay, so like what in the heck then? Like this guy's basically as bad as the guy that he just gunned down. And it's kind of one of these things where like the cycle always repeats itself, right? And he really kind of makes this point in saying that where there's suffering, there's opportunity, which is a pretty terrible philosophy to have, to be honest. But at the end of the day, what it does is it switches over to Sage and to Boom Boom. Now, the funny thing about Boom Boom, and this might be more of a controversial point, but the funny thing about Boom Boom is I don't think she's really been relevant. I don't think Tabitha Smith has really been a relevant character since her days on X Factor. I mean, she had a stint on Next Wave in the mid 2000s. She had some involvement in the New Mutants, different things like that, but she never really seemed to achieve the same kind of relevance she had when she was brought into the old X-Force stories by Rob Liefeld. And so because of that, seeing her here and playing somewhat of a significant significant role or playing somewhat of an important role. It's kind of interesting, but it seems like Ed Brisson kind of plays on this idea that she was just kind of free floating over the years because she's basically a drunk, right? She's just like drinking alcohol all the time and just kind of partying and doing her thing and just sort of having this attitude of whatever happens. And so when she goes to visit Sage, of course, she asks the question, where's Armor and all them? And it's been about 5 days and Sage is like, well, they haven't come back yet. I'm not their babysitter. I don't know what happened to them. Who knows? It's actually kind of an interesting scenario because Sage, for those of you guys who are unfamiliar with her character, Sage, I wouldn't really say doesn't care about people, but like she's been assigned a role and her mind in a lot of ways works like a computer. So it's not that she doesn't really care about any of the other X-Men or anything like that, but it's kind of once you leave the island of Krakoa, what you do is on you and it's none of my business. It's none of my concern. You know, if it's that important, somebody will sound the alarm and somebody will go out there and look for you, which is exactly what Tabitha's doing. But that's kind of the nature of Sage, right? I mean, she's not really a terrible person. She's just kind of doing her thing. And so what ends up happening here is kind of switching back to Nebraska. Tumilo tells Armor, look, like here's what's going to happen. You're going to send forces or you're going to send people who can negotiate, right? Who can negotiate with Xavier and basically say for you know, if you want any of these hostages to live, then like you're going to give us medicines. We want 1 ton of medicine for every hostage that we have, which is an outrageous request, right? It's kind of a ridiculous request, even for like a situation like this, like no way it's going to be fulfilled. But then the question's asked by Armor, how did you even know we were here in the first place? And this is when Ed Brisson really starts to tie into kind of like the grander picture with what's going on at Dawn of X. And there's a few ways in which he does this. The first is by way of Tumilo himself, right? When it came to the idea that there were going to be medicines out there provided by Krakoa that could cure virtually any illness and provide longer lifespans and any kind of mental illness or anything like that, it was only a matter of time before what you got were basically the rise of like petty warlords and strongmen who were going to try to like usurp control in a particular region and then dominate this medical market and decide who gets it and who doesn't and kind of utilize that as a means to control that region. At the same time, what we also saw were the rise of these various websites that really came in 2 forms. The first were those websites that supported various mutants who were out there and those websites who didn't. And there were websites out there who were keeping tabs on where mutants were going and what they were doing. This is kind of the funny thing. Ed Brisson almost ties into the old Project Wide Awake stories, right? You know, the old Fall of Mutant things that we saw during Chris Claremont's run. You know, we had the picture of Franklin Richards and it's like, do you know where your child is? Do you know if your child's with mutants, anything like that? A lot of that fear mongering stuff that went on, you know, like you need to be afraid because, you know, if you're afraid, then you'll do what we tell you to. And so following this, what you do is you pick up with a really cool scene with Maxime and Manon. Now, we haven't really talked about their characters before, and they're actually relatively new. They appeared in the Extinction event. And the way this played out is you kind of had a long-standing villain in Marvel Comics named Ahab. And Ahab was basically this guy that had technological components, right? He was a cyborg, more or less. He doesn't have a huge stint, right? Like, you don't see him all the time. You see him periodically, and he does little things here and there, and so on and so forth. But the idea behind this is that Maxime and Manon during the Extinction event were basically 2 mutants who manifested their powers at a younger age. And so they were brought to the Xavier Institute, but 5 years after that happened, they were kidnapped by Ahab and they were taken to the future so Ahab could basically have them create hounds. The overall idea here is that the hounds of Ahab were very similar to the hounds of like Days of Future Past, insofar that during that point in time, where a lot of you guys probably asked this, right? Like in Days of Future Past, how did Sentinels find humans or find mutants so fast? They used hounds, right? Hounds were mutants who had like telepathy or empathy or in some form or fashion were able to locate mutants and then in turn were bred and they were kind of tortured and their minds were warped and they were used for the purpose of tracking down those various mutants. The hounds of Ahab were very similar to that, but the reason why Maxime and Manon were so important is because using their powers together, they could dominate and control the minds of others and turn them into the hounds that Ahab wanted. And so that's kind of where their significance came from. Now, ultimately, once that reality was kept from coming to fruition, when Cable basically traveled back to stop that reality's existence and so on and so forth, Maxime and Manon ended up traveling back into the main Marvel universe, and that's how they end up here. But these characters are really powerful in a couple different ways. And the reason why is because Angel basically tells Andre, one of the guys that are holding them hostage, you know, my kids can't ingest this food this way. You know, I can basically, you know, take this food in and then I can feed it to them in much in the same way that a female bird, or I guess a mom bird, would feed, you know, her offspring. And then when she ingests it, she spits out this kind of corrosive acid, which basically disables the collar of Maxime, who in turn grabs Andre. Now, this is where the powers come into play. And the reason why is because individually what they can do is they can tap into others and they can manipulate their emotions, right? They can kind of instill these little thoughts, things like that. And so when she seizes control of Andre, what she says is, your cohort, you remember like when you came home and your cohort was sleeping with your wife and then he shot your parents up and killed them, kind of putting these subliminal thoughts, these false thoughts in the mind of this guy, which in turn leads him to going insane. And then when you have Manon that jumps in and he kind of does the same thing, then basically all hell starts to break loose. Now, at that point, like Angel and everybody starts to panic because what you have are these guys. You have one guy who's on the defensive, you have another guy who's basically, you know, reliving these false memories, and then they have guns pointed at each other, right? So this is an entire shootout that could go on and anybody could get caught in the crossfire, which is pretty dangerous. Now, a lot of this goes into the the dangerous nature of Maxine and Manon, insofar as because of the fact that they were kind of twisted and they were sort of screwed up, while some of those evil elements have been removed, they tend to kind of get caught up in the moment and they don't think about the best course of action. And so as a result of that, what ends up happening here is, of course, fire ends up breaking out between these two guys, or at least, gunfire ends up breaking out between these two guys. And of course, Tumito's like, what in the heck is going on? At that point, there's an explosion, and we're basically met with the arrival of Tabitha Smith, who used her little plasma bombs to blow the whole thing up. All the while, she's standing there drinking some whiskey. Tabitha Smith has problems. Okay, what's going on, guys? This is Rob, and you're gonna have to bear with me on this with regards to probably some echo, maybe some background noise. I am in Columbus now, and I am not really in a sound-treated space, so I'm just kind of in a kitchen recording this audio. So yeah. Anyway, so we're picking up with X-Men issue number 5, right? We still need to kind of get back into the swing of things, cover like X-Force and Excalibur and all that kind of stuff, and we'll get back into that. But for right now, we're taking it relatively easy this week, and we're going to cover X-Men issue number 5. Now, what this does, and this is something that I kind of need to clarify, in previous videos, I feel like I was confusing Children of the Vault with Children of Tomorrow, and I probably was. The Children of Tomorrow were from the Ultimate Universe, right? And we covered that during Jonathan Hickman's, The Ultimates. We covered that. You'll find the link to that down in the description. It's not super important to this video, just kind of clarifying things, but the idea was that Reed Richards, at least Ultimate Universe Reed Richards, had constructed a city that basically allowed time to pass differently, and the result was that what this did is it created a kind of space whereby he could essentially create life, watch that life evolve with rapid acceleration, right? So time passed totally different in that area. With this, with the Children of the Vault, that was Mike Carey back in 2006, right? Now, really, you have what was called the Supernova storyline that really kind of introduced the Children of the Vault back in X-Men Volume 2, issue number 198, I think it was. And basically we kind of got this little bit of a story with them, and then they were almost never referenced again after that, right? Now, a lot of that was because of what Joe Quesada and all those guys were doing, like Rick Remender and Craig Kyle and Chris Yost and Ed Brubaker and all those guys, really kind of like reworking the X-Men mythos post House of M. And so because of that, it was kind of like, all right, so let's just kind of see what happens. And so it was really focusing more on reducing the population of mutants and then focusing on those particular stories. But for Mike Carey's Supernovas event, what we ended up finding out was that somewhere along the line, there was this giant space, much like what we saw later on with Jonathan Hickman's Ultimate. There was basically this kind of city, this sort of vault that was constructed, and time passed differently in the vault, and it basically allowed individuals, or allowed kind of a creation of these children. And the idea behind this is that these children would evolve over the course of 6,000 years. It was something along those lines. Basically, they would exit the vault at a time when humans and mutants no longer existed on Earth, and they would basically be these kind of post-humans that would basically kind of take over the landscape. The result of this is that by the machinations of Sabretooth and the House of M event itself, they ended up being woken up early. And so when they did, only 5 of them showed up instead of the thousands that were supposed to, and you basically got the Supernova storyline. Now, for how this pertains to this, what we end up doing here is picking up with a girl named Serafina. Now, Serafina was one of the Children of the Vault, and really the most notable in the Supernovas event because of the kind of powers she possessed, right? She demonstrated the ability to dominate the minds of others. She was also able to shield herself from telepathic detection as well as Cerebro, right? So she was basically invisible to the mental eye. I'm pretty sure it was a naked eye as well, but nobody really knew that she was inside the X-Men mansion. But what we end up having here is basically Serafina, who's essentially running for her life after, basically having been discovered during the original House of X and Powers of X story with the Orcus space and so on and so forth, and having somehow managed to arrive back here on Earth, and then basically taking off. She's fleeing for her life, and then takes over the minds of a couple people and basically says, stop that man from chasing me, only for us to find out that it's Wolverine, right? Now, the reason why this matters is because the Children of the Vault are as much an enigma to the X-Men as anything else. And so while the X-Men do view them as a credible threat, they also know almost nothing about them, except for the fact that whenever they leave the vault, it's always done in groups, and that's basically it. They don't really know anything about the Children of the Vault, and it's kind of a desire to understand what's going on, as well as determine whether or not they're a credible threat. And so the result of this is that, of course, these guys run up on Wolverine. Wolverine doesn't really kill him, he just kind of incapacitates them, and then goes on the hunt for the girl, only for her to enter the vault. And initially, when this story was released, I was looking through the issue, I didn't really know, I recognized Serafina, but I didn't really know what all was going on here. And it's not until Wolverine basically chimes in with the X-Men and then asks, are you guys still there? And it's like, yes, we're here. And it's like, she took off into the vault, like, we can't find it, right? We can't track her, and we can't go in there. Now, the reason why this is important is because the vault does have a physical seal, right? It does have a physical entrance, but it also has a time shear, basically meaning if your body doesn't exist to the resident hum, more or less, like if it doesn't really match the access code to get into the vault, then essentially it could kill you, right? It could destroy you. And so you kind of have to be designed or engineered in such a way to where you can enter the vault, right? So it's like knowing the passcode to be able to get in. And so because of that, what the X-Men basically need are a group of people who can adapt to pretty much any circumstance and then enter into the vault itself. Now, one other thing to point out here is that this vault is basically housed by a gigantic sentinel. Now, the reason why this matters is because this is essentially master mold, but it's not just any master mold, it's the wild master mold. Now, this is one of the reasons why Jonathan Hickman's X-Men run is so cool, because it really kind of taps into a lot of the things that were going on. Now, the reality of this is that with this giant vault, more or less, this giant sentinel, this was part of Mike Carey's run, right? This is where the children of the vault basically retreated to once it was all said and done. But the giant sentinel here, this giant master mold is essentially a wild sentinel. And this was introduced during Grant Morrison's E is for Extinction storyline, right? With Cassandra Nova, this idea that somewhere along the line that Bolivar Trask had basically engineered these kind of wild experimental sentinels, but they were never actually used. The sentinels that existed in this space on this island, these wild sentinels, they were used by Cassandra Nova to wipe out 16 million mutants on the island of Genosha, right? So that's where all that comes from. This guy Master Mold was the one who was basically engineering and creating them, right? Just kind of manufacturing these things. Now, as far as we're aware, the Master Mold isn't really functional anymore. It's just kind of a giant shell of a monster, and the vault kind of resides within. But what this does, it really kind of allows us to basically pick up with when an approved organism enters into the vault. And when it does, the vault basically scans them and says, like, do we recognize you? Do we not recognize you? If we recognize you, we welcome you as a friend and you're able to enter the vault. Presumably, if we do not recognize you, you're treated as an enemy. And so what it does is it jumps over to the X-Men. This is one of the things that's really kind of important here because it sort of establishes how the vault works insofar as time flowing differently. Now, we're not really given a ratio, right? We're not really told for every 2 days that passes, like 100 years pass inside the vault, right? It's just time passes differently, totally different from the way time normally works here, you know, outside of the vault in the real world. And so as a result of that, it's one of those things where telepathy and none of the technology of the X-Men can penetrate the vault, but they need to know what's going on inside of there. And so what they've done is they've assembled a group. They've assembled Darwin, Synch, and X-23. Now, the reason why this is important is because Darwin, as a lot of you guys probably know, is a mutant whose ability allows him to adapt to any situation, right? So if you were to put him in a pod and then just shoot him out into space, then his body would adapt to the ability to breathe in space. If you put him underwater, his body would adapt to the ability to breathe underwater, which coincidentally is actually how he first discovers his powers. It's one of these things, right? You put him in a room with toxic gas, he'll develop the ability to basically filter that gas out of his body and then survive in that particular space. The guy is an Omega level mutant because of that, right? There's no real conceivable way to actually kill Darwin. With that, you also have Synch, and Synch is an old school character, right? Synch originally debuted the old X-Men Volume 2 comics in the early 1990s, and then went on to become one of the original members of Generation X. Now, in Generation X issue number 70, he ended up dying, and so he's really been out of the landscape of Marvel Comics since 2000, right? So for about 19 years, he'd basically been gone. Him being brought back is part of those resurrections that were done by the Five, right? That's what Jonathan Hickman has really been doing with the Five, is basically resurrecting all the mutants who have died, but Hickman's not really doing it arbitrarily. He's kind of staging it out, right? Like, you know, is there a reason for this mutant to be here? If there is, resurrect them. If not, leave them dead until we need them, and then we'll resurrect them, right? So Synch is a character who can basically duplicate the powers of pretty much any other mutants. And then of course, you've got Laura Kinney X-23 with her healing factor. And so because of this, what they're basically told is, you guys have all been chosen because you can all adapt to pretty much any particular circumstance. The healing factor of X-23 would allow her to basically heal from the time shear, right? The idea that time shear would try to cut off their access, she can kind of push her way through it. Darwin and Synch can really adapt. You know, Synch can adapt to the powers of X-23 so he can enter, and then Darwin can just automatically adapt to whatever particular situation he needs. Now, the other part of this is that aside from Serafina, the other 5 members of Children of the Vault are basically dead, right? Like, it seems like, you know, for the most part, pretty much everybody's dead, but the other 4 members are dead, right? So Sangre, Pyro, I don't know if it was Aguya, I'm not 100% sure how you pronounce that name, and then Fuego, they were all basically dead except for Serafina. She's the only one who's still there. And so with her basically returning, it's okay, she's here, you know, she basically returned to the vault now, and then from that point, the vault starts going through and saying, okay, it's time to start upgrading people. You know, from there, the vault really kind of does exactly what the X-Men have been doing, which is restoring those individuals who have died, and then in turn upgrading them, right? So preparing them for this new kind of threat that the X-Men seem to represent. And so what the X-Men do is they launch an attack seemingly on 2 fronts. The first one is basically going to serve the purpose of kind of being a distraction. The vault's defense system will kick in when it recognizes a threat. And so the X-Men will show up and they'll present themselves as a credible threat. The vault will see them that way, and then the vault will launch defense mechanisms. But what the vault will do is focus on them and not focus on the the kind of wet work team, more or less, right? The secret team, in the sense of X-23, Darwin, and Sync. And so as they make their way to that location, they're able to, of course, access and get into the vault. But once they get inside this space, the issue they run into is, of course, all communication is basically cut off, right? It's like a closed biome. In a lot of ways, the vault is akin to like a different dimension, right? Like if they had entered into the dimension of Asgard, then like access to any real telepathic connection from Xavier would essentially be cut off, right? Or like traveling to a different universe or something along those lines. It really is completely self-contained and completely cut off from everything and everyone else. Because by it being a system that basically uses a kind of time manipulation, basically means that it's almost out of phase, out of sync with the existing main Marvel universe. The issue with this is that once the team basically enters into the vault, then it turns into, okay, the vault sees them as a credible threat, right? Basically the vault has been quote unquote contaminated. It doesn't know who these guys are. It doesn't know what their powers are. And so it automatically begins launching its defense system. And so what you end up having is much later, roughly about 3 months and 5 days after the X-Men enter the vault. And when they get in there, Cyclops starts talking to what looks like Charles Xavier, watching everything go down. And when he says like, how long has it been? Of course, Xavier, whoever this is, says, 3 months and 5 days. And so how long has it been inside of the vault? And it's roughly 537 years have passed inside that vault. Now, what this means is that when it comes to these characters, this is actually a really, really smart move by Hickman. If what Jonathan Hickman wants to do is change the powers of X-23 or change the powers of Sync or change the powers of Darwin, right? To like elevate them and make them more powerful than they were before, this is the way to do it. Because what he would basically say here is that they've evolved. It would just say over the course of the last 500 years, their powers have evolved, right? So it's like if they lived for 500 years in the real world. So over 3 months, they probably could have gotten stronger, faster. Maybe their powers are more potent. Maybe the healing factor of X-23 is more efficient. Maybe the powers of Darwin are more extreme in what he can and can't copy. Maybe now it's molecular manipulation. We don't really know. We won't really know until they exit from the vault. But it's kind of Cyclops sort of looking at himself and saying, what in the hell was I thinking by sending them in there? Okay, what's going on, guys? This is Rob, and I'm getting ready to crash out for the night. I'm getting ready to go to bed, but before I do, we are covering X-Men Part 6. Yes, we are. The conclusion of the X-Men story, or at least the first story arc of X-Men by Jonathan Hickman. So, this is pretty solid, but what it does is it requires us to kind of wind back to House and Powers of X, right? It all just kind of wraps back around to the beginning of everything and how it all sort of started. And the way this picks up is it sort of jumps to the past, right? At some point in the past, there was a kind of discussion that took place between Irene Adler and Mystique. Now, for those of you guys who don't know, Irene Adler is also somebody by the name of Destiny. And you've probably heard of what are called Destiny's books or Destiny's diaries. That was part of an Extreme X-Men story from 2001, The Hunt for Destiny's Diaries, which is actually pretty cool, right? This idea that she wrote 13 books, which basically detailed what was going to happen in the future. But Irene Adler originally appeared back in Uncanny X-Men issue number 141, right? So she was basically introduced as part of the Days of Future Past saga. And then from there, she was really kind of brought in as essentially this love interest and wife of Mystique, right? The two of them fell in love, the two of them had a relationship, and it was pretty solid. It's one of those things that only for hardcore X-Men fans do you really know about it. It's really pretty obscure, right? And even Destiny herself is pretty obscure in relation to like the greater comic book landscape. But the long and short of this is that she ultimately ended up dying in Uncanny X-Men issue number 255. Basically, the two of them were always kind of like the 1-2 punch of what was essentially the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants in Marvel Comics after the events of Magneto basically leaving, that and Freedom Force. What Destiny ends up saying is that she's got something to tell Mystique, right? Like, I have something to tell you. But before we find out what it is, we jump to the here and now. And what this shows us is that work is still being done by Orcus. Now, again, for those of you guys who are playing catch up from House and Powers of X, and I highly suggest that you guys go and check out my playlist on the X-Men, which you'll find down in the description, and it'll get you totally caught up on pretty much everything going on. But Orcus is kind of like this anti-mutant organization, more or less, that basically composes or is composed of a lot of organizations, right? So Hydra has a hand in it. The Advanced Idea Mechanics groups has a hand in it. All kinds of different groups, right? The only group that I do not believe is involved in Orcus are the Purifiers, although I could be wrong. But the overall gist behind this is that if you guys recall, in the events of House and Powers of X, that the X-Men had basically launched an attack against the Orcus Corporation in order to destroy Mother Mold. And Mother Mold was basically a giant sentinel that was going to produce master molds, and master molds in turn produce the regular sentinels that you guys are used to seeing. And what this would do, or at least what it would have done had it, been successful, is it would have led to the development of sentinels at a geometric rate, right? It would have just been insane how fast the sentinel production would have been ramped up by humanity. And so in order to keep that from happening, and really kind of under the information provided to them by Moira McTaggart due to the various lives that she's lived over, the 10 timelines, whatever the case is, she ended up, the X-Men ended up traveling to Orcus Corporation, and then in turn, basically, taking out Mother Mold, which, letting it crash into the sun, but also resulted in all of their deaths, right? And so what we end up having here is a guy by the name of Dr. Devo, right, or Dr. Devo, however it is that you want to pronounce it. Although I guess it's really Director Devo is really what it is. But anyway, he's the guy overseeing the whole Orcus Corporation, and of course working on a device. This device is taken directly to Dr. Gregor. Now, Dr. Gregor, if you guys recall, was the woman who lost her husband during the X-Men strike on Orcus Station, right? So for her, it's not really about, the possibility of a mutant threat. For her, it's now like a personal vendetta is really what it is, right? It's a personal vendetta against the X-Men. And so what we end up finding out here, or at least the way things look, is of course she's kind of building this sort of chassis. But before we really find out what it is, what we end up doing is jumping back to the plans that were basically being made with regards to Mystique and with Charles Xavier and the mission that was going to take place with regards to Orcus base. And now, if you guys, again, this is one of those important stories because it kind of bounces back and forth, with House and Powers of X. But the idea behind this is that when Xavier and company initially went to Mystique and basically said, like, we want you to be on this mission, but because we want you to serve a particular purpose, the question was, what is this purpose? And ultimately they said, we want you to plant a seed. And so this is kind of some of the behind the scenes stuff that we did not initially see when we were reading House and Powers of X. And remember, that's the nature of Jonathan Hickman, right? Hickman will do a thing, he'll write a part of a story, and then he'll leave part of it out, right? And then like later on down the line, you'll figure out what that part of the story was and why it's important, right? So there can be a lot of bouncing around and a lot of shuffling and things along those lines, but the idea was to plant a seed, seemingly a door, a Krakoan gateway on the ship that nobody was going to know about. And this is when we basically ended up picking up with Mystique during the events of House and Powers of X, when she was killed, right? When she was basically sucked out of an airlock, and it basically seemed to be the end of her. And it's kind of a funny thing, because then of course we basically pick up with the resurrection of Mystique, and then that's when she essentially gets into the deal that was being made, right? The idea that if she agreed to work alongside Charles Xavier and Magneto, that she would be given something in turn. And the question is, what is it that she was supposed to get, right? What is it she was supposed to essentially get, as a result of working along with them? And it's one of these funny things, right? Because when they're talking, Xavier kind of says, basically like, we're grateful for everything that you've done, but ultimately we need more. And that's really kind of one of the issues that you get when it comes to Xavier and Magneto in their current state is, yes, they're operating on a greater authority, that authority coming from Moira McTaggart, who's basically said, I've experienced multiple timelines, they all end the same way, this is the way for us to change things, that kind of stuff. But it also brings in a lot of hubris, a lot of arrogance, right? The whole we know better than you do kind of attitude, which could really cause a lot of problems, especially when you're dealing with somebody like Mystique, because for all the glitz and glamour and all the talk that they basically have, Mystique is one of the best people to bring in on their side, because she's lived for hundreds of years, right? She's been around longer than Wolverine has, right? So she's an exceedingly old character. But the idea is that she also has a lot of experience under her belt. She's been a good guy, she's been a bad guy. When she led Freedom Force, it was a US government sanctioned team, right? They basically went out and saved mutants from anti-mutant groups, right? It was really done like in exchange for pardons, right? For them to basically be given pardons from their actions as a brotherhood, because that's what Freedom Force was, just the reformed brotherhood of evil mutants. But when they're having this whole conversation, what they're basically doing, at least the initial question of Mystique is, okay, if this gate didn't work, then what happens if I try to walk through it, right? Because the issue is that she died before her actions could be recorded by Cerebro, right? So if you guys recall, what Hickman's established here is that death doesn't really exist anymore, right? Any mutant that dies can be brought back. And it's not done for the purpose of just being like, oh, we're just it's whatever, it's being done by basically saying it serves a purpose, right? There's a reason behind why this happened. But one of the things that's been going on here is that with the X-Men or various mutants who are being sent on missions, their minds are always backed up. And so should they return from that mission, the information they have is backed up in Cerebro. So the X-Men, or really the mutant population, always has an updated database on what's going on around the world with the various missions that are being undertaken and things like that. And so the result is that with Mystique, her mind was not backed up before she died, right? So there was no way to know if she had successfully planted the device, planted the gateway on Krakoa. And because it was such a secret mission, no one was supposed to know about it, right? So it's not like, they can go to Jean Grey and say, hey, like, can you tell us whether or not she planted that gateway? Because not even Jean Grey knew that it was going to be going on, right? Like, nobody knew that this was being done by Xavier and Magneto through Mystique. And so ultimately, when she ends up, donning an outfit and passing through, she ends up finding out, yes, it worked exactly exactly like it was supposed to. And that's when she comes to the realization of what's actually going on, right? The idea here that what's essentially been taking place is that where it was believed that the mother mold was essentially going to create master mold, which in turn was going to create sentinels, who in turn would create Nimrods. Ultimately, that's not what happened. That instead, Nimrods were manufactured by humans directly. They were created explicitly by human beings. They were not created by sentinels. And that was the big error that was being discovered here, right? The idea that Nimrod is essentially being designed and isn't really functional yet, but will be, and is functioning, or at least is being built on the Orcus station. So humans are developing these ultra sentinels, right? And it kind of makes sense, right? It makes sense to kind of create these sentinels that are virtually indestructible, because that's one of the things about Nimrod, is Nimrod has the ability to sense the inherent weaknesses of the mutants he's facing off against. And then of course also, know what their powers are just by tapping into the Sentinel database. He has a whole host of different abilities, right? Shape-shifting, different things like that. But he's one of the most dangerous threats out there. Nimrod is exceedingly powerful. And so that's one of the big things, is because when you end up having this go down, they initially try to get Mystique to go back in and to basically, destroy the Nimrod program or whatever the case is. But her response is no. And the reason why is because she wants Destiny to come back. And that was the deal that was made. The deal that was made by Xavier and Magneto is, if you do this for us, we'll bring back Destiny. And so ultimately, when Mystique tries to barter and Mystique tries to get them to bring her back, ultimately they don't. They're just kind of like, no, like you need to do for us, like we'll bring her back once you've earned it, right? Like once you've earned the right to have Destiny returned to you, then it will be done. And that's why we end up that's where we end up jumping into the conversation between Destiny and Mystique, right? And this is probably one of the single most important things to go on here. What Destiny basically says is, she says, sometime in the future I'm going to die, right? Like I'm going to die prematurely before I grow old or anything like that. I'll die before old age takes me. But there will also come a point many years after that where there will be an island, right? And on this island there will be mutants who are inhabiting there, and they will make a deal with you in order to bring me back. But ultimately they're never going to hold true to their deal, right? They're going to do everything they can to deny you my return, right? Like in order for this to, in this instance, when this time comes, like what I want you to do is to bring me back, right? Like bring me back. Do not let me stay dead, right? Like bring me back, because the ultimate idea is that those individuals want us to be blind. They want us to be blind and to follow their plan without any question whatsoever. What this does is it hits at the idea, and we don't really know whether or not, Destiny's being nefarious here. There's really no reason to believe she is. What she's basically establishing here is the idea that Charles Xavier and Magneto are essentially, well, of course they're being dubious, right? Being mysterious, but they're not really looking out for the overall betterment of mutant kind, right? That's not really what they're shooting for. There's some kind of alternative plan going on here. Presumably the mutant population could be used as cannon fodder, and whatever happens to them happens to them. But having a precognitive like Destiny show up on the scene would essentially disrupt all their plans, because Destiny's well known to the mutant population, right? And even to the world population. S.H.I.E.L.D. knows who she is, the Avengers know who she is, everybody knows who Destiny was, right? And so with that being the case, when she shows back up, if she shows back up, immediately her precognitive abilities are going to be recognized as, for the most part, absolute. And if she comes along and she says, guys, everything that you've been told is wrong, here's what's actually going to happen, people will listen to her, and they'll really kind of begin ignoring Charles Xavier and Magneto, which can cause all kinds of problems, right? So the return of Destiny could be cool, but it could also cause some crazy things to take place. Okay, what's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we're getting back into Dawn of X, and I know it's been a little while since we covered Dawn of X stuff. Honestly, like with Spawn and everything, and with moving and all that kind of stuff, it's kind of become a little bit it became a little bit chaotic for a while, but I'm finally in here. I think I'm going to do a live stream where I'm like painting my office, different things like that, just kind of a way to interact and talk with you guys. But we're getting into really kind of finishing up the first volume of New Mutants. Now, this one's a little weird. This first volume, quote unquote, runs about 9 issues, whereas most traditional volumes run about 6. And the reason why is because we've actually kind of got 2 stories being told here at the same time. Now, for those of you guys who are looking to catch up on anything, you'll find my playlist to the X-Men down in the description. There's all kinds of videos there about like characters like Nightcrawler, Rogue, Magneto, all those characters explained, different things like that, kind of giving you their backstories, publication histories to make you an expert on them. And then in addition to that, we have House and Powers of X. And what we did is we kind of went through and kind of pruned the playlist, right? That's one of the things we talked about, so sort of bear with me here for a second. But we essentially pruned the playlist. And so so far that if it was not referenced by Jonathan Hickman in House and Powers of X, we didn't put it in there. And the reason why was just because of the fact that at that point, you know, there's so much that's happened in the X-Men's history. We kind of have to rely on what it is that Marvel's doing in this really kind of still ongoing reboot in order to decide what needs to say and what doesn't, right? So that playlist would change all the time. The meat and potatoes of this is that up to this point, really with the first group of New Mutants, with Sunfire and Magic and all these characters, they'd essentially gone into space for no other reason than to rescue Sam Guthrie, right? Because Sam was one of the original New Mutants, and the idea was to get the original team back together again, right? So that was the whole gist behind it. What they ended up kind of running into were some issues with the Starjammers and so on and so forth, and what it did is it landed them here where they have to escort Deathbird, and we'll talk about her here in a second. The other part of the story dealt with the efforts of Armor to basically go and grab Beak, who was really more of a newer member of the New Mutants, who had essentially gone missing before the events of the formation of Krakoa and like kind of the safe haven for the mutant population. So we really actually kind of pick up with Gladiator himself. Now, one thing to bear in mind here is that Gladiator has kind of been the Magistrix or the leader of the Shi'ar Empire for quite some time, and really since the defeat of Vulcan, right? To kind of follow this timeline a little bit, when the Shi'ar Empire was first introduced in Marvel Comics, the leader at the time was a guy named Dakin, and Dakin was really on the hunt for the M'Kraan crystal that was really a big part of the Phoenix and the Dark Phoenix sagas, really the Phoenix saga more than anything else. But following the defeat of Dakin, his sister Lilandra Naramani took his place, and she was the longest running leader of the Shi'ar Empire in Marvel Comics until the events of X-Men Deadly Genesis, the introduction of Vulcan, the third Summer's brother, the Omega level mutants. That went into like War of Kings and that kind of a thing. But once he was defeated, then Gladiator in turn took his place. And so Gladiator was the leader of the Shi'ar Empire during like Jonathan Hickman's Avengers and New Avengers and all that kind of stuff during the era of the X-Men, essentially running everything after the War of Kings, right? So from 2010 to about 2015, 16 or so, it was Gladiator, and even up until about this point. And the reason why that's changed is because Gladiator is no longer the leader of the Shi'ar. Instead, it's essentially the daughter of Lilandra. Now, what this does is it leads to him essentially tasking Oracle, or really kind of asking the question, you know, how far are we on the mission of like, you know, basically getting Deathbird back here, because Deathbird was previously in exile, and she's going to play kind of a big role here. But Oracle herself, who's really sort of this psychic that always kind of worked as like the right hand of the Oracle, ends up meeting with this super clandestine group. Now, the Death Commandos, as they're introduced here, are essentially Marvel's version of the Suicide Squad, right? In the sense that in DC Comics, the Suicide Squad is a team that's basically sent in for Black Ops missions, and they're expendable, right? If one of them dies, somebody else takes their place, and there's really no mourning them or having a great big huge military funeral or anything like that. It's just the nature of the business. With the Death Commandos, these are a wholly new introduction by Jonathan Hickman, and it's actually a cool idea. And the reason why is because the Death Commandos are basically one of these groups that are intentionally designed to go on suicide missions. Their leader is Black Cloak, and Black Cloak is really the only instance where that role always stays the same. The person that plays Black Cloak may change, but it's always a Black Cloak that leads the Death Commandos. Now, these are guys who are basically tasked with achieving their mission by any means necessary. And so it's almost kind of like, you know, here in the real world, where like you have the CIA, right? And the CIA is the intelligence gathering apparatus of the United States, focusing on everything outside of the US, where the FBI focuses on everything inside the States. But the CIA also has involvement with some pretty seedy groups that are out there that cannot officially exist. You know, if they're ever caught, then they'd basically be disavowed, and the government would, you know, deny any knowledge of their existence, that kind of a thing. That's how this works with the Death Commandos. But basically, they're being tasked with taking out Deathbird. And so essentially, Oracle's working directly against the Shi'ar Empire here. So it's kind of a big deal, because when that happens, and essentially when the New Mutants finally catch up with Deathbird, immediately Sunspot is in love. He's just kind of like, yeah, you know, Robert DaCosta is all about this girl. Now, one thing to understand about Robert DaCosta is he was always, you know, well, not really always. I mean, in more recent years, it's kind of waxed and waned, right? In the more recent stories with like Avengers and New Avengers, he was kind of like the hardcore guy. When you got into like all new Mutants, more or less, you know, when he essentially was kind of leading his own team, you know, he was really kind of the Joker, and that theme has kind of remained since. But in a lot of ways, he and Sam Guthrie were kind of the 1-2 punch of the comedic relief and just the fun guys, right? They were just fun to read about. It's one of the things that made them so popular over the years. But like, he's immediately smitten for this girl, right? Deathbird is of course the woman that tried to like usurp the throne of the Shi'ar Empire multiple times, so she's kind of a dick. But nonetheless, as soon as they arrive, the Death Commandos immediately begin their process of saying like, okay, let's start sieging on these guys, right? Let's basically take their ship out and let's try to eliminate them. Now, as they stow aboard the ship, what they end up finding out is they bit off more than they can chew. Now, here's the important thing to understand. In the Shi'ar Empire, you have the Imperial Guard, and then you have the Death Commandos. Because the Death Commandos are considered to be cannon fodder, and because nobody can really acknowledge that they exist, they're not composed of the most powerful beings out there, right? If they were the equivalent of the Annihilate, right? You had like Silver Surfer, and you had Beta Ray Bill, and you had Drax the Destroyer, and you had Gladiator. If you had a team that was composed of like this powerhouse of individuals, well, the whole universe would know about their existence, right? So the easiest way to kind of keep them under the radar is to just basically compose a team of cannon fodder, and that's essentially it. Now, it doesn't mean they're useless, but what it does mean is that we couldn't look at them and expect them to be capable of taking on any of the X-Men related teams. And that's exactly what happens here, right? For the most part, once they stow aboard this ship, the various members of the team are taken out quite readily by the New Mutants. There's not a whole lot of struggle going on here, right? I mean, it's just using their various abilities and overpowering the team like that. If this was the Imperial Guard, this fight would have been over before it even began, right? The New Mutants would have been absolutely decimated. They never would have stood a chance because the Imperial Guard is the show of force from the Shi'ar Empire, right? Like it's like their versions of the Avengers, you know, like, and so as a result of that, the Death Commandos end up basically detonating the ship of the New Mutants, presumably leaving everybody for dead. Now, what this does is this picks back up with Ed Brisson's portion of the New Mutants. And this is where the second part of the story kind of comes into play, right? You have New Mutants on Earth, and then you've got New Mutants in space. This part of the story, we're going to kind of ham through pretty quickly, not a whole lot doing here. It's basically really just kind of a retcon insofar as you had Beak, who was out there, he had his wife, and they were kind of living their own lives, and ultimately ended up settling up with Beak's parents because of the fact that Beak's parents are basically dying, and it was kind of trying to spend those last few moments together, and that's why he never showed up on Krakoa when you ended up having like the kind of consolidation of the mutant population. Now, what you also had was Manon and his sister, who had the ability to manipulate the emotional state of other people, and so kind of initiating a bit of a fight going on here. You ended up having like kind of the leader of the gang. The guy was kind of like, hey, like, we're looking for medicines from Krakoa. You're going to go there. You're going to get them for us. You're going to bring them back. This guy really kind of brings into sharp relief the idea that he's really kind of working for a cartel, and specifically for the government really kind of seems to be the case. So the government's trying to find ways to attain the various medicines of Krakoa because of their abilities to enhance the lives of other people. Now, this is really designed to kind of hit at the notion that like, it's not really just some governments and organizations out there that are like keeping mutants contained and not allowing mutants to leave, using them as like a labor force, different things like that. But there are governments out there who are going by, you know, to extreme lengths, even so far as like kidnapping mutants in order to ransom medicines out of Krakoa for the survival of those mutants, for their lives. And it kind of makes sense because Krakoa is so protective of their mutant population and wouldn't risk open warfare with governments, right? You know, it'd be easy for the X-Men to just send in a strike team and then just like annihilate, you know, all those soldiers and then take the X-Men back, but it would be considered an act of war on humanity. And so of course that would lead into a full-scale war between the mutant population and humans. And as we've seen over the years in Marvel Comics, that war only ever really goes in one of two extremes. Either it leads to the total destruction of the X-Men and really the mutant population, which is what Jonathan Hickman was really hitting at with the House and Powers of X stories. Or if you guys remember that story where you had Magneto, who basically destroyed, you know, all life on Earth, it leads to the mutant population annihilating all of humanity, right? So it can kind of go either way here. But the long and short of this is that ultimately in the kind of huge breakout of firefighting and so on and so forth, and you know, this Earth-based team of New Mutants trying to rescue Beak and his wife and their kids and so on and so forth, that Beak is injured and Beak's parents are both killed. And so in response to that, this leader of this, you know, kind of field team, more or less, this main bad guy, you know, ends up basically saying like, he's more or less a failure here, right? His task was to gather, you know, medicines from Krakoa by ransoming off the members of the New Mutants, but because of the fact that he's failed, the cartel would kill him, and then of course it would reflect poorly on the government and so on. And so his statement is, more people will come after you, right? Like, more folks are going to come after you, and the guy basically offs himself, right? It's a super quick end to the whole thing, but the big retcon here kind of comes into play when you end up having Maxine and Manon, who basically use their powers to essentially wipe the mind of Beak, his wife, and their kids of Beak's parents having died the way they did. Instead, they're replaced with memories of Beak's parents having died some time ago of old age, and that's essentially it. The big takeaway here, and it only really matters if you're a fan of the character of Beak and his wife, is that essentially you can kind of go forward now in Marvel Comics with the whole history that he had there of like his parents and so on and so forth all being removed, right? So it's basically Beak the way he was at the beginning of his introduction in Marvel Comics. It's not really important unless you're a fan of that character. It may come back to roost, and Ed Brisson is really kind of leaving some threads for future plot lines to come into play here. But again, we can kind of pass through that pretty quickly. And the reason why is because the biggest kind of brunt of what's going on here is really with what's happening with this New Mutant team in space. Now, again, what we're going to see when we get into the X-Men comics is that once, you know, everything kind of gets sorted out, that they're really going to seem to kind of blend in, that everything's going to sort of go back to the status quo of them being there. And the New Mutant comic looks like it will actually focus on what Ed Brisson is doing here. But again, we'll cross that bridge once we get to it. But the long and short is that with the various New Mutants being taken captive by the Death Commandos and more or less kind of being tortured, being knocked out, that kind of a thing, that the day is ultimately saved by DaCosta and really by Deathbird when she takes out a couple couple of these guys, Black Cloak and so on. Now, this is important. And the reason why this is important is really the way that Jonathan Hickman does it. For a lot of people out there who are new when it comes to the X-Men, they don't really know much about the Shi'ar. They don't really know much about Deathbird or Lilandra or Gladiator or any of that stuff. And it's really kind of foreign to them. And over the years, Deathbird had kind of been depicted as this sort of political saboteur in the sense that she was always vying for the throne and would take it by any means that she could. But the reality is that Deathbird is a prodigious fighter. She is exceedingly good in hand-to-hand combat. Not the absolute best in Marvel Comics, right? She's no Taskmaster, but she is really, really good in being able to hold her own against other people. Having a kind of ruthlessness, having a murderous streak really sort of amplifies that and makes her more exemplary in her ability to fight, no holds barred. And so because of that, she's able to take these guys out pretty quickly and essentially rescue the rest of the New Mutants. And then you kind of get this moment where, where she kind of kisses Robert DaCosta. So there really kind of seems to be a bit of a blooming romance there. The important thing to understand is Deathbird will do whatever she needs to do in order to achieve her goal, even if it means leading Robert DaCosta on, right? And he's buying into it like full on. And so what this does is it basically leads to this kind of conversation, or not really a huge conversation of sorts, but the arrival of the New Mutants really into Shi'ar space, right? Finally showing up on the doorstep of Gladiator and the Shi'ar Empire. And when that happens, of course, Deathbird arriving here, one of the things she does, kind of talking to the daughter of Lilandra, is she says, like, my task being brought here is to basically be your tutor, to be your instructor. Now, there's a couple reasons why this is being done. It's being done, one, because what it does is it gives Jonathan Hickman the ability to show us who Deathbird is, right? To kind of give us an indication of her character, what she's about, to sort of show us and kind of give new readers the ropes on what kind of a person she is. The other part of this is it's better to have the devil on your right hand than to be in their path. And that's true here, right? With Deathbird, she's always looking to take the throne. And so it's better to have her in a position to where you can kind of keep an eye on her than to just have her out there in space somewhere and not really knowing what it is that she's planning. But there's also kind of an honor-bound thing here, right? Really, as her niece, Deathbird's kind of honor-bound, not in really any kind of agreement that was struck, but just because of the fact that the new ruler is, again, basically blood. Now, Deathbird will probably try to take the throne. That's probably going to try to happen. It's just the nature of her character. But what she says is, my job as your instructor here is to basically teach you what it means to be a warrior, is to teach you the history and the nature of the Shi'ar Empire. And your first lesson is that there's no mercy for traitors. And she immediately basically throws a spear at Oracle with the intention to kill her. And of course, Gladiator catches it in turn. But what it does is it leads to an all-out fight between the two, right? Now, this is kind of interesting here. And it's almost kind of like a mini Phoenix Saga story, right? In the sense that in the original Phoenix Saga, in order to determine whether or not Jean Grey as the Phoenix would live or die, the X-Men had to fight the Imperial Guard, and they lost, right? It was just kind of a display of how powerful the Imperial Guard was. But it's kind of this quick little moment here. The reality is that as you see this unfold, for the most part, the New Mutants are kind of able to hold their own. If I'm being honest with you guys, it shouldn't really be that way. But what you are talking about are some different kinds of powers, right? It'd be different if the New Mutants had the exact same powers as the original X-Men, and then like they were able to hold their own. It wouldn't really make a whole lot of sense here. But you've got Sunspot, who's able to channel solar energy in a way that the other X-Men weren't really able to do. You've got Sam Guthrie, who can basically just kind of, fly at people, more or less. But you got a different kind of display of powers here. Wolfsbane shouldn't really be here. I mean, it's, Wolfsbane's okay. Rain Sinclair's okay. She's just like a really ferocious fighter that can make herself into a wolf. That's basically it. Magik is really the one that kind of has the ability to turn the tide. She's very, very overpowered. But before we really get too far into this, the daughter of Lilandra basically tells everybody to stop and says, explain what's going on here. And the response of Gladiator is really kind of the response that it always is, really kind of solidifying his role, that Gladiator, as the leader of the Imperial Guard, serves the throne of the Shi'ar Empire. It doesn't matter who's on that throne. His job is to protect the Shi'ar Empire and to protect the throne. And in this instance, from his perspective, Deathbird is back to her old tricks again, right? Trying to take out members of the Shi'ar and secure a place on the throne and so on and so forth. What Deathbird ends up revealing here is that Oracle tried to have Deathbird killed, that Oracle was actively working against the wishes of what was best for the Shi'ar Empire. Now, the reality is that where Princess Zandra is kind of here as the new ruler of the throne, and Deathbird was being brought here in order to serve as a kind of aid to Zandra, what this means is that Oracle was working against the Empress, and doing that is an act of heresy, right? It's an act of treason of the highest order, punishable by death. And so when Gladiator asks, is this true? true? The response of Oracle is yes, that is absolutely meant to be true. That Gladiator, as far as Oracle is concerned, is the one who was meant to rule. And there's a kind of validity there in terms of her argument. The reason why is because Gladiator is a warrior, right? That's what he is. He's not a politician. He doesn't care about politics. He's a warrior. He'll do politics because he had to when he was the Magistrix, when he was the Magister, when he was the leader of the Shi'ar Empire, but it wasn't really his bread and butter. He undertook the throne because somebody needed to. And as an honorable man, Oracle found a kind of solace in that, right? Something that hadn't really been found for quite some time. That with Lilandra, she did kind of have a strong streak, but the reality was she couldn't really maintain her own position, right? She relied on other people around her to maintain her position as the Empress, which is technically kind of the role, right? That's why you have the Imperial Guard. That's why you have a royal bodyguard. That's why you have people like Oracle and so on and so forth. But with Gladiator, if somebody came running up on him wanting to challenge the throne, he could hold his own in that fight, right? As a Strontian, his powers change based on his confidence, and if his confidence is booming, he is an absolute demon, right? It's just ridiculous how powerful he is. And so as a result of that, really is kind of one of these things where at the end of the day, Gladiator says, you know, I appreciate your candor, but you worked against the throne. The punishment for this is death. And that's basically where Zandra steps in, the daughter of Lilandra, and says, no, we're not going to do that. Instead, you are going to serve as basically my advisor, right? You're going to serve as my right hand. That's going to be your punishment. And the reason why this is kind of a punishment here is because it's considered to be dishonorable, because now Oracle basically owes a life debt to Princess Zandra, meaning if she betrays that, then she will die. And there'll be no version of it. She won't be exiled or anything like that. She'll be eliminated, right? So to kind of be humiliated and embarrassed and then made to serve as an advisor as opposed to a member of her royal guard is a huge downgrade, right? So things are kind of a struggle there. And so what this does is, of course, it leads to the New Mutants arriving back on Earth with a day more or less having been saved. But the biggest takeaway from all this, and this is really kind of the reasons why Jonathan Hickman seems to have crafted this story, is one, Sam Guthrie chooses to stay behind, right? So basically the whole mission was for nothing. The whole mission was for naught. But then you end up learning that Robert DaCosta actually bought one of the apartment complexes on the Shi'ar homeworld in order to be closer to Deathbird, because again, he's kind of smitten with her. And so him and Sam Guthrie are going to kind of be hanging out. So basically Sunspot's going to be staying behind, it looks like, staying on Chandelar. But the other big thing that kind of comes out of this is Cyclops begins having a conversation with Gladiator. Now keep in mind, while they don't really relate all that often, they're well aware of who the other is. And that was one of the big things that came out of Chris Claremont's Phoenix Saga, is that where the X-Men did lose to the Imperial Guard, the Imperial Guard developed a huge amount of respect for the X-Men because of what they were fighting for, because of the strength and vigor they were fighting with, and because of what they believe, because of their efforts on Earth. There's a kind of honor, there's a kind of respect that comes with that, right? Like kind of respect among warriors is really what this is. This is one of the reasons why during Chris Claremont's X-Men, Cyclops became so prominent, right? Became such a huge character, is because he was just kind of like the Boy Scout more or less under Stan Lee and Jack Kirby. It wasn't until you got to Claremont that it was like, dude, there's some meat and potatoes to this guy, right? Like there's some cool build up here. That's what kind of led into the House of M era and really kind of like the fall of Cyclops, and why it was so intriguing and so cool is because you were following this, 60-year story of this character, watching him grow and expand and kind of change over the years and different things like that. It was exceedingly well done. But what Cyclops requests of Gladiator is to basically have one of the Krakoan gates installed on Chandelar. That's a big thing, because what it does is it grants the X-Men instant access to the Shi'ar Empire. They can walk through a gate on Krakoa and come through a gate there. Now, this is also a huge moment, because what it does is it basically solidifies the notion that the gates of Krakoa are universe-wide. You can reach any point in the universe with a Krakoan gate. Now, how far it takes you to get to a location to install a gate there is relative to how fast you can travel from one location to the next, right? So, using the technology of Reed Richards and then traveling to this location, it would work for the most part. But with regards to this instance here, this is kind of a big deal, right? Because what you sort of get is Robert DaCosta and Sam Guthrie sort of back together as their 1-2 punch comedic duo, which is going to be awesome. The X-Men now have a gate on the Shi'ar homeworld, meaning they can reach them at any point in time, and the Shi'ar can come to Earth at any point in time. It sets things up for some big crossovers between these characters, right? Between these teams, which is a pretty big deal, because having the Imperial Guard and the X-Men working together is no small thing. That's actually really, really awesome. Okay, what's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are picking back up with Jonathan Hickman's X-Men. Now, here's the thing. This is kind of funny. You guys recall when we were covering New Mutants, and we had that situation where the Starjammers had just kind of stolen this artifact, right? Like at the very beginning of the New Mutant story, the Starjammers stole this artifact and left the New Mutants behind in order to be captured. This is one of those things that Jonathan Hickman does, where he takes a small little thing and he ties it into a big thing later on down the line. Now, what's even more interesting is this will become even more important later on down the line, especially because because we're probably going to end up having like some pretty massive or significant conflict or something like that. Keep in mind that it might take about 3 years for this whole thing to flesh out. That's about how long it took for his Avengers and New Avengers to conclude, right? A lot of people forget that. A lot of people think the whole thing was written in like a year. Doesn't really work that way. It took quite some time to reach the finish line when it came to that story. But what we're basically shown here is what's called the Brood. And there's this, the Brood race itself is kind of on the fringes of Shi'ar space, or at least one facet of it is. But essentially, these Brood have come to the realization that this artifact that was initially taken by the Starjammers and that's arrived with the New Mutants on Earth is basically a king egg. Now, what this means and why it matters will become important as we get through this story. And of course, we'll do a full-on explanation about the Brood, here in a little bit, because they really are the universe's most dangerous race, right? Like it's crazy how dangerous they are. But what we end up doing here is basically waking up with Vulcan. Now, one of the things to keep in mind here is that initially when Gabriel Summers first showed up, really seemed to first return during the events of Dawn of X, we didn't really know why he was here, right? We didn't even really know why he wasn't the same villain that he was, after the events of Deadly Genesis, right? If you guys recall the video that we did on X-Men Deadly Genesis, it basically detailed the return of Vulcan essentially being a villain of sorts, kind of hell-bent on a mission of revenge, and then ultimately after learning the truth, he ended up traveling to the Shi'ar Empire, conquered it, and then went to war with the Inhumans and the Kree. And so because of that, he's a pretty significant threat. Like, he's an Omega level mutant, he's wildly powerful, but during the events of Dawn of X, he was suddenly there, right? He was presumed or basically seemed to have died, earlier in Marvel Comics, and then he was back and seemingly totally different with no real recollection of who he was. What we know now by virtue of what Hickman's been showing us is that he was resurrected, but he was resurrected without the memories of what he had done, presumably during the events of Rise and Fall of the Shi'ar Empire and all that kind of stuff. It kind of sucks because that was some really cool storytelling when it came to Vulcan, but at the same time, it also kind of made sense, right? Because he was a character that Marvel just never really knew what to do with, right? So it kind of gives Hickman the ability to basically rework him and make him his own thing. The reason why I gave you that bit of an explanation is because what Vulcan's been doing is having dreams, right? Having dreams and nightmares, the same dream every single night. And it's always the same dream that he has, where basically he seems to like conquer the entirety of the Shi'ar Empire, and then basically the point where he dies, right? That kind of seems to be the same negative dream he has all the time. The issue with this is that before he can really detail things any further, suddenly the Brood are making their way to Earth. And that's when everybody begins to panic. That's when all hell begins to break loose, because the Brood are not one of these races where they just kind of show up and they say like, we are the Brood, we're here for a thing, and we demand that you give us that thing. And if you don't, then there's gonna be trouble. Boy, I promise you there's gonna be trouble. It doesn't really work that way, right? They just show up and they're like, give us your shit. Like, that's basically what they are. They just debo people is really all it is, right? And so as a result of that, the Brood showing up here, they just crash land on Earth. That's one of the reasons why I kind of wanted to hold off on this bit of an explanation, because the Brood are no joke, right? The Brood originally appeared in Marvel Comics back in Uncanny X-Men number 155, right? And right off the bat, they were just like, this race is savage, like in the most extreme degree. They were so savage, and things had gone south for the X-Men so bad that actually Xavier believed they had died, and that's why he formed the New Mutants team. The crazy thing here is that this is a race that literally just relies on overwhelming number. That's what they are. They're like the Xenomorphs from the Alien franchise, right? Just overwhelming number. And that's kind of what goes on here, is that the Brood are here looking for something, and you can't reason with them, you can't bargain with them. All you can do is just fight them off. And so the X-Men really kind of have to figure out why the Brood are here, and then, kind of nip that problem in the bud. And they don't really know, right? They don't really know why the Brood are here. All they really know is that the Brood are attacking. Now, the answer comes in the form of a younger member of the Brood called Brew, basically Brood without the D. Now, he was a character that originally appeared back in Astonishing X-Men Volume 3, issue number 40, who was basically a member of the Brood who was being grown in a lab that was ran by SWORD, the Sentient World Observation and Response Department, in order to understand the Brood physiology. Now, they also had a Brood Queen. When the Brood Queen was freed, she left Brew behind, because unlike the normal members of the Brood drones, Brew felt like compassion and love and things like that, and so he was basically ostracized, kind of outed from the community, and then sort of left behind. Now, eventually he was taken in by the X-Men, and he had essentially been a member of the team ever since. He has intimate knowledge on like the Brood race and its form and its function and different things like that. And he's the one that basically tells the X-Men the Brood are here because of this king egg. And this is like, they will not stop. And he's right, like Brew is right. That's the important thing to understand. The X-Men may stop this wave of the Brood. The problem with that is the next wave will come, and then after that is the next wave, and then after that is the next wave. And and I mean, you got to remember, this is a race that spans in like countless numbers, the trillions, right? Spread all over the entirety of the universe, right? They're everywhere, like they're all over the place. Just because you don't see them doesn't mean they're not there. They're like termites, right? Like they could be all over the place in your wall, but until you see one, you never know they're actually there, or unless your walls start falling apart, right? Like you go to tap part of your wall and the whole thing collapses, well then you know you got termites. But aside from something like that, this is a race that will constantly show up. It is a battle of attrition. They'll just wear the X-Men down until they get what they want, and then they will leave. And so Cyclops makes the smart move, and Cyclops is like, let's bail out of here, right? So he ends up grabbing Vulcan, he ends up grabbing basically everybody he can, he grabs Havoc, he's like, let's get out of here, and they end up bolting and basically, jumping through one of the gates, heading for Shi'ar space, right? One of the Krakoan gates. Again, we talked about how Cyclops made that request at the end of the last story that we did on New Mutants. This is the reason why those little tidbits matter, because it all kind of comes together when it comes to Hickman's storytelling. And so what you end up getting here is basically a member of the Accuser Corps. Now, why this Accuser Corps is here, the Accusers, of course, being agents of the Kree, why this Accuser is here will become important as time goes on. But this Accuser is basically trying to get information out of Robert DaCosta and out of Sam Guthrie in order to find out where this King Egg artifact is. Now, of course, this is, Robert DaCosta kind of goofing around and being a little silly and so on and so forth. But the fact that this is being done by DaCosta, or at least by this Accuser, does not go unnoticed by the Super Guardian. And so because of that, she basically ends up chiming into the Shi'ar Empire, specifically to the Magistrix, to the Gladiator's agent, and basically says, hey, look, there's an Accuser on the edge of Shi'ar space. We got to respond. That leads to the Shi'ar, Shi'ar getting involved, right? Because they don't take too kindly to a member of their, to a member of the Accuser Corps showing up on the doorstep of their empire, right? It's like not really your worst enemy, but certainly like a potential threat showing up on your doorstep and then just kind of, loitering around your property, right? Like, I mean, if you're like I am in Kentucky, we'll just get out and shoot you, right? I mean, that's just kind of how it is. That's how it is in Kentucky, right? You go loitering around the wrong property, they'll just come out and shoot you. Like it's kind of nuts. In the city of Lexington and in Louisville, they don't do that because you can't fire within the city limits. But nonetheless, at this point, we kind of end up jumping to the past. And this is where we sort of get this big explanation on everything that's going on here, right? Like everything with the King Egg and all that kind of stuff. This is why these things are so important, is because it's Hickman kind of changing a lot of things, right? What we're basically told here is that 8,000 years ago, the Kree ended up stumbling across the Brood. And how the Brood procreated was by literally infecting another biological being, right? And basically rematerializing them into the Brood. And so what they ended up learning is that, the Brood themselves consume not just the host, but all the host's knowledge, right? So in a lot of ways, you're like a biological version of the Borg from Star Trek, where the Borg basically assimilate you and all your knowledge gets, assimilated into the hive, into the Borg collective. And so they know everything you know. Hence the reason why the Borg were able to decimate the Federation during the Battle of Wolf 359, because they knew everything Picard knew. They knew how to circumvent the Federation's defense systems and all that kind of stuff. And so with that being the case, there's a kind of idea here that comes along where the Kree basically come up with this idea to weaponize the Brood. Now, this is an important thing to understand, is that you got into these various stories and different aspects of the Brood were kind of expanded on over the years, right? In the sense that you had basically what was called the Great Mother, which essentially the hierarchy followed, that you had an Empress who was like the absolute divine ruler, the absolute ruler of all the Brood. And then while most Brood that existed within the universe existed by virtue of another biological being turned into a Brood, the Empress also had what were called her firstborn, right? Her actual biological children, like, giving birth to actual Brood. After the Empress, you had the firstborn, and then you had the queens, then you had like smaller versions of queens, and then you had drones, right? So, but the issue here is that at the time, we never really knew what the origin of the Brood was. We just knew that they were there in Marvel Comics. We just knew that they kind of existed. There was no real explanation in terms of where they came from or anything like that. What Jonathan Hickman basically changed up here is he introduced the idea of there basically being a kind of rift in space where the Brood are not native to the main Marvel universe, right? They're not from here. Instead, they're from a collapsed universe, like a collapsing universe that basically fell apart and ended up coming here. And so essentially they're not from this universe, they're from a different universe, but now they inhabit inside this universe, right? And so that's where things get a little murky. That's where things get a little chaotic, is because they're not really from here. But the Kree look at them nonetheless and say, okay, so the entire form and function of this Brood race is they essentially follow a hive mentality, that you have a singular leader under, that controls the entire hive. And then within that hive, you have various, queens, and, each one of the queens leads a faction, different things like that. You have all these little situations set up, but what we can do is we can weaponize all of this. We can basically create a singular being that can dominate the entirety of the Brood hive, and then basically either seed or sow disarray, or we can use it to our own ends. Whatever the case is, we can weaponize this whole thing. And that was the basis behind the creation of the King Egg, specifically because of the fact that the Supreme Intelligence had looked into the future, at least used mathematical probability to determine which of the existing races across the cosmos in Marvel Comics would be the most viable threat to the Kree later on down the line, and determined that it would be the Shi'ar. And that's true, right? The Shi'ar are technically the most advanced race in Marvel Comics. They're composed of a bunch of different races, all of which have sworn fealty to the Shi'ar Empire, or maybe they were just straight up conquered. But whatever the case is, like, they're composed of a bunch of different races that all have their benefits and drawbacks, right? Strontians and different things like that, who are all essentially analogs for Superman. And so as a result of this, it's one of these things where like all hell can pop off here, you know, all hell can break loose. And so kind of jumping to Gladiator and the Accuser, this guy's dealt with pretty readily, right? You know, this one, you know, kind of jumping back to the present day, Gladiator going after this guy, deals with this Accuser pretty quickly, right? Ends up knocking him out of the ship. The Accuser dies in space, and then he's eaten by one of the giant, you know, space whales, basically, that the Brood are controlling to travel from one location to the next. What the Brood do, they basically, you know, kill these things and then hijack the nervous system and then take it over, right? And then just kind of pilot it. It's like controlling a human as a puppet is more or less what this is equivalent to. The issue is that where the initial expectation of the Starjammers and, you know, the Shi'ar Imperial Guard and like the X-Men and all these groups here is like, okay, you know, let's go ahead and like land on this space station and then, you know, leave, you know, send the Brood egg to the surface, and then, or I guess the King egg to the surface, and call it a day. The station's destroyed as well, leaving them no real option except to, you know, basically crash land on this sentient world. And that's where things kind of pop off, is because over the years, you know, what Hickman really hits at here is across the universe, what you have is you have like all these varying factions of the Brood, right? You have like a faction here, and you have a faction there, and you have a faction back there, and you got a faction over there, and they're all led by individual queens, right? Each one of the queens leads those factions. There's no indication here that there is currently an empress in existence. And so what this means is that all the Brood individual factions are self-governing. There's no one controlling all of them. So factions will go to war with other factions over territory or resources or whatever the case happens to be. And so as a result of that, because of this King egg, what this is doing is basically, it's like the dinner bell, right? It's bringing in all these Brood from all across the cosmos, right? Because Brood can smell this King egg from galaxies away, right? So like 3 or 4 galaxies away. And if one of those galaxies, there's a billion Brood, then guess what? That billion Brood is heading to this planet. That's exactly what's happening here. And so with that going down, like Brood are constantly arriving on this world. And while you do have some exceedingly powerful characters here, you've got Vulcan, you've got Cyclops, you've got Gladiator, you got all these guys. While you have some exceedingly powerful characters here, the reality is no matter how powerful they are, they will start to fall. One by one, they will start to fall and they will start to die. And they'll lose against the power of the Brood. That's just the way it is. These just overwhelming numbers. As powerful as these guys are, they cannot continually fight against billions of drones for any real continued amount of time. And so all it's going to take is for one of them to be infected. But then suddenly it all stops. In the middle of nowhere, all the Broods stop moving. Just like that. Like they stop moving, they stop attacking, they all just back off and they all just stop. And so what you end up having, of course, are like these massive, you know, Brood that are sort of standing around there. And then you've got Brew himself, who basically ate the egg, right? Like he consumed the egg. And that's really the way this King egg works. It doesn't really give birth to a Brood king. Instead, it contains a kind of substance inside of it, a kind of serum. And the individual that consumes it will kind of become the new Brood king, more or less. Now, presumably, because of the fact that the Brood basically exists in terms of their control over, you know, the queens control the drones, and the queens in turn are controlled using a combination of like pheromones and telepathy, what this seems to do is basically amplify the abilities of an existing Brood, right? So, you know, take that Brood and then give them like a super high level of telepathy and then like a super advanced version of the pheromones, so they can essentially force the other members of the Brood or convince the other members of the Brood to do their bidding. But that's basically what this is right now. You've got a Brood king, which means the entirety of the Brood race, the most dangerous race in all of existence, is currently under the control of a singular being. And that's cool, right? That's a super cool idea. But the Brood are super awesome, guys. I'm really excited to see what Jonathan Hickman ends up doing with this. But if you guys are new here to Comics Explained, make sure you guys hit the sub button to become part of the Rob Corps. If you guys enjoyed this video, make sure you drop a like, and I will catch you all later. Peace.